ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our last day here in the group stage. And more importantly, Roddy, this is the day where you either move on, you go home. It's round 5. Everyone's sitting at 2-2. And, you know, as I talk about StarCraft, I think about this ESL Master season. If there's one day that I have circled on my calendar, it's this one. It's round 5 because it's where everything gets figured out.
Yeah, I mean, we already did a day together, BO, and I think it was a lot of fun, but it was so early that there was no need for us to be too dramatic, right? Even if there was an upset, we'd be like, okay, most likely the favorites can still set the record straight. Today, it's none of that. These are the really fun days because it's do or die. Every single series stands out. You win, you make it into the playoffs, and you still have a chance to make a proper run in those playoffs as well. We have a different format this time around, so it's double elim. So even if you run into a Serral or a Nolivera in the first round of your regional playoffs, you'll still have a chance to set the record straight through the lower bracket. But I think it's going to be awesome. These are the days that I live for. And I know that I teased something to you. And you're going to talk about it anyway because you're going to mention tickets. Guess what, BO? Bam, we're getting ready, mate. We're in the right spirit already. All for the DreamHack Atlanta later this year.
Well, you know, before we get to talk about tickets, though, Roddy, that does mean we have to talk about our sponsors as well. That mean that we can get excited about this day 5. So, Monster Energy, which clearly that's what you're drinking in your mug, right? It's Monster Energy to wake you up in the morning?
It was a coffee, but that is the first play we're casting today. So I think I can get away with that.
Fair enough. And then, of course, the U.S. Air Force and ESL Shop as well for making all of this possible. We really do appreciate it. And as Roddy, hey, you do this one because you got the product placement.
I have no idea where you're going, mate.
Yeah, so if you want to go to DreamHack Atlanta and see where these players are qualifying towards, well, tickets are already on sale at dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. And if you want to get 20% off, well, promo code StarCraft will get you there. And as Roddy is hinting at by his mug, as Roddy was saying as we were sitting there in the break, Atlanta is one of the better events that we've had in StarCraft. We had a fan base, and then they had to add chairs like 7 or 8 times, and it was still standing room only. And I was there. It was by far the loudest spot in the entire convention hall. People were coming in from all over the place. It was really awesome. So I can't promise that's going to happen again, but if you show up, it will, because that's just how that works.
I think there is a good chance that it's going to happen again, Bio, because I think a lot of the nerds that were there last year had such a good time, not just watching the games, because I think we had a good tournament last year, but just meeting everyone, right? It's not an everyday opportunity if you live in North America, whether it's Canada or America. Countries are freaking massive, so you don't get to interact with fellow StarCraft nerds all that time. And it's a really special thing for people with the same passion to get together at an offline event. And of course, they're going to enjoy the games. And of course, they'll cheer for their favorite players or whatever race they may support in the StarCraft tournament. But it's a lot more than that, right? It's about meeting all your online friends. That it's just not something that happens every single day. I mean, you live in New Hampshire. How many StarCraft nerds are there out there in New Hampshire? I have the feeling not a whole many.
Well, considering there are about 5 people that live in New Hampshire, at least one of them, I'm there.
Point proven.
There we go. Yeah, of course, yeah, it is going to be pretty awesome. But as we talk about things, you know, Roddy, you did allude to the fact that this is going to be Coffee and Haas for our first series. And I went back and looked at it because Coffee is not a player that we expect to see in this 2-2 match. We expect him to be 3-0, maybe 3-1. He was in the finals of last season. But he lost to Nanami early on, and I took a look because I'm like, Nanami is this player. He's a Pro Toss player. He's not someone that we expect to see even taking down Coffee. And Coffee SCV pulled him 2 times in a row, 2 base all-ins. Nanami held both, and that's how Nanami won his 2 games in that series. But Roddy, this is Haas here, and actually we're going to talk about it more as we get into it, but this is Haas here. This is a series where defending SCV pulls, I don't think that's going to be the name of the game.
Well, there is a chance because Haas is a bit of an extreme player, right? Like, of course, he's willing to all-in you early on, and in a different meta, we'll be talking about proxy void ray, proxy shield batteries, etc. Haas can macro, but Haas's macro always has like a little bit of an asterisk behind his name where it's extreme greed into a whole bunch of basic units. He's just really good at spamming Zealots and Stalkers. And that is a good playstyle. Like, it's perfectly fine. I didn't know that you guys hopped into it, by the way, because I've been on Battle.net all this time. But that's all right. I've got the preview monitor. Apparently, we're just going to go ahead and hop into our very first series of the day, and I've got a lot of things to talk about. I'm pumped for this one. Both players, 2 wins and 2 losses in the Swiss format. Bottom left side of this important game on Hecate, it's Haas.
And in the upper right, in the red, the surprising participant in this round 5 matchup. His name is Coffee.
Want to go back quickly to what you said? Coffee didn't just make it into the finals last year, or not even last year, right? Like, we're talking 4 or 5 months ago when we did the summer regionals. Coffee made it into the grand finals while looking damn good, like legitimately just looking as the 2nd best player in this region. And even in those finals, he put up a bit of a fight against Oliveira. We came in with somewhat low expectations. A, it's the best of 7 TVT, and you never want to get too overly excited for those because they can disappoint. And B, we thought Oliveira is just going to be a little bit too good, right? Well, in the end he was, but Coffee took the 1-0 lead and actually looked pretty promising in game 2 for a little while as well. So there was hype. It definitely wasn't a bad finals. Overall, I just came into the season with the idea of Coffee is at the bare minimum gonna make top 4 in this region. Now instead, he finds himself here in a qualifying match of the Swiss format, play day 5. And you know what's even more bizarre, Bio? In his entire career, he has played 4 times against Haas. He lost all 4. He is 0-4 in series. So what a moment. What a way to actually kick off this day.
Yeah, a lot of history there, and it's interesting. You talked about Haas is absolutely this player that can macro, but he'll proxy more often than not. Yesterday, to get to this final match, because Haas was 1-2, he proxy Stargated, proxy gated. It was a 3-gate proxy Stargate type of play. Against Orianna twice in a row, he wins twice in a row, but they were not clean games, Roddy. They were really weird. Orianna definitely made several mistakes that he probably shouldn't have. I think game 2, he ended up banking 1,000 gas that he just had no use for. But we're not seeing that in this game. Haas is, at least in game number 1, he's not going to proxy the Stargate. He's not going to proxy a Gateway. But he is going to try to take this rich gold base, or the 50% gold base. The problem is, Coffee sees it immediately, Roddy.
That is kind of weird, and that's definitely problematic. I like the idea of opening up with a Hellion, because you don't even need too many Hellions to cause big issues for a Protoss when they open up like this. I find this an absolutely crazy way to start off for Haas. It could have been that he did this with the idea, I hope it doesn't get scouted too quickly. This Reaper, by the way, is very annoying, and I wonder where that Hellion is going, because we don't have a shield battery here yet, so even a single Hellion, if it gets a couple of shots off. But I have the feeling that Haas wants to fake a one base all-in, and then instead be like, oh, surprise, I've got a base, he's gonna give me slightly more money than a usual base would do. I don't think it was part of the plan for Coffee to scout this that quickly, and Haas is even forced to use battery overcharge this early on in his main base.
Yeah, at least the Hellion is only a single one, and it's not doing any actual hull damage to the probes, which is why the shield battery overcharge had to get popped there. So at least Haas doesn't take any damage yet. And of course, behind this, 2 more gateways, adding a robo. This is just a wild 4-gate blink, as I guess how we're going to talk about it. But the Hellion being annoying, trying to find some probes. And I love what Coffee's doing behind this. He knows that the main base and I guess we can call this the natural, are so far apart from each other as a probe will fall, that it's going to be nigh impossible for Haas to defend this, even if he has an observer. So cloak Banshees. Make sure you get that damage down. But man, this pylon from Haas, this vision he has, it means that he saw the Banshee. He should theoretically be able to defend.
Yeah, but even if you know that Marine Tank Banshee is coming, like in a weird way, this brings us back a tiny bit to the very early days of StarCraft 2. Wings of Liberty, and the name of the game was very simple. Terran would do 1-1-1. 1 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport. They had 2 SCVs and they tried to win, right? This is how every single PvT in Wings of Liberty went for almost 2 years straight. And we would praise the ability of the Terrans to go for the one base all in, and we were always so impressed. Wow, beautiful execution. This is kind of the same, but then instead it's going to turn into, all right, obviously we both have 2 bases, but I think the idea is very simple. Coffee is going to try to end this game early, unless he just feels that maybe it's not the right moment to push out, and then Haas will most likely be the one who's just going to shove down a crazy amount of basic gateway units down the throat of Coffee, as that Banshee is going to take a lot of damage, but it does live for now. With killing 6 probes early, I actually think that Coffee doesn't need to attack, but I still don't hate the idea of just attacking with Marine Tank Banshee, because as long as you don't have a crazy amount of Zealots, what are you possibly going to do against a Terran that will put pressure on you early on?
This is wild from Haas as well here. He went blink, right? He got a couple gateways, so he's actually on 3 gates, not 4. But he's getting really quick charge behind this. And you know, Roddy, this makes sense. You have a gold base. You go for something like that. And he only built a single observer. I don't quite know why, but he had the observer on the right side. That's getting damaged. The Banshee's here as well.
Oh,
and
no.
you know, I hate to say it, but Haas is starting to feel kind of dead here. These Banshees are getting so... It's 10 dead probes. I think it was 6 early on. And yeah, shield battery overcharged the main base is popped. Now, yeah, finally we had a second observer chronoed out, but I mean, this is 11 probes. Haas, he's gonna take another base, but it's not looking the easiest, Roddy.
I will agree with you that this is obviously a terrible start, and no Protoss ever wants to be down 7 workers against the Terran, especially when you don't have a big tech advantage. But I still think games like this, it's a little bit too early to call it, because if Coffee has a misread, or if Haas gets a great engagement with a bunch of Zealots, a Guardian Shield can make up for your upgrade deficit. It's a large map, you can maybe base trade a little bit, so I don't want to totally go on the train yet that Haas has no way of winning this game. But I am sure that he imagined a very, very different start. He simply took way too much damage against a couple of Banshees here.
Yeah, and honestly, part of it was just really nice timing on the Banshees. The first Banshee flew in a second time before the shield battery was done, so was able to punch through with a single Banshee. In the main base, was able to kind of hit the edge, and you actually can kill probes through a shield battery anyways, so he was able to make that happen before there was a warp in, because again, only a single observer. And now, Coffee, you're right. You know, Roddy, you said you don't feel like he needs to attack. Well, he has the same read. He's got a 3rd base on the way. He feels like he's done enough damage. And I mean, let's be real, Roddy. This is Haas. Given the option between who's going to attack, it probably will be our Protoss player. But even that, there's a Robo Bay on the way. Haas, somehow we're finding our way. I guess this is a macro game now, technically.
Sort of, but it's very weird, right? Because the bases are all over the shop. Hey, if we get a cancel, by the way, as that was perhaps not the best place to drop your third command center. That's an easy cancel for Has, and that completely changes the dynamic of this game a little bit, right? Where Coffee was probably completely fine with chilling. Now suddenly, I think there is a little more urgency on his side to make something happen. Can we just wait until we rebuild a 30C? Sure, but I mean, with that Robo Bay online, first Colossus on the production tab, not something I see ultra often from Has. It's kind of up to Coffee to do a little more, because killing all these probes early on is great. If you then don't have a follow-up for the next 4 or 5 minutes, yeah, that advantage is going to disappear real quick. So that double drop needs to get some damage done.
It's funny looking at the resources lost as well. So first of all, they're very equal, but you look at the units that have died, it's a bunch of probes and just about nothing else for Haas. Meanwhile, Coffee's lost 3 Banshees, he's lost Marines, Hellions, Reapers. So from that perspective, at least when we talk about value lost, Coffee's lost a lot more gas. And in a game of StarCraft, gas tends to dominate what you want to do. It allows you to do things. So from that perspective, actually, Haas is in a pretty solid spot. He's got 1 Colossus done, second one on the way, extended Thermal Lance, already has +1. The only thing I'm really worried about, Roddy, is how he's going to defend this base that he has. Because, I mean, there are so many high grounds. A Terran pushing through that just feels really hard for the Protoss to deal with.
I think the idea is just never let Coffee get a devastating setup. I love that Widow Mine, by the way, on the high ground. That is going to be able to get a shot off. A couple of extra probes will fall. We have more Widow Mine drops to the bottom side, and well, not the greatest explosions yet. But since the armory is online, these Widow Mines will be permanently cloaked, and you always need protection to clean them up. And this chaos has allowed to get Coffee that setup that you were very concerned about, Dio, for all the right reasons. And the worst thing for Has is that his Robo's here too, so you can't just give up on this base, but I also don't know how he's gonna save it.
I mean, I guess there are technically 3 attack paths you can wrap around. You can force the army back a little bit. That's a nice Zealot run by 7 workers will fall, but you're also losing 10 Zealots or so to that because the army is so dang close. And Haas not able to take advantage of that timing when the tanks were exposed, so now this base, I know you said the Robo's there. It's important. This base is gone. You cannot save it. That sieged up position is too powerful. Maybe if Haas had killed the rocks early on, that would have given him an option. But for now, at the very least, Roddy, now he has the high ground. At the very least, it's a little harder for Coffee to push into him.
Yeah, we're gonna get a couple of Archons as well, but I'm just not really feeling this Protoss army very much anymore. We have a couple of force fields going down. The Archons need to soak up as many Terran shots as possible. The Colossus really did its thing, but it's just not going to be enough. And game 1 will go in favor of Coffee. And honestly, perhaps that's a way that we kind of expect Coffee against Has to play out. Has playing a bit weird, Coffee just kind of staying calm, finding some damage, and eventually Great Macro is gonna carry Coffee to victory. But that makes me wonder, why on earth is he historically 0-4 against Has? How has he never been able to defeat Has in this matchup?
You know, I took a look at it at 0-4. I'm imagining that those were 4 series that were played a decent amount of time ago. Because Coffee right now is very good. Again, you talked about how good he looked last season now. Again, he lost to Nanami. I think that was the big upset here that we didn't necessarily expect. You're allowed an upset. Swiss allows for that. You do have 3 lives. So, yeah, I don't know. Although, in fairness, Roddy, Haas is one of these players that can beat pretty much anyone. Also lose to anyone, but can beat pretty much anyone on a good day if the build works right.
Yeah, no, that's true. And those games were indeed played like a little over or like around 2 years ago. And I'm sure that hasn't changed a whole lot in these 2 years. I wouldn't say that Has got better or worse. I think he's about as crazy and wild as and unpredictable as he was 2 years ago. But I guess Coffee has really made some good steps, especially in his TVP. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche at this point to always talk about that best of 3 he played against Zaun at IM Katowice, but that was, to me, and I think to a lot of foreign fans, one of the first times that we saw him on a big international stage. We were like, whoa, he didn't just win. He actually looked amazing. Like, he just looked in control, had some really good tank setups. And of course, there was some aggression that came into play, but you can't really blame a Terran for being somewhat aggressive if they are the overwhelming underdog. Somebody's asking who Rotterdam is. And I snuck into the lobby, guys, because I missed the lobby of game 1. So I was just casting up the clean feed. But I did join the lobby of game 2. And the referee was just like, Rotterdam is ? I was like, well, me? Like, I'm sorry. Is it okay if I join the lobby, Mr. Referee?
Imagine
but yeah.
not knowing who Roddy is. Like, Couldn't be me. No, you're
amazing.
Although, you talk about Haas has kind of maintained this level and Coffee has been getting a lot better. I think the one wrinkle in that is that a new map pool, and certainly a bigger map pool, 9 maps are harder to practice on than 7. If there's a time where Haas is going to level up and make the playoffs again and make a deep run, it's right now. It's a new patch. It's a new map pool. Haas is one of the few players that we have left that is very much, to use Katz's words, a creative and not necessarily an iterator. He plays a little bit more fluid. He tries to win with his mind as much as his mechanics. And when you have a new map, when you have a big new map pool with a bunch of crazy maps, and you have a new patch, that if there's any time is Haas's time, Roddy, it is right now.
Yeah, you would think that, and I was still a bit surprised to see him go for a Robo Bay, because I kind of thought that if Haas is going to take such a weird base that's like half a gold, not totally a gold, and we open up with Blink, that's fine. We followed up with Charge. Yeah, I expected that, but then I expect him to go up to 10 gateways, maybe the 8 gateways double forge, or 10 gateways with a quick prism, and just go for it, right? Send it. To see Haas just kind of take a bunch of weird bases and be like, yeah, now I'm going to take a Robo Bay, and I'm going to build a Colossus. I was like, if that's the game plan, why didn't we just take our natural? I don't know, that would seem a little bit more logical to me, but I cannot look into the great mind of Haas. Let's go ahead and hop into game 2, and I'll let you pronounce the name, because BO, they made fun of us. They said your pronunciation of this map is wrong.
Well, you know what? In the upper right here on Alkione, as I've been told it's pronounced, in the red, he's up a game, looking for qualification to the playoffs. It's Coffee.
According to Wadi and Loco, you're way off.
Well, according to YouTube, I'm right.
I think they go for El Sayoni or something among those lines. But, I like this battle. I will just watch from the sidelines, eat my popcorn, and let you guys battle it out. In the bottom left side of this map, with not 1 but 2 gold bases and a bunch of rich Vespine guys as well. We are looking at the main base of our Taiwanese Protoss. He's down 0-1. If he loses this game, no Haas in the playoffs. Let's hope he can prevent that. This is Haas. I'll be honest, mate, I'm bummed out to see either of these guys go out this early. Because coming into this season, I really filled these 2 guys in. These were probably 2 of the first 4, no, let's say 5 players that I would have filled in to make it into the playoffs. You start off with Oliveira. This day and age, I absolutely put down Firefly immediately as well. Then I'd go Coffee. Then I'd probably go Nice and Haas. I really thought that those 2 Taiwanese Protoss boys would make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with you, Roddy. I mean, again, Haas and Nice in the Taiwanese Hong Kong region were the finalists for like every season we had. They would trade championships back and forth, 7-game series, making everyone who loves PvP really happy because we just saw that happening, bounce back and forth. That is one of the downsides, or maybe one of the upsides, of us having these combined regions. You have Asia now instead of Taiwan, Hong Kong, and SE and OCA and all that. We have Americas instead of Latin America and North America, and that means that it's a little bit harder to win a region. The regions are a little bit less prescribed. Although, even as I say that, we have a reigning world champion in Asia, so Oliveira not winning this region would still be a bit of a surprise, even still.
No, absolutely, but it's not all about who wins the entire region, right? You just want to see who makes a good run, who has a surprising performance, who wins a bunch of prize money, and who gives us a reason to get really hyped over for our future StarCraft tournaments, as we do have the offline Atlanta coming up as well. Once more, Coffee is scouting in the early game is good. Haas trying to go for a 1-gate fast expand, but not your regular 1-gate fast expand. It is the one near the gold. I think he just recalled a bunch of probes, by the way, towards the gold. So he's going to saturate that immediately. And he has built the Robo at the gold base once more. Kind of want to get a shield battery here, by the way. Otherwise, it's going to be so annoying to see a units be attacked. Or you take out that debris, right? Like, don't you want to take out the debris if you're Haas?
Yeah.
At least I would.
Or, also putting this Robo on this side of the base as well. It's something you're going to worry about maybe 3 minutes later, but... you siege up tanks right here. That's a dead Robo very, very quickly, and the debris is going to go down, but Coffee taking advantage of it for the moment, and KDA charge, but he's not going to get too much more. Now, Roddy, it's going to be a Liberator follow-up. I don't know that this is necessarily the most effective play, because again, it's not like the minerals are in a corner or something.
Well,
Liberator's-
I like the idea of multi-prong though. Liberator in the main, Hellion sneaking into the gold. I actually think it's somewhat brilliant, and the main reason for that is because he already saw the Robo. And if a Protoss opens up with the Robo, that means a later blink, and that also means no Stargate. And that's where I think Liberators become very difficult to deal with, as we have 3 Hellions just YOLOing into the main base, and the coffee says, I know you were ready for 1 Hellion in the previous game, but is your shield battery good enough to deal with 3 Hellions at once? The answer is not really. In the end, we drop an overcharge. 6 probes going down this early is definitely painful. And don't forget about that Liberator that once more, I would not use it at the gold. I would send it towards the main. And I think it'd be very, very annoying for us to deal with.
Absolutely. Now, this Hellion, though, is not going to get much done. And so look at this, Roddy. We got 2 Stalkers. We got an Immortal here.
Double gold.
And double gold base. Does Haas know that this isn't a PvP?
I'm sure that he knows that part because he lost a bunch of probes to the Hellions. But besides that, yeah, no, Haas is just going all over the place. And this is what we love. This is where Kalaris and Todd lost it once upon a time with a couple of Dark Shrines. Haas is going to be a bit aggressive here. Coffee is going to look at this and be like, okay, it's annoying, but not really a whole lot more than that. And the Liberator is now sieging up on the gold. It has turned around. I think at first it was heading towards the main, but after Coffee realized that Haas was just moving out and barely has anything defending this gold, you may as well siege it up over here. And I'm just afraid that Haas at the moment is not finding enough. Hey, maybe with double gold, we saturate 2 gold mineral lines, then we warp in 20 Zealots and we can A-move a Terran? Who knows?
I mean, but it's a bit of a gas problem, Roddy. If you look at it, losing that Sentry is expensive here. He's still building Colossus tech. So, yeah, you know, build a lot of Zealots, sure. But the gas cost has been kind of painful. And again, these gold bases, you only have one refinery. You only have 1 Vespene Geyser per base. So it's going to have to be just pure Charizard and those couple Colossus. You're not going to be able to deal with Vikings all that easily because, again, Stalkers are going to start to become very expensive. And I mean, here comes Coffee right now. 3 tanks pulling the SCVs. This is how he lost in Nanami, but somehow I think this is a little bit scarier for Haas.
Yeah, I definitely think it is scary. I believe that Liberator has sieged up again, so it's a bunch of extra workers falling. Haas is going to be able to take care of the lip, but that also means that he gave up on that spot, and I love that bunker. Coffee says, bring me the debris. Now, there is a Colossus out, but I don't know how long that Colossus can stay alive against 3 siege tanks. The Warp Prism Micro is kind of cool. The Immortal Target Fire was good, but this Protoss army seems so fragile, and I'm afraid that this is going to be the end of Haas. Coffee, for the first time in his career, I believe is going to defeat Haas, unless Haas can pull off an absolute miracle with his final few Zealots, but I just don't think it's going to happen. And even if he would somehow clean this up, he has lost so many probes, BO, that I'm afraid Haas's journey in the ESL Asia Regionals is going to end here.
I mean, he does have a 2nd gold, but losing all that he has on this base, this Colossus does not seem to be long for this world here. Certainly, I mean, Viking could chase him down, so I guess he's not. And by the way, yes, the game is over, but I love this bunker position. He's in the debris spot. 0 chance that Haas can do much. But now, Coffee, where do you go from here? Haas is not going to tap out just yet. He does not leave games easily. And there's that 2nd gold. Do you attack there, or do you attack the main base? For now, though, the problem is Haas is leading Coffee directly to the other gold. The one reason he might have some joy in this game. And now as the tank siege, Zealots are going to try to get on top, though, and they're going to get there before the tank siege on up. And the Viking, well, it's not getting the Colossus down just yet. So the best possible fight for Haas, actually. It's still rough, and the Warp Prism is... no, no. It's going to get out.
It's going to... Yeah, but I think eventually it's gonna fall because the medevac can boost forward. No, that's gonna be it. The Warp Prism turns around. The Viking, controlled by Tom Cruise, gets the final shots up. Coffee takes it 2-0. And we'll see the runner-up of the ESL Summer Regionals, at least in the playoffs once more. Looked clean, honestly, pretty clean, pretty convincing. And I gotta say, Coffee, I think, learned a lot from that first game already, where he's like, okay, it's weird, I'm not totally sure. And then I think he immediately made the perfect calls in game 2, after still winning game 1, obviously, and also playing a solid game, where he's like, shield battery in the main base keeps you safe against 1 Reaper, keeps you safe against 1 Hellion. It's not gonna do a whole lot for you against triple Hellion. And after scouting the Robo, I love that Liberator, not just because it found a lot of damage early on, but once more, no Blink, no Phoenix, or a Void Ray, a random Void Ray, means that it's actually really difficult for a Protoss to take out a Liberator. And by Haas, in the end, moving his army all the way back into his goal to take out that Lib that seized up once more, that allowed Coffee to get a perfect position with his tanks in range of all the probes. And even if that fight would have gone bad, he already killed 20 workers. He would have already been happy.
Yeah, certainly. And again, it's just not only again because zealots, but also just the gas count for that. When you have that setup, when you're taking double gold like that, you can't afford it. If you're building Colossus and a ton of stalkers, it just gets very, very, very rough. But if you think about it, that has almost always been Haas's MO, right? Very little gas, charge lot type of builds. That being said, Roddy, you're right. Coffee, he moves on to the playoffs. Haas falls down, but we have more knockouts, more advancements to take a look at as this game goes on. And after the break, it's going to be a ZVZ. It's going to be Go-Go Joey. It's going to be me and Micah in 6 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
They don't say I'm a liar, but they don't call me a truther neither. And in this case, I did lie to you all. It's not going to be a ZVZ next. Instead, it's going to be a TVP. It's going to be XY. It's going to be Nanami. And Roddy, as we talk about this series, this is the player that took down Coffee to send him to that 5th and final series that we saw him win in Nanami. And also, actually, someone who also beat Coffee, and that we had XY on the upset as well. So on both sides of it here, there's a little bit of serendipity.
Yeah, I know that XY is obviously a big name in this region, and there was a time where I think we would have hyped him up quite a bit. But I'll be honest, I had somewhat low expectations coming into this season of the ESL Winter. I was like, all right, another few months have gone by. A lot of these Protoss players seem hungry and eager. I thought XY was going to have a very difficult time. Then he starts off 2-0, and he's one series away from qualifying into the playoffs. I'm like, damn, did I underestimate him that much? And he even took a map of Oliveira, so you can be very proud of that. Unfortunately, he did lose his following series against Nystan as well. Now he still finds himself here in the qualifying match. I think it's already a good run, but after that great start, I think if you're XY, you're like, oh man, I was so close. And if I would have had anybody else other than Oliveira in the 3rd round, when I had all that momentum, maybe I would have already been in the playoffs. Like, he's got a shot. I think it's going to be a fun series. Very different TVP, even though it's back-to-back TVPs, guys. This best of 3 is going to look nothing like that first one. I have no idea who's going to take it, BO. Let's go ahead and hop on into it.
There we are in the upper right in the blue. He took down Coffee, and as Roddy said, went 2-0, looking much better than he has in several years now. On Hecate, it's XY.
And once more in the bottom left side of this beautiful map, we are looking at the main base of a Protoss player. But this time around, it's not Haas, it's our Chinese Protoss, Nanami.
What a development it would be, Roddy. If Nanami last season, he bombed out, I think 0-3. He honestly didn't look all that impressive. It was his first time, though. He was new, developing into the tournament. And if in his 2nd season, he was able to make playoffs, taking down Coffee to get there again. I mean, he's in the final match, but again, so too was Coffee. What a trajectory for the young man, you know?
Yeah, no, but that's everything that we hope for, right? With regional competition, that players are able to elevate their game to the next level, and that you can compete with good players, clearly, obviously, but you don't have to immediately take out some of the finest players in the world to make a bit of prize money and have a bit of a run. And yeah, this is what we live for. Having someone make an appearance in summer and be like, oh, okay, it seems like this is a bit too much right now, but you'll get another chance against people of your own region in a couple of months from now, and let's see how you fare then. And Nanami clearly already doing a whole lot better than he did back then. We're gonna see if he can give it a crowning achievement by taking out XY here. XY is a very macro-oriented Terran. I think his macro is good. I do think it slips a little bit if too much stuff starts happening, right? If you leave him alone, you let him execute his build, I think he clearly knows where he wants to get. I feel like he's got pretty good late game control as well, with the more complex and complicated Terran armies to control. It's just how well can we stay on top of everything we want to do if there are 2 or 3 fights happening at the same time. And there is a good chance that we are going to see that being put to the test, as this probe was annoying, but the Reaper wasn't too far away yet. So the Reaper is going to draw first blood. We've got very standard openings here. Reaper fast expand on the low ground, and the 1 gate fast expand with a Twilight Council will most likely be a blink opening. And then the question is, BO, is it going to be 2 gate blink into a 3rd base? Will it be 3 gate blink with a bit of aggression and a 3rd base? Or is it 4 gate blink Stalker? And are we going to be very committed?
You know, from what I've seen from Nanami, I think it is very likely to be that 2-gate version. Is damage from that probe early on does make it a little harder for XY to go and take the base, but instead Nanami, he's going to find his way into the main base here. And at the very least, it's a scout. If he's lucky, he's going to get some worker kills, and he's going to get that SCV. Get that SCV. And there are 2 more here that are pretty low. He's going to kill 3 workers if he targets it right. Yeah, there we go. 3 SCVs down. But Roddy wasn't really a full scout. Didn't see the factory. Didn't see the starport on the left side, although he did see the gas, so you can kind of assume that's where XY would be going.
He also saw the Cyclone, so I
fair.
think that's a bit of a... It would be very impressive if XY built a Cyclone out of the barracks. So in that way, it was a scout. I'm not 100% certain if I like the idea of letting the Shade finish up in the main base. Getting 3 SCVs this early is obviously sweet, and that's a pretty big victory. But if he would have just been able to pick up that SCV that went to the low ground, then you delay that command center, right? And that also deals a lot of damage, because that means no orbital, no second mule yet. So... interesting to think about whether or not that was a good trade. I don't know if you can actually defend this Nexus immediately. Cyclone is going to lock on the probe. Would have liked to see the Nexus or the Cyclone maybe go for the Nexus, but in the end, overall, I think Nami is okay with this opening, but it is important that he's not going to take too much damage from the Cloak Banshees that XY is producing. And I wonder if XY, with all these Marines and that early Cyclone, maybe is up to no good and sends that Banshee into the main or natural and then sends every other unit into the third base?
Yeah, it's wild, Roddy. I swear that I've seen more Cloaked Banshee play in TVP in the last 48 hours, well, really the last 24 hours, than I've seen in months. Don't know what's changed. I guess it's maybe the new patch, but the ability to send your Cloaked Banshee into one base always going to be really nice, make the pressure happen as well. And we have been seeing more of these two base. Future yesterday did a combat shield Cloak Banshee play where he had Cyclones and Banshees and added Vikings on and tried to break the base like that. But it seems like, yeah, XY is going to run across the map. He's got these Marines. He's got the Cyclone. He's got more Marines rallying. And the one downside, it's only a single Banshee. But Roddy, there's no shield battery in the main base. This Banshee's going to get a lot done.
Yeah, there is an observer that's about to show up, but it's a little bit sloppy on Nanami's side because this Banshee flew past the observer, and he could have at least brought the observer in case it is Banshee. I guess he was in Cloak Banshee, obviously. I think he was banking on the fact that it wouldn't be Cloak, and there was just a single Banshee, and he'd be fine. But yeah, that's a little bit sloppy because now you lose 6 probes. Well, I think he only should have lost 1 or 2. The man does have Blink. And now it's all going to come down to taking a good fight near battery overcharge. That Banshee's going to cloak immediately. The tank is going to siege up. There's an Immortal showing up, though. And I think if a battery overcharge is active, you want to get some value out of it. You want to take this fight. And that's a really good start to the fight of Nanami as he takes out this tank. The Observer shows off as well. So he's going to be able to pick up the Banshee. He's going to be able to get the vast majority of these Marines. And at this point, I would almost say, why not go ahead and chase and try a lock on the other side of the map? Is it necessary? Perhaps not, but he just took out 2 Banshees, a bunch of Marines. He's gonna find a few more Marines and a tank. XY could be in a bit of trouble. This did not work out in the end.
And again, we're seeing that issue that, well, that Coffee ran into playing Nanami as well. You go for these early bits of aggression. It can feel maybe even arrogant considering Nanami's new. You should be able to make that happen. And then he holds, then he breaks you on the other side. So the tank's 10 of the natural stalkers in the main base. Starting to find some damage here as well. And yeah, Nanami, he has so much damage potential. Yes, that Immortal is low, but even still, there's no mining the natural. The main base, the stalkers continue to kite around. I guess 1 has died, but it's 11 dead SCVs. And if Nami wants to wedge his way in a little bit further on, that's an eBay. That's +1 that is rather vulnerable. So Stalkers, they do have to be careful. Marines are going to show up here, but they continue to find their way around again. And now this tank, I mean, if Nanami targets it down, yeah, it's going to fall down here as well. So, I mean, it should die. Nanami, kill the tank. Nanami gets the tank. And yeah, XY should not have gotten aggressive there, maybe. Nanami holds on very nicely.
Yeah, no, that was a very clean defense on the side of Nanami. Like, he activates battery overcharge. And at first, I saw a game yesterday where I was like, oh, it's between Cyan and Maru. I was like, Cyan, if only you stand a little bit further, you rely on battery overcharge, I think he would have been able to pull off a better defense. And at one moment, I thought, oh, Nanami, don't go back, because then if battery overcharge expires, just more Terran units show up, and it's only going to get more difficult. But he just kind of made some way for his Immortal to get in range of the tank, sends it forward, gets a very... I also love the Force Suit, by the way, so gets the Cyclone almost immediately, gets the tank, has an Observer showing up at the right moment, so he gets the Banshee. And then you find that many Marines. I like what XY did, where he turned around a few Marines, and he's like, okay, I hope at least a couple of them are going to make their way home. That did not happen either. Those Marines got hunted down in the end. Maybe if we had a bunker in our natural, our life would have been a bit easier, because there was 1 tank and a couple of Marines defending that natural. But if you also have a bunker, then the Stalkers and the Immortal kind of need to choose, right? Do you go for the bunker or do you go for the tank? You can't really get both that quickly with so few units, but there was no bunker. And Nanami also blinking a couple of Stalkers into the main base. Really good movement. Just kind of steamrolled XY here, who apparently has really good TVT at the moment, but perhaps the TVP is not quite up to par.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things that I'm not sure about the build choice, right? Because, okay, so Hecate's rush distance is fairly long. We saw how long it took to get across either side. And on top of that, XY, he moves in with the Banshee in the main, gets damage done, absolutely, but he's not attacking at the same time. He goes and he's microing the Banshee, and then he takes about 10 seconds, then he attacks into the third.
Yeah.
Where I think that build idea, well, again, first of all, it just shows up a little later because it's a longer map, but it's designed to pressure in the main and attack the third base at the same time. And then, Nami, what are you going to do? Are you microing against the Cloak Banshees? Are you defending against the tanks that are sieging your third? It's a lot harder to deal with. But if you separate them...
It's a lot more likely that he messes up the defense, indeed. If he's trying to deal with the Banshee in the main, and then you have to take a fight against the Cyclone, Marines, a Banshee, and a tank, it is a lot more likely that the Protoss is going to mess up. I think you make an excellent point there. I don't know if XY felt that, okay, if I hit very quickly, maybe a lot of Stalkers are in the main to deal with that Banshee, and now I can get on top of the battery at the third. Maybe, like, that's the idea, but yeah, it didn't quite play out in that way. And overall, XY will be kicking himself for not, at least at the bare minimum, having a bunker, because I think if he has a bunker, that game will just go on, and we're going to get a nice little macro game there. But I guess in his world, even if Nanami was going to get a pretty good defense, it was always at least going to linger on for a little while. And the longer it goes, the more time he has at home to crank out a few more units, siege up a couple of tanks in a good spot, and then it wouldn't have all been that problematic to not have a bunker. But Nanami was relentless. He saw an opportunity. He said, all right, force field, blink forward, immortal target fire, and he never looked back.
No, he didn't. And we're going to have to see now whether that's going to happen, because in game 2, in the upper left, he's down a game, looking to move on to the playoffs, but he's got to win 2 games in a row to make that happen. His name for Invictus Gaming is XY.
Such a good start for that man in this edition of the ESL Asia Regionals Winter, but unfortunately it was 2 in a row and he's now down 0-1 against this man who's 1 map away from making it into the playoffs, where he can duke it out with Asia's finest, and not including Korea, of course. We are looking at the main base of our Chinese Protoss, Nanami.
You know, Roddy, we look at this, and I don't know whether this is disrespect. I don't know whether this is just how they think it is best to play a Protoss player against a Protoss player in general. But this is the second series I've seen Nanami play, where his opponent has gone and has hit him with a really, almost a base and a half timing, a 2 base timing, SCV pulls. That's how Coffee tried to kill him. We saw this early aggression coming out of XY as well. And every single time, it seems like his defense, I can't speak to his aggression necessarily because XY handed him that aggression on a silver platter, but it seems like his defense is really locked down. So why does this why do we keep seeing Terran players go for it?
I think because they just believe in it, and they will probably feel that if a Protoss plays 2-gate, blink, and a quick third base, if they can't get anything done, that they just start falling a bit too far behind. I mean, Trigger is a very big fan of that opening. He did it many times. And at a certain point, the Terrans became more and more aggressive against him as well, where they just kind of felt like, okay, if we let this go, then the mid-game just becomes a bit of a hell for the Terran, where it's not just a couple of Zealots, it's a ridiculous amount of Zealots. There's Stalkers with upgrades, there's plenty of map vision with that early robo that's going to give them a couple of observers, and most likely a high-tech unit, whether it's Colossus or Disruptors. So I guess the Terrans are just not comfortable with letting the Protoss get away with 3 bases that quickly. But yeah, I mean, there are definitely ways to punish it, but that previous game, the execution just wasn't quite there. I think you really made an excellent point where he could have timed it better. Where it's like, okay, the Banshee found some economic damage now, but if we're committing that many units into the third base, that Banshee is not just looking for economic damage, right? The main role of that Banshee is to make sure that the big army at the third also performs well. And if it's a 1-on-1 instead of 2 at the same time, it feels like we were doing something that would make sense if we're playing triple CC and we're staying at home, right? Then you're looking for a couple of probes to make sure that the Protoss doesn't run away with a worker lead. But yeah, I think that was one of the biggest issues.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we're going to see XY at least level up into some type of aggression here in this game number 2. He's got that second barracks before the starport, which means quicker stim, 6 minutes instead of 7:30, something like that. And the question now is, you run across the map, there are some players that really enjoy just getting their Marines out early and moving on the stim timing, maybe even before medevacs are out. Do we go for a more tech-heavy timing, take advantage of the tanks that you're going to be able to produce, because again, well, there is a factory right here and it's going to have a tech lab. Just what is the timing, I guess, that XY is going to want to go for is really the question.
So we have a couple of extra barracks going up, right? So that is gonna kind of tell us something, that XY is at least looking to produce a lot of buy units early on. They don't always move out early with this. I see this opening and I always think back of that great run that On-Site Gaming's Rion had at IEM Katowice. Not the most recent edition, but a year prior to that. He was legitimately the first time or the first Terran to really bring this to a high-level Premier StarCraft tournament and find a lot of success with it throughout that entire IEM Katowice. But there are so many different ways to play this out. You don't have to move out with a couple of tanks and a lot of Marines and perhaps a couple of Marauders without a starport. You can also just wait for the first 2 medevacs and hit a slightly later timing, but that's obviously going to be even more devastating because then the Marines can stim and it can actually get healed up again by the medevacs, which is a really big difference than you moving out with a lot of bio units. But if you don't have any medevac support, you need to be so incredibly cautious with your stims as the Terran.
And I like this move from Nanami as well. You talk about the different timings that a Terran can hit with. Nanami here, we don't see a Robobay very quickly. Instead, he's adding that Forge, and I'm going to assume that this is going to be for a charge follow-up, heavy gateway play. And against these 7-minute timings with just tons of bio, delaying your Robotech quite a bit, delaying your splash damage technically in favor of 8 gate, 10 gate Zealots, something like that, can actually be really nice. Because those early Colossus plays, you often just don't have enough to just sit in front of it and the bio stims on top of the Colossus, everything goes down. So Nanami, with that scout, he saw that, yeah, there's 2 tech, or he saw the stim was researching on the tech lab, and now he's going to see double research here. It seems like a pretty solid adaptation from the man.
Yep. But the funny thing is the Protoss, is that there are certain things you don't control. You do not control when the Terran moves out. You don't control when they want to fight. When you go for a build like this, at this point you're saying, okay, I'm delaying my tech, right? Because I want to have a lot of units in case you attack me early with a decent-sized army. And the gateway units are going to do very well if they are in overwhelming numbers and the Terran army is still somewhat small. Like, these are the kind of move-outs that you love to fight if you open up with 8-10 gateways. If XY would wait for, let's say, another minute, and he gets way more Marines, a couple of extra Marauders, and a couple of Widowmines in the mix, then suddenly you're kicking yourself. You're like, oh, why did I not tech up? I should have teched up, but I actually think this is working out perfectly for Nanami. Of course, you need to be careful until charge is done, but he blinks forward, he snipes the medevac, and this is exactly the kind of army that he wants to be battling.
XY is just going to have to back up at this point. He sees how many Stalkers there are, and I don't know if he saw the sentries, but man, if the sentry, if he took a fight there, the sentry count would just carve him up. So he's going to back up, third base on location here. And you know, Roddy, that is the other nice thing about this build. You tend to get a fairly quicker third base than the 7:30 timing. Even still, though, losing that medevac, it does slow things down quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if I love splitting up our army. Now, of course, this can always work out, right, if the Protoss has poor defense, but I actually think the Terran play would benefit a little bit more from keeping all of your units together at this point, especially against this many gateways, because A, Nanami can always warp in units if he's out of position, and B, the Widow Mines are just always going to get picked off. If the entire Terran army is not there, you burrow 1 or 2 mines, but then they will always get picked off, because you can't really stick around. I actually think with 70 army supply against only 58 Protoss army supply, and it's pure gateway units, right now if you're XY, you want to sync up your forces, you want to keep your army together, but Nanami is going to jump on only half of the army, and that's a great call. I don't know if he can stick around forever. If we don't have a War Prism, it's in production, but it's not here yet. I don't know how much he can get done here, because there are Widow Mines. If the Widow Mine connections are good, I think the Zealots are really going to disappear rather quickly. And it seems that Nanami knows that as well, has a few too many minerals in the bank to really commit. But this is now turning into a fun game where I think both players have made a couple of excellent calls.
Dude, I know we've seen him do well before, but I am so impressed with how Nanami's playing right now. He's making the right reads. He's seeing what his opponent's going for. He's interpolating. He's figuring out exactly how he has to defend. He's playing on the edges of what he can get away with. The moment his opponent backs up, he takes another base. He's got his 4th base done. He's almost looked like he was getting ready for the 5th base very quickly. He's got Zealots in the main base right now. Nanami is playing like a Protoss beyond his years at this point. He just really seems to have the reads. The Zealots, 8 workers fallen. even this drop, he saw it, I think, on the Warp Prism. So Nami, he's got everything buttoned down. He's getting damage done. This looks like a Protoss that actually can make some decent moves in the playoffs, at least in this matchup.
Now, he's looking very good, but he's not totally home yet in this game. There are some Widowmine drops coming, and the armory is online, so the Widowmines will be permanently cloaked. Now, the cannons are going to help out a lot here. Of course, if we snipe this medevac without losing too many probes, and he does blink forward, gets it rather quickly, it is so nice to prevent these Widowmines from burrowing in multiple mineral lines. Because yes, we had cannons in this one, but there was no cannon in the natural. So if an Widowmine burrows there, then you need to bring an observer over, and it's going to be a little bit more annoying. This is all good. The double robot transition is good. I love the double forge play that we currently got going on. And he is indeed really starting to look like an excellent Protoss who is just making the right calls. He is not being too stubborn, and he didn't stay on gateway units only for too long, right? And be like, oh, I really want to make magic happen. I love how quickly he pulled back from that fight at the third base, where I was like, this is where you can really get disappointed in your Protoss units, especially if the Zealots are not covered by a Guardian Shield. But he realized that immediately. There are Widowmines, there's a decent amount of bio, pulls back, Warp Prism in the main, perfect moment, gets 10 SCVs, while transitioning, double Robo, Templar Archives, fourth base, double Forge. It's all the right plays by Nanami.
And I want to call something out as well here, is that he still has some sentries in the army, right? He hasn't fought all that much, but he's not banking a ton of energy on them. There's some. He is so active on this hallucination play. We just saw 2 hallucinated Phoenix dive into the main base from both sides, make sure he knows everything that's happening. And now at this point, I think I want to see Nanami get active across the map. He's got 4 Colossus. He's got extended thermal lance. 2-2's done in 10 seconds, or at least +2 attack is. There is never going to be a time in this game, at least not for a long time, where he's going to hit this power spike that he's hitting right now. I mean, Roddy, there are no ghosts on the map. There are 6 Vikings versus 4 Colossus versus everything else. This is, if Nanami hits this right now, I mean, this army is so powerful.
Yes, but you want to make sure that there is a Warp Prism with your arm, and that Warp Prism is now on the bottom left side. You still need to be a little bit careful, because +2 attack is about to finish up. You said no goals, but 3 goals were ready to pop. Like, when you said it, you were right, Bio. They were indeed not out yet. But a 2-2 Terran army with a lot of Marauders, with a couple of EMPs, and with a lot of Vikings is still pretty terrifying. Nanami knows that, and I think that's why he's buying time, loving this Zealot run-by, and the more well-upgraded these Zealots are, the more these Zealot run-bys will become a problem. And obviously, the more time that goes by, the better it will be for the player that's on 5 bases, as he snipes the medevac as well with a forward blink. Honestly, this is a high-level game from both sides. I think XY has made a lot of good calls. The problem for him is that for every single thing that he does right, Nanami does 2 things right, and that makes it a very complicated game for the Terran.
Yeah, the one thing I'm worried about just a tiny bit, Roddy, as we go later and later and later, is that, well, the late game Protoss army's kind of been nerfed a little bit. Disruptors are all Disruptors, though. It's got to be okay. But Disruptors, they're 1 more supply now. Again, their Novas are not as big as they were 2 patches ago. It's not quite as solid when you look at a maxed out supply, but well, XY's going to try to attack it right now, and the Disruptors are annihilating him. This is why Terrans think they're overpowered. Everything's dead to Nami. Impressive play. Moves on into the playoffs.
Oh, the good old classic, another Zealot run-by that kills a decent amount of SCVs. The SCVs were pulled back to the natural, and they were battling Zealots, and there were 1 or 2 Marauders and a Marine helping out. But if it's 6 Zealots with +2 attack, +2 armor, that takes a while, so you know you're losing a few more SCVs than you'd like, and you're like, all right, well, then this is my moment, right? I'll go for it with my Terran army. But he jumps on top of a Disruptor that gets healed up by battery overcharge as well, I believe. And, well, the Novas, yes, they are maybe a little bit smaller than they were before. But if one of your Disruptor shots explodes in the heart of the Terran army, oh, baby, is it going to hurt? And that was just a game-ending, boom, almost immediately. That Nova getting indeed healed up by the battery. Perfect job by Nanami, dropping overcharge, knowing that 1 great shot with all these Zealot run-bys is all it takes for him to win that fight convincingly, and he really did.
Yeah, no, just really nice. We were talking about it all game, but really clean play from Nanami, and it's wild. I've seen him win 4 maps that I have actively seen against Terran, and every single one the Terran tries to pull SCVs, tries to hit him with this earlier timing than even kind of a standard Terran timing might necessarily be, and he holds on, and he gets the read, and then he expands behind that, and he plays this excellent macro game, and eventually he wins because the Terran didn't get enough damage done, and the game goes on. So that's when we talk about new players, Roddy, we talk about players new to the scene. Generally, they hop onto the scene because they are good at a cheese. They're good at being aggressive, getting all in all over and over again, and doing something that maybe their opponents don't expect. Nanami's doing it by playing just clean macro play, which to me is, I mean, that's insanely impressive for someone when this is only his second season.
No, you're not wrong. I really loved his opening. I was like, that is smart. I was a bit worried for XY because I was like, oh, you're moving out with an army that's too small. But then XY immediately realized, hey, you're not teching up that quickly, so I can actually go back. I think XY made one mistake, and that is trying to go for that double drop. There is no need to go for a double drop against a Protoss that has a late Robo Bay and has 10 gates. That's what Protoss wants. Because Zealots and Stalkers are very good if the armies are small against Marines and Marauders. But if you're looking at 70 supply of pure bio against 70 supply of pure gateway units, that's when the Terran army benefits. I think that XY would have done better in that early mid-game if he kept those first 4 medevacs together, that force. He tried to sync up those forces, but then Nanami jumped at that army in the center of the map. Was a good catch, but not game over yet. And I was like, oh, if he overcommits right now and he loses too many Zealots, it's still going to be tough. But he just made a really good call. He pulled back, War Prism in the main, and that's when he transitioned into the double robo play. Like, Nanami could not have played that game, I think, almost any better than he did. Like, if you think of what is one thing that Nanami did really wrong in that game? I can't think of anything. Honestly, I think I loved every single move that he did. He couldn't have played it any better if he would have seen the entire map. Really good army positioning, great controls. Man, I just got so scared because Steadfast appeared. And I was like, I thought that somebody just walked into my camera. And I was like, oh my God, it gave me a minor heart attack there. But yeah, TLDR, great performance by Nanami. I think XY played a good second game BO. Unfortunately, his journey ends here, which is a bit sad, right? The 2-0 start, a map against Oliveira, still out in the groups.
Yeah, but sometimes it goes. And again, I think this is a better result than we did expect. But Roddy also playing spoiler a little bit because not only is there finally going to be that ZVZ I talked about going into the last break, this time I'm not lying, but there's going to be a new caster in my seat. Literally, Steadfast is going to come on over from his home up in Canada. He's going to come down to New Hampshire. He's going to take my seat. And it's going to be Steadfast and Roddy for some ZVZ action after the break. It's going to be Mio Micah and Gogo Joey for that final, for the final spot in the Asian playoffs.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Masters Asia Regionals, where we're going to hop into the third series. It's going to be a ZVZ. We'll stop with the PVTs for a little bit, and I think it's going to be a fun one. It's a feisty one. It's a historical one in this region as well, and I'm excited for it, not just because I like these two guys, and I think it's going to be a cool series to see who makes it into the playoffs, but for the first time this season, I have the pleasure to welcome Statfast to the ESL broadcast. How are we doing, Mr. Statfast? Welcome back, mate.
I am doing just great. I just got back from my first vacation in years. I feel younger. My farmer's tan is even more defined than before, just the way I planned. And I'm really looking forward to some great StarCraft 2 here on Do or Die Sunday.
That's what it is. Winners will make it into the playoffs. For all the losers, unfortunately, that journey ends here. We already said goodbye to two players. We're going to say goodbye to Zergi now. But hey, at least one of these two guys is going to make it into the playoffs. That was not the case last season. It's going to be a fun one. It's probably going to be a really wild one. So buckle up and enjoy the ride. And do not expect to see a Lambo versus Serral ZVZ here, because these two are very different. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the legend, the crazy Zerg that comes up with timings that we have never seen before. The one and only Mio Maika.
And his opponent, his former teammate. They tried to qualify together for WTL, but now they are nemesis. It is Go Joey.
Pull first on both sides. We don't see anything like Bly against E-Laser, where not one player decided to take the gold, but both of them ended up taking the gold. That was a ZVZ that I was looking at from my couch, and I was like, oh my goodness. And I was actually a bit concerned for E-Laser in that game, because I was like, now you're kind of entering Bly's world. I don't know whose world is crazy, the world of Go Joey or the world of Mio Maika. They both strike me as Zergs that make a lot of units when you expect it the least, and then are somehow still able to transition out of it up to a certain level, of course. There is a reason why the Serrals and the Darks and the Solars play a way they do, and that is because that is optimal video gaming. But the way that these guys approach their matchups, whether it's ZVP, ZVT, or ZVZ, it still looks good, right? You think it's an all-in, and then it's not quite an all-in. And then you think it's another all-in, but it's still not an all-in. And that makes it really fun to watch these two.
Yeah, and because you're expecting the all-in, you sometimes over-prepare, or sometimes you think there's another phase to it and you under-prepare, and that means you die to the first phase. It's just very difficult to play against such stylistic players. And we are going to probably see some really interesting mind games in this series because of the fact that they know each other rather well. And it's not like there's an abundance of Zergs in this particular region. We are going to see these four lanes from Go Joey. They kind of snuck around the map a little bit, but Mio Maika was prepared. Not going to be a snipe on the Queen like I'm sure that Go Joey was hoping for. And it will be a full scout, but I think he was hoping for maybe a little bit more. Mio Maika, oh, nice. Going to be able to snipe another lane on the way out. Did small potatoes, but, you know, you take everything you can get.
Yeah, I think scouting is honestly the main priority, because with only 4 links, you're not expecting to find damage. If you make 4 slow Zerglings without Zergling speed, I don't think you can really bank on killing a Queen or even finding a couple of drones. Maybe one drone, right? If you get lucky, you trap it immediately, you find a low surface area. But it's more important to get the scout off. See how many drones your opponent has made. See if the spawning pool is wiggling, if there is a quick lair or not. We do know that Go Joey has gone for a quick lair. He has used his gas for absolutely nothing so far other than that lair upgrade. So he's probably going to queue up +1 missile attacks and maybe even a second. But I think the second Evo is more for safety. Nice snipe, by the way, on an Overlord in the absolute middle of nowhere. Go Joey is making it seem like he wants to go either for a devastating roach timing, or all of this is just to be safe and he wants to go for a quick spire.
Yeah, there's potential to go kind of anywhere with it. You know, we see players like Bly. They love doing this middle of the road where they have the option for both. And they can take the 4th gas. They can stay on 3 gases. They still get that +1 melee or +1 missile and the roach speed. We're going to see, by the way, oh, The Overseer actually does complete. Mio Micah not quite able to get the denial, so that will allow Gogo Joey to get the scout. Now, there is a little bit of an onus on the two-base player to get something done with their aggression, but you can't really drone like crazy as the defensive three-base Zerg either, so you don't necessarily have to get a ton done. There is still that onus, but it's not as big as you might think. It's a little bit like TVP with the two-base pushes Terran can do, where there's a few options behind it.
What do you make of the third base that Mio Micah has taken, by the way? I feel like I pretty much see everyone take the triangle on this map, and he has actually just taken it at that 12 o'clock spot.
I mean, it's Mio Micah, so he doesn't often take a third base in this matchup as his opening setup. You can see, yeah, Gogo Joey is taking that pocket third. Maybe Mio Micah was hoping that if his opponent got really aggressive with like a fake Evo chamber, and it was actually some big roach push, that it was a little bit more wide open, and maybe Lings could deal with some kind of attack. Maybe that's what Mio Micah was looking for. Other than that, I don't think there's too much to read into with that. I think it's just maybe a personal preference. But we got something a little bit different here from Gogo Joey right here, as it's not going to be some kind of +1 roach attack just straight up, or 2-1 roaches behind it. We've actually got a very quick +1 carapace for a little bit of an off timing of a 1-1 setup that will allow him to hit pretty hard at a bit of a not random timing, but a bit of a different timing.
Yeah, I'd love to see him at least fire up +2 missile attacks. Perhaps the nerf showing a little bit here for both players. Mio Micah hit a gnarly supply block at 74-74. Biomorph showed it to us. Basically, he was maxed out on supply, had a couple hundred minerals in the bank, and only then started building Overlords. So he ended up with 4 or 5 Overlords in production at once. That was just not all that pretty. Gogo Joey hit a minor supply block. Didn't slow him down too much. The one of Mio Micah's side was worse. Gogo Joey is the one who's going to send his units to the other side of the map first. He's down in roach numbers, but a lot of the roaches are not in the right position. Bit of a move command there for quite some time. It's okay if you have way more than your opponent, but I actually think that these numbers are going to be very close. Mio Micah has a lot of roaches on the other side of the map, and he's actually just going to be fine defensively, and I think smash this defensive force of Gogo Joey. And Gogo Joey is not going to get any value out of the fact that he had a +1 upgrade advantage. He was down in units, did not see this counterattack coming at all, and this could very well just be a rather underwhelming end to game 1. I know that Mio Micah will not give a damn about it, because this game is super important. He just wants to win this best of 3, and he'll take the 1-0 lead. What an awkward moment for this game to end.
Yeah, and just an awkward game in general, I would say. Mio Micah cut drones at 44, which is good as a defensive setup, but he was gearing up for an attack timing the whole time with his own +1 missile and roach speed. And it was just kind of strange, because Gogo Joey set up for this 1-1 timing, but then also went for the +2 missile. He built a spine crawler defensively, but then he canceled it. It felt like that just felt so like it feels like they've played on the ladder so many times, or they've played in smaller tournaments so many times, and there was something that we didn't see there that they saw between each other, and I think it led to a really big misread from Gogo Joey, and it ended up with a bit of a lopsided game 1. But good job from Mio Micah. Clearly there's some mind games happening well below the surface.
Yeah, I think Gogo Joey just expected Mio Micah to be way greedier, or maybe banked on the fact that Mio would only make a couple of safety roaches and try to go into Aspire, and then Gogo Joey is like, I can hit him while he's spending money on Aspire, while he's banking up some resources to get some Muras out. But whatever he saw, whatever he thought, it clearly was not there. Like, yeah, he had a few more units initially at the third of Mio Micah, but that honestly wasn't the overwhelming advantage, where you can move command deeply in between those bases, be like, now as soon as I start fighting, I'm going to wipe the floor with his units. And then on top of that, he did not have an answer for all these units that Mio rallied to his side of the map. I mean, looking back at it, it's like, Gogo Joey, if we're down 10+ roaches, we shouldn't be aggressive, right? We should be defending. If we're playing double Evo and we want to get +2 missile attacks, we should try to wait until at least those upgrades are out. And if Mio wants to attack into you, that's fine. Then you've got defender's advantage with your queens. You've got the quicker reinforcements popping. And maybe then you can buy enough time to at least get +2 missile attacks. And then we can start dreaming about being aggressive. Bit of an odd one, but kind of, I guess, what we expected between these two.
Yeah, a lot of mind games, a lot of strangeness in general. And ZVZ is already a matchup that can be strange as a rule. But when it's two players that inherently embrace the chaos of, you know, quote unquote random build timings of like you build units at a timing that is very off meta, when they both do that, it can look a little bit funky. But I do want to give big kudos to Mio Micah. He played that out really cleanly. He clearly had a read on Go Joey that was just really solid. And Go Joey for his part, he kind of did a few things that didn't make a ton of sense in terms of his build. Like that Carapace timing implies that you want to hit a timing, but then he gets the +2 missile, and then he gets that spine crawler, and then he cancels it, and then he moves out when his opponent's building pure units. Like you said, I think he was expecting a Spire, but instead it was more of like a kind of a Solar-esque, ultra dedicated timing, really clean, not a cheese, but just a very aggressive move that says, okay, if you're not dealing with this perfectly, I'm going to kill you. And it kind of hit right into the perfect setup for Mio Micah.
Yep, game 2 is going to be played on the American server. We are on Singapore now, and the map that we will battle on is going to be Site Delta. For Go Joey, it is now or never. Obviously, making it to the final round of the Swiss group stage is good, right? I don't think many people thought he was going to win 2 series necessarily. We know that he's a good player. He's a wild one. So I think he can already be kind of proud of his run. If the journey ends here, you can say it is what it is. I think at least you want to go out with a proper fight. You want to make your opponent sweat. Historically, Mio Micah is a big favorite over Go Joey. He wins around 3 out of 4 series. But 3 out of 4 is not like he won 15 in a row, right? Or he never beats the guy. Like 3 out of 4 is like, okay, I have a tough time with this dude, but if the stars align, it's ZVZ. I can put up at the bare minimum a fight, and I can steal a decent amount of games. That first game is not a game that Go Joey can possibly be happy with. Not just because it's a very important and big moment. It's just that very little happened. And then it just ended. And we attacked when we shouldn't have attacked. He also hit a tiny supply block. So maybe that gave him a few less roaches than he was supposed to have. But overall, if you're down 10 plus roaches, you cannot be the aggressor in ZVZ.
And here we go. We've got spawning up in the top left. He is looking to rectify some of those mistakes and find his footing in this series. It is Go Joey.
And in the bottom right side of Site Delta, we're looking at main base of our Vietnamese Zerg, the crazy one, the one that we would all love to see in the playoffs as well, because he can come up with some weird stuff, especially in the ZVP matchup, that just makes us all look at StarCraft a little different. This is a lovely little fella. I hope that he can actually make it to the offline event as well. That'd be fantastic. It is Mio Micah.
The King of Sea, as we like to call him. Like I said, he is a player that pretty much pull first every game in ZVZ. Or I actually don't know if I said that, but I had the thought. But he pretty much always opens up with that 17 pool in this matchup. Go Joey, he is going to go back to a more standard hatch first. So he's going to be playing a little bit more of his own, well, his own comfort, Go Joey. And I think it's important when someone is super stylistic not to try and play their game. I think it's important that you play your own game. So I'm glad to see Go Joey going back to a little bit more standard setup here.
I would love to switch it up overall a little bit. Like last game, we didn't make circling speed. Obviously, there was no Link Bane phase. I think that Go Joey is a pretty damn good Link player. If I go back to some of the games I've seen of him in this tournament as well, feels that he's quite quick. And if you are quick, if you have a lot of APM to spare, you know, sitting on 2 base roach pulse, I mean, that's something that the old people do, right? If you're getting a little bit slower, you're like, all right, Can't really rely on the speed anymore, but can still hit a gnarly timing. I'd love to see Gogo Joey try to make some magic happen with just a lot of Lings and Banes early on and dictate the pace of the game a little bit more, because clearly last game he gave up all that momentum by the opening that he chose, and this didn't really go anywhere. Miomaika is the one who's got Zergling speed on the way. Gogo Joey does not. These 4 Lings, as I said earlier, you can maybe get a drone. You kind of need to pin that drone down immediately. And if your opponent is paying attention with 4 Lings defensively here, Miomaika can't really do anything, but it's a bit of a scout.
Yeah, it's a nice little scout, and he is a bit of a pain right there with that. So, you know, doesn't get anything done, but he still sees, yup, hatch first, yup, everything's where it should be. You're not doing anything weird. But as you said, yeah, I think I would have preferred that third base. This time, once again, it is going to be that fast layer. Miomaika, for his part, is going to be going for Ling speed, but no third hatchery just yet. I think Gogo Joey trying to get the scout here, but no, he's going to turn around and skirmish these Lings. Oh, Miomaika, tiny mistake. Loses one more. But once again, these are small potatoes trades. I am curious, though, what Miomaika is planning with 2 bases and Ling speed. Is he going to be going for a quick Spire in this game?
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling some Spire vibes as well, because he lets Ling speed finish up. And a couple of Zerglings are going to make it into the main base, though. Now, that's the biggest scout, right? This is very useful information for Gogo Joey. I don't know if he actually saw Lings moving quickly towards the end, but...
that's what I'm wondering, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, he's going to see that anyway, right? He's got an Overlord in the center of the map right now, so if he didn't see it before, he's going to see it right now, and he'll be like, huh, so 2 base, but a Zergling speed. And indeed, more often than not, that means that the Zergling player wants to go into a Spire. This map is a little bit smaller than the previous one, and I look at the center of the map, and I can already see a bit of a German highway form, right? A little bit of a creep autobahn to just rally a whole bunch of roaches to the other side of the map. Gogo Joey has gone into roaches a bit earlier. He has supply block here for a split second, and he's going to lose one more Overlord, but he's got plenty of Overlords finishing up. I think the man is going to hold down the roach button and just rally roaches to the other side of the map. +1 missile attacks is going to be done. And I don't know how Miomaika can defend that. With 2 base, a Zergling speed, yeah, with spines, exactly. But he's going to need a lot more than 1 or 2 spines. This is one of these games, I think, StatFast, where you need a silly amount of spines if you even want to think about holding this.
Yeah, I agree. He's building that first spine to start, and he did build the Roach Warren. It was, of course, later than, you know, previous, but he is having that roach tech available. But I think against a really dedicated +1 roach speed attack, this is almost the opposite of what we saw in game number 1. This is exactly what Gogo Joey wants to be going up against with his setup. And as you said, there is the creep dropping down. Miomaika not building any more spines. He can't afford it. I think he needs to cancel the Spire. I don't think he's got the resources for it.
Now, I don't hate the Spire when it's this far along, but I think moving the spine to the low ground, trying to defend all 3 bases, I think that's a little bit adventurous, but Miomaika did go into roach production rather early himself, so I guess he feels that he can barely hang in there, but obviously he does not have +1 missile attacks here, so he's fighting with inferior roaches. It also won't take too long for the Gogo Joey reinforcements to show up. So far, not too bad, though, on Miomaika's side, as he is going to push this back, and we've got just one Mutalisk on the production tab, now the second one as well. But I actually think Mio did really good there in the end. I thought moving the spine to the low ground was a bit of a mistake, and maybe it would have been better on the high ground. But because he dropped his Roach Warren, and he did go into Roach production when he did, it was all barely good enough, right? He could kind of get away with it. Now he's got a Spire. Gogo Joey is going to try to attack again, but the Roach numbers are so damn similar at the moment that, sure, Gogo Joey, you've got +1 missile attacks. I don't think he can really be aggressive anymore, StatFast.
No, that was just so well done right there by Miomaika. The Spine Crawler got exactly what it needed to done, which was just barely tilt the fight enough in the favor of Miomaika. We're going to see an attack coming in onto the third base, but it's a bit of a bait and switch. He turns around and he's going to trap the army. Oh, Gogo Joey. He knows he was going to lose a lot from the Mutas, and Miomaika advances on to the next round. That was a bit of a painful series.
Yeah, it really was. You would think there's some potential there for Gogo Joey in his build. Maybe he jumped the gun because we did mention it supply block once more, and he had a lot more roaches than Miomaika. But once the fight took place, it's like that didn't really look like he had a whole lot more roaches. But he still just went for it, maybe thinking that this is my moment. I've got +1 missile attacks. This trade is going to be fine. In the end, it wasn't fine. Then you need to go back. You need to wait for reinforcements. And I think to make matters even worse is that Gogo Joey also dropped a Spire. So basically, he thought, okay, I can turn this game around by going into some Mutalisk. But then he realized that Miomaika, his Mutas were already out. And obviously, he could not get the third base, was going to lose a lot of units. And Gogo Joey just felt, nope, this is not going to be it. I can no longer win this game. So he taps out. Miomaika wins. Honestly, a relatively one-sided series. We knew historically he wins 3 out of 4, so he came in as the favorite. But I thought this would be a bit more dramatic, Statfest. I thought we're going to have a bit of back and forth where Mio lands a blow and then Gogo Joey lands a blow, and we're going to go into different routes. But basically, both games, one fight, GG.
Yeah, and I'm like I'm rewatching the fight. The Spine Crawler went down pretty quickly, but it just feels like that was exactly what Gogo Joey was looking for. Like, he hits the +1 roach speed timing against a player who's going Spire. There was no roach speed for Miomaika. I don't know. That just felt like maybe it was a bit of an off day from Gogo Joey. Very well done for Miomaika. I don't want to take anything away from him because everything that Miomaika did felt like it was perfectly tailored to deal with Gogo Joey. I got to agree with you. It felt like this was going to be a clash. And instead we kind of saw, Miomaika like judo flip Gogo Joey 7 times, and he was out before he hit the floor.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite the epic and dramatic series that we were looking forward to. But that does mean that we are now officially done with the ESL Masters Asia region. I don't know if we're going to take a look at the standings, but we know the 8 players that have made it into the playoffs. Unfortunately, the Gogo Joey is the last one, did not make it in. So we're going to say goodbye to XY, Has, Oriana, Maxhead, SCV, T-Ball, and Silky. The top 8 of this region is JG, Oliveira, Nice, Firefly, Cyan, Coffee, Nanami, and Miomaika. They're going to duke it out with each other in the playoffs. At least one Zerg this time around in the top 8 of ESL Masters Asia. I don't think in the end too many surprises in this region. We had some surprises early on, like XY defeating Coffee. But if I look at this top 8, I would be like, yeah, I can absolutely get behind this. Like, nothing too shocking. Maybe Has not making it is a bit of a surprise to some. But I think with how volatile and how fragile the playstyle is of Has, you know that stuff can happen.
Yeah, I got to agree. That's the one that jumps off the page at me. But like you said, he played very volatile, especially in this last match against Coffee. Coffee looked really solid with his aggression. The Banshees were super effective. Haas was kind of a little bit all over the place. He took, what was that? A total of 4 proxy bases in the 2 games that they played. When you do that, like, you really have to be the one in control of the game, and he wasn't. And I mean, that's kind of how the cookie crumbles at that point. But ultimately, I got to agree with you. It's mostly a top 8 that's going to produce some very exciting games.
Well, that is going to do it. We'll obviously hop into that top 8 starting next week. For now, we'll say goodbye to Asia and we'll get ready for Europe because it's also Decider final do or die Sunday in the European Swiss format. A couple of very fun games ahead of us. Spots against Christiana. One of them is going to be very happy. The other one will be very sad. Mana versus Goblin, and that's a series that I really have my eye on because I just love it. It's obviously an old school veteran against a new kid that's been around for a little while right now. Mana had a tough start to this group stage. He was 0-2, was down 0-1 as well when he was 0-2 in series, so he was 1 map away from being eliminated. Now all of a sudden, Mana still finds himself here in the final play day. And we've got Bly against Shutdown. Bly, to me, potentially the biggest upset so far, just doing way better than I thought because he hasn't been all that active. And we know Bly, ZVP. I think Europe is going to deliver that.
Oh, I agree. I think of any player maybe that benefits the most from this becoming a Swiss format, it's Bly. You give him a little bit of prep time, you throw him up against a Protoss of really any recognition, and he's going to come out with something that just breaks the brain a little bit. It's so much fun. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the European region.
And that's
once
obviously,
again,
by the way, just Group A. I was only talking about Group A. We've got a lot more good stuff because we also have stuff like Young Jacob against Harstem. And that's a matchup that we've seen quite a few times over the last 6 months where the captain often looks like he's still a bit better. He's a bit more experienced, but this really is a platform, a stage where Young Jacob truly wants to stand out, right? And wants to break into the upper echelon of the European region. You got Gang Fu, Milky Cow. Good run by Milky Cow so far. And we also have Wayne against Serral. So there are 6 amazing best of 3s still to be played in the European Swiss format, as StatFest is showing us the groups. But I think for now, we can just go ahead and take a little 6-minute break. And after that, we'll be back to hop into Europe final Do or Die Sunday, the Swiss format. We'll see you guys soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most important match for these players. I mean, every single match in Swiss format is very important because it is the 3 strikes and you're out, 3 wins and you're through. Very simple concept. Obviously, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but ultimately, we're at the point where if they win, they're through. If they lose, they're out. And an experienced player like Harstem is absolutely going to be wanting to make his way through. Whereas young Yakov, he's going to be looking to crack his way into the top 8 of the group and top 16 of Europe for, well, what would be a pretty big leap forward in his career. He's looked really good, especially in ZVT recently. But ZVP, I think he's still got some growing. Oh, it was a fantastic one. If you're anywhere in the area, you don't want to miss it. It is, well, it's going to be a really exciting event. The casters will be back on set, so you'll have an opportunity to meet your favorite individuals, of course, your favorite players. It's definitely worth checking out if you haven't already done so. If you're, well, even if you're not in the continental United States or anywhere in North America, even if you're in Europe, just take the trip.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to get to talk about a little bit about our European or our players. And by the way, sorry about that. My mic was muted to stream briefly, but at least Steadfast could hear me. So yeah, well, you got half of us, you know, you at least got the response. But we're now going to talk about this series a little bit more because it's Hearthstone. It's going to be Young Yakov. Hearthstone is in fact a Zerg and not, or is in fact a Terran or a Protoss and not a Zerg. There we go. But again, Steadfast, you mentioned here that this is a setup where Hearthstone is very good. He took down Raynor recently. Young Yakov, his ZVP might not be as solid as his ZVT is. Well, this is one best of 3 to prove just how good it is.
Yeah, and talking about it historically, he actually has beaten Hearthstone the last time they played in an event run by Wardy. And I believe looking at the date, that would be just, oh, when did the patch drop? I don't know why I'm putting myself on the spot like this. I do this all the time. That was either just before or just after the patch dropped, which is actually really important information as to the state of things, because right now, in recent history, Hearthstone took a series off Raynor. It was granted in one of those weekly cups, not the level of stakes that we normally see, but it's still a big deal.
Certainly. And well, we're going to have to find out what situation we are in, whether Hearthstone's on that form or not, because game 1 is hard led. We're ready now, right into it. And of course, in the upper left here, in the blue for the Shopify Rebellion, looking to maintain some of that form that took down Raynor. His name is Hearthstone.
And his opponent coming in with a 15-15 and Eric opener. It is the young up-and-coming player, Young Yakov. And I did just look it up. It was, in fact, 1 week before the patch officially released. And I just want to make sure that it wasn't... No, it was played on the old patch, because I do know that Wardy has run a couple of balance test mod tournaments. This was not one of them, so it is, in fact, on the old patch. Hearthstone, he is definitely the kind of player that is going to know how to take advantage of, you know, some of the changes in the recent ZVP.
Yeah, certainly. And if you talk about that, honestly, seeing Hearthstone beat Raynor on the previous patch is maybe even more impressive than winning on this patch. Yeah, certainly. The changes in ZVP weren't that big, but the big one was that, well, Banelings now, even with +2, they 2-shot probes. They don't 1-shot probes. And a player like Raynor, who is so good at that multi-prong, at just playing fast and getting run-bys all over the place, he is one of the players that more than, say, I'm trying to think of a good example, more than, say, maybe Lambo or someone, really takes advantage of those harassing, aggressive options. So if you can beat him in that setup, then we're good. You know, that's even more impressive.
Oh, I should clarify that he lost to Young Yakov on the old patch. He beat Raynor on the new patch.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah. So yeah, just I realized I kind of crossed wires up there. Didn't want to didn't want to lead you too far astray. But as you know, as we're talking about this, it's like, oh man, talk about the game. Well, there's not a whole lot to talk about. Delayed warp gate. We've got the Stargate. This is as standard gets. Besides, of course, Young Yakov doing that 15-15, but I would say that's become a standard of its own. You prevent the hatch block, and it's just, well, it's a nice way to set yourself up.
You know, Steadfast, you say that. I think there are players for whom it has become standard, but yes. I wouldn't go so far as to say that 15-15 in this matchup is standard yet. It's nice. It means you get your hatchery on your natural, almost guaranteed. You have to go very early with the probe, but even still on some maps, you're not going to get the block off. But you do slow yourself down in other ways a little bit. You lose a little money off the cancel, and there are players that are very happy to, yeah, okay, take the third base, be a little bit slowed down by getting hash blocked, but everything else lining up really nicely. But for now, 2 Adepts are going to try to shade into the mineral line here. And with Lings on top, well, it's only 4 Lings. That's not a ton. It looks like Hearthstone, he's not going to commit.
Yeah, you never want to just dive in blindly and assume that there's only 4 Lings. And, you know, then your Adepts get caught. You lose all your map control. It can get messy pretty quickly. We are going to see the Oracle coming on in. I wonder if Hearthstone will shade forward with the Adepts now, but it looks like not going to be the case. Did Hearthstone get the scout on the very quick layer is my question. The answer is no. He actually just barely missed it. I am surprised that he wasn't able to see that. I'm wondering if this is going to be a very fast Spire. No, it's going to be super quick Hydras. Okay, we talked about the patch. That is one thing that was significantly changed, is the speed of the Hydra upgrades.
That is true. Although, again, it could have been worse. For a moment on the initial version of that patch,
yeah,
we were looking at... So the Hydra, the upgrades, each room now moved to 71 seconds, I think it is, to upgrade, which is faster than it was. But the initial version... Sorry?
It's even faster than that. The Hydra range is, I think, 50 seconds. Combined, it's not as fast as when they were combined, like when you combine the times, but it is a lot faster than it used to be.
Yeah, so again, the point is they combined them, they made them cheaper and made it faster, and it was just ridiculous. That being said, you're right, though. There are some really powerful timings available. Hydra speed now going to be on the way. And a lot of these Hydra builds, Steadfast, they time out really nicely against the Stargate into Blink Stalker type of idea, because Stalkers, they're great against early game units from the Zerg. They trade tremendously well against Roaches. With some stasis traps with Lings off creep, they can do fairly nicely, but Ling Hydra against this, it shreds Stalkers.
That it does, and we don't see a very quick charge. It will, in fact, be that Blink charge, just a little bit faster, and of course going to be a little bit more powerful against the Hydras if you can close the distance. But Young Yakov, he's setting up for this. He's shown the Hydras, and now he starts up a ton more drones. He's got an Evo chamber behind this. This is not going to be some ultra dedicated 55 drone Hydra Ling all in, but it still could be just a little bit more. Well, actually, hang on. No, he's still on 5 gases. He's just now taking them. This could still be that very dedicated attack, although it's going to hit a little bit later if it does, because he's got that +1 missile on the way. He starts up the infestation pit now. Young Yakov is really trying to throw Hearthstone curveballs, but Hearthstone being very active with these oracles. He got a couple of pickoffs earlier. He's going to scout the infestation pit. That is some really good information, because now it's going to allow him to continue his own tech forward and not just get caught out over defending against an attack that may or may not even come.
So Steadfast, there's, one of the problems with curveballs is that if you're too young, you're too inexperienced, you tend to throw your arm out. And that is always an issue when we're talking about it. The Zerg player, or really anyone that's trying to be as tricky as Young Yakov is. You go back and forth and show aggression while you're droning behind. And if you're not careful, just by trying to just be crazy and mess with your opponent, you're going to put yourself behind. So Young Yakov, his port base only just now getting started. His drone count only at 61. His army supply isn't incredibly impressive either, although triggers the stasis traps very nicely there as he tries to get a little aggressive. And yeah, he's transitioning. There's a hive on the way, adding in that lurker den. But I wonder at what point we can say, hey, Young Yakov, you tried to do so many things and haven't done any of them, that you just kind of put yourself behind by not really committing to anything.
Yeah, we will see a little bit of a jump in the middle of the map. A couple of Stalkers do get picked off, and Hearthstone, it's good that he's playing aggressive, but he's got to be a little bit more careful with his units if he is going to be so far forward onto creep. Obviously, you don't want to lose any units, but the tech of Hearthstone is looking pretty solid right now. We've got ourselves a couple Colossus on the way. However, Young Yakov is going to have lurkers, and they will be able to get those hive upgrades on the way pretty quickly. You did point out very nicely there that not all the creep was picked off by that revelation. So a little bit of kind of missing the crossing of the T's, the dotting of the I's, so to speak.
Kind of an awkward blink there as he tries to, I guess, trap the Lings and instead just lets them go on. But it's fine. Warpins are going to kill off the rest of this. So Hearthstone will get the Lings there. And now Hearthstone, you talk about the lurkers and having those upgrades set fast. Well, first of all, those upgrades, the hive is done. The upgrades haven't been started yet. Hearthstone has a timing right now before the Vipers have energy, before the lurkers are sufficiently on the field. We've got 5 of them again. No lurker range, no lurker speed. With this army from Hearthstone, it is just going to be better, but you have to be so careful because of the lurker spread right now. And with the Spore out front, it's hard to get vision on them. So Hearthstone, I guess, despite maybe having a slim timing before everything is properly ready, probably not going to go for it. Just hold the high ground for now.
He's got to wait for that extended thermal lance because right now the lurkers still outrange the Colossus, and the Colossus obviously don't want to. It's great when the Colossus outrange the lurkers. You got 9 range against 8 range lurkers. That's fantastic. You just sit at range and you just pick away at them. But when your opponent has the range advantage, you just can't do too much with the Colossus. They're better if they're sieging. They don't want to be fighting straight up. But regardless, Hearthstone, he's not looking to overcommit. He's not looking to go too deep. He's clearing creep. He's adding on Storm. He's got a 2nd Forge and a 5th base. Disruptor tech also being added on. But Young Yakov, oh, look at that. He's going to find himself one of these disruptors here. That's a nice little pick off for the Young Zerg. Oh, very aggressive blink forward into the lurkers, but there's nothing to really cover for them. Hearthstone, oh, that was very awkward. He ends up losing. I think he just lost all 3 oracles. Oh, that is a pretty big mistake right here. You talk about vision on the lurkers, and those oracles are crucial for that.
No, you really can't fight. Yes, technically observers exist, but it is not uncommon for a Zerg to have overseers, to have spores in front. And then the job of the remaining Hydras, their job is to target that observer down, make it impossible for the Protoss player to fight. So Hearthstone, without those oracles, I mean, his timing is done. He's moving into, we see the fleet beacon going down. He's moving into that next stage, but what I think is pretty cool here, and you have to be careful because it's very easy to throw these zealots away eventually, but he's got warp prisms. No, I'm sorry, that's observer speed on the way. So he should be at least have a little bit more control, maybe a little bit less worried about losing observers to an overseer or something like that. But it's still, again, fighting with observers to get your detection is not the easiest thing in this setup.
No, not so much, especially when you're attacking into the Zerg. Now, Young Yakov, we talked about the range on the lurkers. He just never added it. Yeah. He never added it at all. He went up to the adaptive talons, which is great for the burrow speed, but you need the range if you're going to fight a Colossus-based army, and just in general, you need the range. We do see Hearthstone trying to mix it up with a couple of Zealot run-bys. There was a Disruptor that was abducted before, but this is a lot of Zealots on the left side. There are some well-placed spines, and that's gonna buy enough time for Young Yakov to deal with this. Hearthstone, meanwhile, in the middle of the map, he will be able to deal with this small contingent of Young Yakov, and that's gonna be a pretty good cleanup, I would say, for Hearthstone. We're in a bit of a weird game state right now where they're both ready kind of to advance their tech a little bit further. Like, we've got the fleet beacon. We're just actually, never mind. We're just going to see the mothership and 4 robos. Okay, so you talk about advancing the tech. This is something that is kind of enabled by the new patch a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is not something we would have seen a month ago. Certainly not. And of course, when we talk about the mothership, it's important to point out what's changed. It no longer has energy. It's now everything is a cooldown. It's a little bit smaller. It's a little bit faster. It's a little bit cheaper. Those high, if we had lurker range, it'd be a problem, but we don't have lurker range, so it's fine. And on top of that, well, again, it's faster, it's cheaper, it moves around a little bit better, and it really does seem to be designed about playing a lot more aggressively. Now these lurkers, they're gonna get caught up by their lonesome steadfast.
Yeah, they are. The High Templar are so low in HP, but they all survive in the orange. And a lot of lurkers end up going down. That could have been very bad for Hearthstone. Could have lost a lot of high-value spellcasters. We do see these Baneleys trying to come in on the right side. And the lack of the... Well, I mean, they don't have +2 melee anyways, but they, Young Yakov could have prioritized that. We can see the patch having a profound effect. Meanwhile, Warpin in the main base is going to get up and rolling. Looks like this is going to become a big problem here for Young Yakov. Going to draw a lot of Lings out of position. Hearthstone may try and move forward during all this, but it looks like the Lings and Hydras aren't going to be enough to deal with that.
Yeah, for now, we got 3 Colossus, a couple of Mortals, so many potential storms. Feedback, beautiful on those Vipers now. And maybe this is going to be Hearthstone's timing a little bit. He's going to get some drones randomly on the map. That's always rather nice. And Now the Warp Prism with that speed is going to find its way into the main base once again. More Warp Ins here. We do have to point out, though, that Hearthstone is committed to shield, not to armor, so it helps his Stalkers really nicely, helps anything in the sky. Not quite as good for the Zealots, as now he's going to punch through a ton of spines. With the Lurkers right there, you do have to stay at range at the moment, and really, Steadfast, this is just a delaying action. The Zealots in the main base, 21 dead drones, and it's a base as well. Hearthstone hitting on both sides right now.
Yeah, he's doing a phenomenal job right there. By the way, you talked about the shields. The Observer actually survived because it had the shield upgrade against the Spore Crawler. It survived with 2 HP because of the additional armor he had on that shield upgrade. So kind of a handy effect right there. Meanwhile, a little counterattack on the top right side was, it looks like, deflected by just, well, there's just a lot of static defense here. Meanwhile, Hearthstone, I mean, he is cruising right now in this game. Both players do not have a big bank, but it is Hearthstone who is going to be outmining his opponent by a significant amount right now.
That is, but I mean, that's a lot of Hydras, a lot of Lurkers. If you get the right fight, it can be scary, but there are
but it's Storm Colossus.
There are so many storms. We're looking at like 10 Eye Templar right now. That is hard to deal with. And Yakov, we're running into the situation. He's got a ton of gas. He's got 3,000 gas almost, but does not have a lot of minerals. So any sort of tech transition is going to be hard. And it seems like his transition is no transition at all. Not really. He's adding 2 Nidus networks for that counterattack, for the ability to maybe find its way into the main base. But I don't think Hearthstone gives him that time.
I don't know that he does, but one thing that is missing as well is still that Lurker range. We are going to see some Storms on the right side really hitting those Hydras hard. Nice abducts on a couple of power units, grabbing an Immortal, an Archon, and a Colossi there, but Hearthstone now kind of has position on this base a little bit. The Immortals, they are going to stand strong. There's the Mothership's cloaking field being activated manually. No detection for a little bit. Finally does show up for young Yakov, but there is just so much firepower in this Protoss army. The Storms, the Immortals, the Colossus, Hearthstone crushing through with that powerful Protoss army. And we'll take game number 1.
Dude, that was a cool game. It's not often that we get to see, okay, so sure, Cyclones, they're showing up in a lot of games right now, but in this matchup in particular, I haven't seen a lot of games that are, you can look at it and say, wow, this game would be very, very different if this was a month ago. This would be very different before the patch because we saw the quad robo, we saw the Mothership pop out as it did. We saw, well, Banelings not kill as much as they should have, although again, it was still only +1 when that happened. And I think the coolest thing about this Mothership change, by the way, is a little bit, it's a small one. So previously, the Mothership would just cloak, right? Everything under it would cloak. Now it's an activatable ability. And it's one of those things where because it's not on all the time, it's easy to forget that it can do it. It's easy to, for a second there, not have your detection forward, not worry about it. And we saw that the cloak timing, that when it was a perma-cloak, didn't always make a big difference. It kept your Eye Templar alive in the ball, but not in these timings. All of a sudden, we saw Hearthstone, he triggers the cloak, he ends the game. Because there was not an Overseer properly in the right location, because this is a change, and because this is new. So, I don't know, it's pretty cool when you see a change and make an immediate impact in a game.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But I think the bigger impact is forgetting Seismic Spines.
Yes.
Forgetting that massive upgrade. It is, well, it's an oversight that at this level you just can't afford. And Hearthstone does a great job, punishes that, and now finds himself 1 map away from advancing. Young Yakov, he's shown a little bit of nerves. He's going to have to tidy things up for the next game.
That he will, but his opponent in the bottom right playing around with all the new units, all the new changes. For the Rebellion, up 1. It's Hearthstone.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left, it is the red Zerg player, young Yakov. For Twisted Minds.
And I gotta say, Twisted Minds, they've had some pretty solid pickups, right? They pick up Classic in the game right before Gamers 8. He goes and he takes down Serral, and I think if he gets anyone not Cure, he makes a much deeper run in the playoffs. They picked up young Yakov, who has actually had a pretty solid season this year. In general, they're doing a really good job of picking up established talent that can go higher, but also, younger players, newer players that also have maybe a little bit more of a ceiling than have a pretty solid ceiling.
Oh, I mean, I've seen some of Young Yakov's ZVTs, and I will tell you that his ceiling is huge. Now, I'm not going to say that he would have won that game if he'd built Lurker range, but it would have been a drastically different game. I don't think Hearthstone would have been able to make some of the attacks necessarily that they wouldn't have gone as well as they had, and then maybe he's not able to break through as effectively. Young Yakov still fought a pretty darn good game without an extremely critical upgrade. Once again, I'm not going to say that he'll win the game, but it's very interesting. I really kind of wish that he hadn't forgotten the upgrade so we could see what that 4 robo quick mothership style kind of looks like played out over the course of, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Let's say Hearthstone loses 6, 8 immortals in a big fight, something goes really wrong, but then he just replenishes them in a matter of like a minute and a half. Like that's a really interesting concept to me, and I'm excited to see more of it in the future. So I'm just excited about what Hearthstone's doing to this matchup.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny, you talk about things as well. And when I was talking to players about these changes that we got and the balance changes that we got in the last patch, and one of the arguments was that, okay, so Zerg will go to Sky Zerg, not because Protoss forces them there, right? Or not because Protoss goes Sky Toss, because they can't deal with the Zerg ground. In fact, it's kind of the other way around, where this Zerg or this Protoss ground army of Colossus and Disruptor and Storm and maybe a couple Immortals eventually becomes impossible for the Zerg to fight on the ground. That's why they go Broodlords. That's why that is as it is. And we kind of saw that right there, right? We saw Yakov. Maybe Lurker range would have made a difference, but that army was just so powerful for Hearthstone, where I kind of wish, even if he had that Lurker range, I would have he had the gas for it. I would really have liked to start to see some sort of Broodlord transition, because I mean, when you have Steadfast, when you have 3 Colossus and you have 4 or 5 Immortals and you have all these Archons, tell me, what exactly does that do against a bunch of Broodlords?
It doesn't do too much, but ultimately, Broodlords are expensive. They are still siege breaker units. They're still, while they are a lot faster physically than they used to be, they did take a hit in terms of their actual fighting prowess. So it's a little bit interesting. Now, we did see Young Yakov. He got in kind of a Dark-esque Ling slipping past at a funny timing, which, that's really nice to find out. Ooh, very quick layer coming in at the natural. Okay, my gut tells me this is going to be Ling Queen Nidus, but we will see in a little bit if that is what Young Yakov has planned. There are drones going down on the other side of the map, but we're going to see a cancel on the third base. No, it's a kill. Oh, that's big. 6, 7 drones do go down. This is a lot of damage coming in from both sides. I'm not sure who I like that for more. Initially, my instinct says Hearthstone, but losing that third base is really painful for the Protoss. I mean, he actually might lose a hell of a lot more.
On the flip side, though, Steadfast, if this is, of course, Yakov was scouted, so maybe he changes his mind. But if this was Hydroling Queen, the fact that you are not even trying to defend your third base is kind of a granted, it would have been much better if it was a cancel, not a kill. But it's kind of almost a pseudo buff to the Protoss, right? Because you have less positions to defend. You're actually maybe able to defend things a little bit easier. That being said, though, Yakov, he's got his lair done, but we don't see any tech popping out of it until right now. It's going to be a Hydroden going down, adding on that gas. So any sort of, hey, actually only defending 2 bases against Hydroling Queen or against Ling Queen might be better. Well, that's just not what's happening this game.
Yeah, and I think if he hadn't gotten a kill on that Nexus and knew that he, set his opponent's economy back so much, maybe he does go for something a little bit more aggressive with that Nidus Worm play. But he had already built the second gas after he killed that third base. And he's decided that even though he took some damage, he can macro out of this. And yeah, he's in a comfy position, I think. Hearthstone just now getting his third base reestablished. He's built a lot of probes, which is great, but he's not going to be able to take advantage of them for a while. And as a result, Young Yakov, he's going to find himself ahead economically. And hey, he's going to be able to pick off a couple of probes as well. Doing a great job with these Lings so far. Yeah, Young Yakov is really up in Hearthstone's business in this game number 2, but Hearthstone counterattacking with the Oracles, doing some good work there. Still, I like Young Yakov's position at the moment.
Steadfast, I got a question for you. Mm-hmm. You talk about he's being up in his business. What is what would it take for him to be up in his business as well?
Well, you know, it's business is actually the evolution of business. So
Okay.
he was up in his business first, and then he got up in his business.
Makes sense.
It's a complicated thing. Like language, you know how it evolves over time. This is one of those evolutions.
Exactly. I mean, that's why that's why no one can pronounce Alcyone properly, as Lings are going to get on top of these Stalkers. But Steadfast, this is not a big army right here. It's 4 Hydras, a couple Lings, and I mean, the Stasis Trap isn't going to get all that much, but this pressure from Hearthstone right now is doing a really nice job of, well, forcing units that Young Yakov doesn't want to make. And the Queens, they're off creep. They can't transfuse. Hearthstone Lings on top of the Hydras as well. And you were talking about how this game was feeling really solid for a young Zerg friend. All of a sudden, this Stalker pressure, it's doing so much.
Yeah, it is just 4 gateways, so there shouldn't be any potential to actually end the game unless Young Yakov makes a big mistake. But he is supply blocked at 98, and that is the kind of mistake that can really leave you open. Hearthstone, as long as he doesn't overcommit right here, this is a great little play from him. I think he's got to be really careful, though, about going too far. He will be able to pick off 2 more Overlords, and that does kind of resupply block Young Yakov a little bit. This is very effective from Hearthstone. He lost 3 Stalkers for a lot of stuff on the side of Young Yakov. This was a very effective attack, and he's teching behind it. His robotics bay is done right now. This is exactly what Hearthstone needed to reassert himself back in this game.
That it is. Now, we do have to point out that Yakov behind this is playing rather tech greedy. He's got his hive just about done. There's a lurker den on the way, +2 attack on the way. Yakov isn't trying to go get aggressive here necessarily. He really is trying to get himself into that lurker, Hydra, Ling type of setup, get some Vipers as well. And if he can get to that without Hearthstone getting too much damage done, and if he remembers lurker range, that's really important. His army that he's making is going to be pretty solid for a while. Hearthstone, is he on double? He's only on single robo right now, so he's not building the Colossus count that he had last game easily. Only just now are his additional gateways completing. So again, if Yakov survives this pressure that Hearthstone's putting on, his tech is going to be in a beautiful spot.
Yeah, this feels kind of heavily committed from Hearthstone behind this, even though he's playing this is like how Polt used to play TVZ, just staying off creep and poking at your opponent. Oh, as I say that, he does lose 1 Stalker. Okay, no, it's not too big of a deal. But it feels like such an establishment style of like, I'm the one who gets map control. I'm the one who gets to dictate the pace and the flow. We do have a little Ling counterattack from Young Yakov. He scouted the 4th base instantly, and he's going to be able to get a cancel on this almost for sure. This is a great little counterattack. Oh, is that warp in going to go through? Oh, he turns it into a slow warp pylon, but Lings will still get pushed back over. He achieved his objective, turned off the 4th base. This is... Now that the lurkers are out, there is a little bit of stabilization, but Hearthstone doesn't want to let him stabilize. He's going to get a warp into the main base and really trying to create the chaos here. Young Yakov, nice job with the Spore Crawler. Able to get that warp prism. Still 10 drones go down. This is still a problem. Supplies are favoring Hearthstone. And a nice little recall out to save those Zealots. Good job.
And behind this Hearthstone, he's not going up to 4 robo just yet. He's only on 3 bases, so can't quite afford it, but he added in 2 more robos, so it's going to be 2 disruptors at a time. On top of that, Colossus, as he's really looking for this timing. But, okay, so here's the question, right? We have Hive, but I guess Yakov, he doesn't have the gas necessarily, not yet. He doesn't feel comfortable. Lurkers would do so well against what Hearthstone's... Oh, look at that stasis! Hearthstone, now are you going to take advantage of this one? You know what's happening. This army is vulnerable. But I guess the 2 lurkers are going to scare him off right now. He doesn't have his army together. This would have been such a beautiful timing for Hearthstone to punish. And instead, he's going to use it to knock some rocks down. Yakov, he's going to survive what realistically Steadfast would have been a terrifying moment.
It was a very scary moment, but Hearthstone didn't know exactly what was behind it. You never want to blink forward into even 4 sieged up lurkers with +2 missile. We are going to see Young Yakov. He'll be able to get his units back in position and will start to drive this back. There are 3 Colossus with this army, but they're only the +1 Colossus. Stalkers as well. Young Yakov doing a good job of dealing with these Zealot run-bys. Hearthstone is so good at these Zealot run-bys, but Young Yakov answering pretty much everything. Hearthstone has thrown a lot at him. Not quite enough Hydras on this left side, so that will actually mean this very small contingent of Hearthstone able to get some good trades, but Young Yakov is keeping himself from being broken. He's staying on his 4 bases, and he has added on a Viper. So I'm really impressed with Young Yakov's ability to hold this very difficult to deal with pressure.
And man, Steadfast, if this is the type of ZVP we're going to get after the patch, I was critical of it, but I was very critical of, well, I guess not the ZVP changes, but this ground to Protoss focus against Hydraling Lurker, dynamic all over the map. I mean, we're starting to get some pretty good games. Disruptor is going to fall down here, and now with this Viper as well, looking for the Abduct, knocking that one down, but actually nothing's burrowed. So you're going to trade instead. A Lurker for a Disruptor. Yakov, though, trying to find this timing. Again, more Abduct. Stalker's blink forward on top of the Viper. Beautiful move, but you can't stay too far forward because, again, Steadfast, those Lurkers, this time with range, they make it so hard for any armored unit to fight. And Stalkers, well, they're armored units.
Yeah, that they are, and they got their +2 missile as well, so they really do hit like a truck. The Disruptor count, though, is so high, and with that one Viper going down, Young Yakov right now is a little bit on the back foot. Hearthstone is going fishing with those Disruptors. He's going to find himself a Lurker, and with the Revelations, able to really keep tabs on his opponent's army. And now we see that Zealot run by on the left side. A big clump of Zealots going to come on in. If he just clicks that hatchery, he can kill it almost instantly. Lings are going to get back over. They will distract a little bit. And actually, the Zealots, they're just going to win the fight very hard. And they're gonna kill that hatchery basically on its own. Meanwhile, the main army pushing forward. Hearthstone way ahead in supply is absolutely crushing through Young Yakov. Young Yakov is holding so well for a while. Disruptors smashing the drones. And Hearthstone, the captain, smashes through with the heavy robotics facility play. Takes the 2-0 in convincing fashion.
Dude, that was... Yakov looked a lot better in Game 2 than Game 1. And it is important to point out, of course, that this is a series where you win, you move on, you lose, you go home. That's a lot of pressure for a new player or for a younger player. Even still, Hearthstone there, that last minute of gameplay, like 20 Zealots on the 4th base, heavy Disruptor pressure on the 3rd. Yakov, you talk about this sometimes, it felt like his hands just failed him. He didn't know where to look. It's like, I'm dying everywhere. What the hell? Like, Hearthstone, every fight he took felt like he had more army supply. Every fight he took, he just felt like he had more there and was doing better. And if Hearthstone is going to play like that against some Zergs, I can see why he beat Raynor recently. I mean, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really impressive showing from Hearthstone, and he is so good at understanding how to pick apart a Zerg player. He really... I know that a lot of Zerg players don't like playing Lurkers, but they are powerful units defensively, and being able to break through a player that's playing that defensive Lurker style, really difficult to do. So I'm just thoroughly impressed with Hearthstone, and it's nice to see him back in the playoffs. For Young Yakov, unfortunate that he has to go out here, but I mean, that's the way it works on these Sundays. They are cutthroat.
Days of triumph, days of tragedy is what Sunday is, and that's what makes it so much fun. You win, you move on, you lose, you gotta go try again next season. But for now, we have more PvPs on the way, because this is Europe, of course. It's gonna be Spatz, it's gonna be Christianer, and Steadfast, I know you're a big Spatz fan, so that should be fun. And it's gonna be Roddy joining us again after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We just took ourselves a quick little break after the captain came through and delivered. And now we move to a PvP. We've had a lot of PvPs in Europe. I am, of course, joined by Rotterdam. Roddy, what do you think about this PvP we got coming up between Spatz and Christianer?
I think it's a fun one. I think it's an exciting one. I also think it's a nerve-wracking one for both of them. Because we know PvP, and of course it's a matchup of skill. MaxPax is proving that time and time again, but unless your name is MaxPax, you're willing to, in general, take a bit more risk, roll the dice a little, and I can't even imagine what goes through the mind of these two. There are so many little things to worry about. We know how snowbally the matchup can be. You miss a scout, you have a minor misread, the game can end. And then on top of that, these are two pretty feisty young European men. They can macro, absolutely. I think especially Christiana has shown us plenty of really good macro games throughout the years, but in PvP, you can't just always assume like, oh, I take 2 gauge, you take 2 gauge, we make a couple stalkers, we expand, we scout a little bit with the sentries, and we play a nice game, right? It's probably not going to go down that route. Like, we're going to see some 3-gate robos, we're going to see some Oracle play, and it's going to be a fun series. I really don't know. I think both of them have all the right reasons in the world to believe that they can get the job done here. I think it's about as close to a 50-50 as anything will be today.
Yeah, I don't really care what the historical setup is between these two necessarily. I have to agree. This is right down the middle. This is a who is feeling it today, who comes out of the gate firing, and there is going to be a little bit of luck to it. Like maybe one of them puts a proxy in a particular area. It ends up, 2 pixels out of range of a probe scout. That can absolutely happen, not just in PvP, but especially in PvP with so much on the line. And I'm just really excited to see who is looking just a little bit sharper today.
Yeah, like historically, as you said, Christiana has done a bit better in the head-to-head, but I really think it's too simple to just look at those stats and be like, oh, does that mean that Christiana is going to be the favorite today as well? Or he has been more successful in the Europe regionals, or however we used to call it, right? I don't think any of that matters right now. But being a qualified, that was already a bit of a chip on his shoulder, right? Because he doesn't always guarantee himself to make it, just because these qualifiers in Europe are tough, man. You have to take out some 6K plus guys. So we're not just talking about, oh, do they have to beat Grandmaster League players? No. You have to beat the top of Grandmaster League to even get into the Europe regionals. So that's not easy. He made it in, and he's actually played damn good in PvP so far. Taking down Mana and DNS to get him here. Like, he hasn't lost a single PvP yet in the Europe regionals. That's got to give him some confidence. On the other end, Christiana also took out Drogo, so they are both undefeated in PvP so far in the Swiss format. It's going to be fun, man. I think it's going to be a wild, explosive series. Let's go ahead and hop on into it, as game number 1 is live, as we have loaded into hard left. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of a feisty Polish player that spent some time living in Germany, but I believe he lives in Poland again in this day and age. It is Blazer Christiana.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for Berserker Esports. It is the German player Spatz.
I guess it is Blazer Esports as well, but I just wanted to go with Blazer this time, Stefan.
Oh, is it Blazer? Blazer?
Blazer Esports? I believe that's the thing.
For Spatz or for...
For Christiana.
Oh, yeah.
Now, your intro was fine. I was talking about my own because I didn't go all the way.
Yeah. I was like, oh no, what did I do? It's my first day back. I'm making mistakes. Yeah.
You didn't make any mistake, mate. Both of them opening up with a pylon and a double gate setup on the high ground. But as we already said, previewing this game, that doesn't mean that we're just going to play a nice game where you make Stalker Sentry or Double Stalker to expand. I think both of them have experimented with a couple of the Adept openings, but I'd be kind of surprised to see like the 8 Adept opening here. Not because I think it's weak, it's just a bit weird, and I don't know if you want to be that weird in such an important best of 3. Like, if these two play against each other in the round of 16 or the round of 32, whoa, for a split second there we pulled probes, but we didn't get it. that's a little bit of, like, it doesn't mean much for the outcome of this game, but it just feels bad, right? Because you tried something, and the first thing you tried in this important best of 3 doesn't go your way. But yeah, as I said, like, if this is a round of 16 of a weekly, they're gonna experiment. They're gonna do weird stuff. They're gonna maybe do builds that they don't truly believe in. This is one of the biggest series that these two will play in the entire year of 2023. Like, it sounds dramatic, but that's really what it is. You win here, you make it into the playoffs, you'll play at least 2 series there, can win a whole lot more prize money. So now you're gonna go with the builds that you believe in the most. Cristiano is gonna go for not just the 2, but at least 4, maybe 6 or 8 adept opening. But is gonna go for the in-base robo.
Yeah, and this does feel like a third gateway is not long behind this, but Cristiano with the sneaky probe, hit that in the natural, gets in and gets the scout. If it was going to be that 3-gate robo, do you change it up now? That is the big question for me.
Yeah, that's interesting because Cristiano is also getting a robo already, and this is everything that I hope for. That's a decent amount of damage, by the way, with 2 adepts and a probe, and Cristiano is committing to just trying to kill this battery. Will kill it, no cancel, but he does end up losing 1 adept immediately, but even 1 adept can get a couple of probes rather quickly. The Stalkers on the other side of the map are also finding a little bit of success, and now it's going to be very interesting because I actually think the best thing you can do here is basically give up on any sort of aggression and try to counter what your opponent is up to. Do you do that with a Stargate where you try to get out Phoenixes as well, so you can play Phoenix Robo against Robo? Or do you say, nope, none of that, that's a bit too much for me, I'm just gonna drop the Twilight and try to play a 1-base Blink Stalker? But I don't really believe in 1-base Robo and Twilight very much. Tedfest.
Yeah, I am not too sure. I do agree with you. I think you pump the brakes on what you were planning. And what I was actually looking for was an expansion, but Spatz has interestingly cut probes for a little bit. And it looks like with a couple sentries warping on in, I think he might be looking for a bit of a contain. This is very funky though. Ships passing in the night, they do miss one another. And wait, okay, what is he doing with these sentries? They just went on a weird little adventure. He does scout 4 sentries of his opponents, but I think this War Prism from Cristiano is going to get a lot of work done.
Yep, 1 Stalker, and even if that Immortal is out, it's not going to be good enough. 2 Stalkers and the Immortal is a little bit better, so we have 4 Stalker harass in the top left side, but we've got 6 Adept harass, and we're going to go for the Recall immediately. I don't hate it, but we still need to unload our Stalkers before they can really fire. In the end, both of them getting 3 workers. Cristiano is still with a 5-worker lead, but Spatz has that expand. Is going to shade in here, by the way, and there is nothing to keep these Adepts out. Cancels the shade very early. Bit surprised by it. Cristiano also drops the expand. Don't forget that he warped in his sentries very early on, but now we're going to have a very awkward moment where sentries run into Immortal Sentry and a Stalker in the center of the map. There's also an Immortal here for Cristiano, but obviously since that Warp Prism wasn't quite there yet, that Immortal could have been in trouble. It's not in trouble. Immortal number 2 is not going to be in trouble either. Instead, a Stalker gets force fielded in the middle of nowhere. Cristiano goes for the Rico on Immortal number 2. Now Spatz is going to continue, but he needs units at home though, doesn't Spatz? Need that Prism at home. He's giving up on his natural altogether. That's crazy.
This is wild. He's already used the recall, so he can't come back home. The Immortal that was caught in the middle of the map did get recalled for Cristiano, so was able to help out a lot here. Does finally go down, but it bought a lot of time, and I feel like it will be enough to allow Cristiano to deal with this little hit squad. Probes are going to be pulled to ensure that that's the case, but now it is 2 base versus 1, even though Cristiano's Nexus is not yet done. Look at how many sentries he's got. He's got 6 sentries. If he just sits here, he can keep this army locked out for forever. He just needs to worry about the War Prism on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I kind of think that Cristiano could have gone for some offensive force fields. He will finally do that now, but it's a little bit too late. Now there is a second Immortal. I think he will still get that gateway. On the other side of the map, the Immortal and the Sentry is still doing somewhat decent, but finally Cristiano has another defensive Immortal. Spatz grabs 1 more worker. That is it. Still 25 against 24 workers. The biggest problem now is that Spots has lost his expand. And besides that one gateway and the one robo, he doesn't have a whole lot going for himself. And this is exactly what I was worried about for the German. There are so many force fields available on the side of Christianer, and Spots can't really do anything against it because he doesn't have a defensive War Prism. So he can save these units, and he's losing a lot. Might get one Immortal in return, can finally just stand here and fight. Hopefully he doesn't lose the second one either. But no matter how we look at it, Christiana got the best of this 7 minutes of chaos. Did he kill another Immortal, by the way, on the other side of the map? That's kind of impressive. I don't know how he managed to do that with a low HP Immortal in his War Prism, but apparently got one more Immortal, but lost so much at home. Spots, that is. And yeah, what do we do now? We go for the Robo base, so I guess we try to win the game with a couple of quick disruptors.
Yeah, I mean, that is the best scenario, I think, the best possibility. But we got to talk about the fact that the main base is going to start to mine out pretty soon because it's been so much chaos and so much has been happening. Spots is going to be on half a base mining it a little bit versus an opponent that's going to be on a base and a half, basically. Christiana is already almost saturated at his natural expansion. And he's already got an army supply lead. It is going to be up to those disruptors to not just do heavy lifting. They're going to have to lift the entire solar system at this point.
But it is possible, because nothing in Christiana's army is particularly good against disruptors. So if Spots is able to get 1 or 2 disruptors out, it doesn't matter how long he's on one base. His double Immortal Res, by the way, is really packing a punch. And Christiana is already struggling with that. Like, if you just look at the media map and you look at the work account, you're like, oh, this is terrible. He goes for a force field. I haven't seen that one in a while. That is kind of crazy. But Spots has 5 damn Immortals. I don't know how he managed to get 5 Immortals out. And Christiana is dropping a Stargate. That is great if it was disrupted, but it's not. So that one force field, excuse me, that one Colossus now basically functions as one of these ships that breaks the ice, you know, when the oceans are frozen and they can't make their way through. That Colossus has one role, and that is just to break the force fields of Christiana and allow all the Immortals of Spots to do their thing.
Yeah, and you know what? With there being 6 sentries on the map, that's a huge amount of resources. That's 900 resources, 600 gas that is going to be countered by the Colossus effectively. So I was thinking, it was like, man, this doesn't make any sense at all, but actually it kind of does. Now, I would argue that the disruptors would do a better job of it anyways. But I don't know. Oh, man, this game has been one of the weirder PvPs you will just ever see. So many counterattacks from both sides. Nice D-power on the Robo. Doesn't get the gateways, but will force the Immortals back home as well as the War Prism. And Spots is able to just pick up and get out of here. This is buying himself a lot of time where he just has a far superior economy.
He's going to try to drop a couple of force fields, but these force fields are not the force fields that the German Protoss is looking for when he's down 14 workers. He needs something a whole lot better than that, and Christiana felt that Spets is not paying attention, so he will just move out. And since not all of the Protoss units are here of the German, this is going to be rough. He does show up with his War Prism. It's 5 Immortals, a Prism, and a Colossus. The craziest army you'll see in a 10-minute PvP. Unfortunately, this has just not gone Spets his way. What Spets needed was really some momentum to surprise Christiana with this follow-up, to drop good force fields himself. But instead, because he still had to pay attention to being arrested stuff at home, he led the charge with a couple of Stalkers, those died, and he just couldn't keep his army together. Now, Christiana is also having a hard time keeping his army together. What on earth is happening in this PvP? That fast. It's crazy, it's wild, but I do think it's gonna go in favor of the man from Poland.
Yeah, Christiana does. He finished that first Stargate, and then I don't know if he forgot that he finished it because he built a second one, and now he is finally adding on Phoenix's cute War Prism Micro to try and keep probes alive, but he's down 18 workers right now. And like you said, I just don't see what Spots can do. The War Prism Micro has been immaculate, but Christiana's got his own War Prism and has been doing a good job with that as well to make sure he doesn't just get picked apart and out microed. for his part.
Yeah,
Ooh,
but Disruptor showing up though right before the Phoenix is here, and it's not a bad shot, but Spats needs a whole lot more than not a bad shot. Good drop some force fields here, that's exactly what he's going to do. One Phoenix showing up is not going to give crazy damage. Like, Cristiano is being a whole lot more aggressive here than I think he truly has to be, and if it works out, then obviously it's fine because he can just close out the game, but technically he doesn't need to be here when he's up 14 workers. The man doesn't care, he thinks he should be here, loses a lot of Immortals, but he had so many to begin with that it is good enough for Blazer Esports. Cristiano as the Immortal mark. Imagine you just open the stream right now, you're like, what? Wait, what? What happened in this game? No one knows, but Cristiano has taken the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, you look at the timer, you look at the armies, and then you look at the fact that it's PvP, and you just kind of say, oh yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense that it doesn't make sense. But like you said, Cristiano able to close out the game. Should he have been there aggressively? You could definitely make a solid argument that maybe he didn't need to be, but he was feeling himself, and I'm glad that he is, because that means we get the best version of both of these players, and he's able to close out game number 1.
Sometimes you just get caught up in this storm, right? Where you're like, we're fighting, you're fighting me, I'm fighting you, you're harassing, I'm harassing, all right, let's go, non-stop battling. And then you kind of lose track of the greater picture, where normally if you're 14 workers up, if your warp prism isn't quite there yet, if you have not one, but 2 Stargates that will eventually give you the perfect counter to those disruptors, there was not really a need to attack, but it's good enough because he ended the game, he had a good army. I mean, obviously, there's so much to analyze about that game, and so many things happened. But I think the second Nexus of Spats, I wasn't a very big fan of, because I had the feeling at that point, we were a bit too far behind to really turn this game into something economically. And I would have preferred to see him just... By the way, did they start the game already?
Oh, they did. Are you not in...
Yeah, it's okay. I'll do the clean feed. I'll find a way one way or the other. But yeah, I think the second Nexus was just a bit too late to really go somewhere. While I was like, if you have 5 Immortals, 1 Colossus to break force fields, and you get a couple sentries yourself, maybe you can make some magic happen on 1 base. And I would have preferred to see the all-out 1 base attack than the very late expand after already losing our expand.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one. It felt the first Nexus made a ton of sense. The one when he killed the Adepts but lost 4 or 5 workers wasn't too bad. But the re-expanding when you've been contained for that long feels forlorn. It feels like a little bit too late. But regardless, that's PvP. As we have spawning down on the bottom right for Blazer Esports, it is Cristiano.
And that obviously means that in the top left side of Site at Delta, we are going to take a look at the main base of our German Protoss. Won 2 PvPs to make it into the final round of the Swiss format. He took down Mena, he took down DNS. Can he turn things around and make it into the playoffs by only winning PvP? Berserker Esports is Spats.
And this is why I was saying that this was going to be such an even match, is that it really does feel like these are players that can bring the heat. They're both such good micro players. They're both players that I think of, and their Prism micro is pretty fantastic. Spats, he got a lot done. Oh, look at this. He's going to drop himself a Manor Pylon. I should say Cristiano is going to drop a Manor Pylon, shutting down one of the far mineral patches. He will cancel it, but what do you think about that play?
Well, what I think he's trying to do is he's trying to trap the 2 probes, right?
Yeah.
If he is able to trap the probes, then it is a good play. Even if you're able to trap just a single probe, I would already say then it's kind of okay. But now he warped in the pylon and he wasn't able to trap any probes. Yeah, then it's not really a play. Then it's just something that you tried and it didn't work. You give up. You lose 25 minerals, but no big deal. I guess technically you won a few minerals by forcing the probes to go the long way around. But if you are able to drop a pylon and you're able to trap 2 probes, that is actually an amazing start. Because obviously in 1 base against 1 base scenarios, you don't have crazy income. So then 2 of your probes are no longer able to mine. And on top of that, you're no longer really able to use that mineral patch. Yeah, that's a very gnarly start, and you kind of want to prevent that pylon from going up at all costs. Spats well, didn't care, but at least he didn't get any probe stock, so it was okay. We've got a fun opening here with a couple of adepts. Adepts as sentries as the start here for Berserker Esports Spats, who goes for a quick Nexus. Christiana also going for a Nexus off the back of 4 adepts. Not standard stat first, like double adept, double sentry expand, 4 adept expand. Not the most common openings in PvP.
No, and we're actually seeing the continuation. Should be that 8 adept opener from Christiana that you were talking about in the previous game. This is going to be really interesting. I think I really like this for Christiana right now, specifically because he's up against a couple of sentries. But you do want to keep these 2 adepts alive on the other side of the map. He will force the cancel on the pylon. This is... What do you think? I don't know. I feel like that's not the best to lose those adepts like that.
Oh no, I think it's okay to lose 2 adepts for double force field and 3 probes. I'm all right with it on the side of Christiana. I think it's quite okay. Once more, 3 probes this early on represents a pretty large portion of the economy that Spots can have. And don't forget that Spots drop double force field there as well.
Yeah.
I don't love it on the side of the German Protoss. He really needs to make sure that he can clean up the defense. But until you have Blink, it is not that easy to deal with this many adepts. And whether that's 6 or 8, it is just pretty hard to deal with this. So now I think the only thing you can do is just not mine from your natural. 1 probe pops, dies immediately. And I wouldn't even hate it to eventually let the Shade finish up. I wouldn't go for this one, because there is a shield barrier, there's a lot of stalkers. He is going to go for it. Well, let's see how many probes he can get then, Steadfast.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a few right here. The shots are a little bit desynced, and there is the counterattack on the other side of the map from Spots, which is grabbing a fair number of probes as well. It's a trade, but it's definitely, in terms of economy, a trade that is good for Christiana. He does keep these 2 adepts alive, so he's even going to grab another probe there. Oh, and if he can recall out and save these 2 adepts, that is so good. That is fantastic for Christiana. I do agree with you. I don't necessarily like that he shaded forward that particular instance, just because there was a shield battery there. And even though, of course, you can one-shot through everything, then you're overkilling a lot and things get a little bit weird. But it still worked out just fantastically for him.
Yeah, and it would have been even a whole lot better if he didn't lose that much at home. So I think that's the one silver lining for Spots, right? It's like, okay, I lost a lot, but I took out a decent amount of army supply, and I also killed probes on the other side of the map. At this point, a 6-worker lead is nothing to scoff at, and I'm sure that Berserker Esports Spots took a look at the worker line, because that's what all Protoss players, or what all professional StarCraft 2 players do. You lose a game, first thing you look at is not any of the other numbers. You look at how many workers did I have, and how many workers did he have. Spots obviously realized after game 1 that he was just too far behind in the worker department. After losing this many workers early on, you know you're going to be behind a little bit as well. What he does have is way quicker Blink, so he's gonna have to try to make something happen with Blink. Against shield batteries and the double immortal setup, it is not going to be easy for the German.
No, it certainly isn't. And this is really interesting because both players do have the robotics facility. We got Christiana dropping this Dark Shrine, though. That's a little bit funky. I think right now the best thing Spots can kind of hope for is almost... He almost has to hope for a huge blunder from Christiana to get anything done here, where he maybe catches the units inside the War Prism and is able to then blink on top of it, finds an immortal inside. But he's going to go for the sentry play. Will pop battery overcharge, that is, from Christiana. Oh, War Prism is going to be able to be kept alive for the moment.
What a save on that Immortal. I mean, Spots was really going for it, right, with a couple of force fields on the ramp, forcing the Immortal force field, but that battery overcharged by Christiana could not have been any better. First, it keeps the Immortal alive, then it keeps the War Prism alive, and then the War Prism keeps the Immortal alive. That was absolutely perfect timing on the side of Christiana. 200 IQ, man, to have that super random shield battery there.
Yeah.
Because I would have been a lot more focused on just the ramp into the natural, but Christiana is showing us that, contrary to what some of the other European pro players like to say, he has a pretty big brain. That was a great overcharge by the man from Poland. And yes, we've had a robo on the side of Spots for a while, but do we have any observers? I know we don't have any cannons, but oh my goodness, we don't have a single ops with multiple DTs being warped in. this can get very, very ugly. Like, it doesn't have to be game over immediately, but I'm afraid that the damage is going to be game ending.
Yeah, I think it will as well. With you having to deal with multiple bases of DTs, this is going to be so much damage right here. The Observer does start to get chrono boosted out immediately, but we got a DT in every single base. And like you said, this just feels like it is going to be a lot to deal with here. Observer will pop out, but already 13 workers have gone down, and Christianer, he is moving forward with his army on the right side. He's got his own blink completed now, and the DT is already chipping away at that Nexus. If Christianer just clicks it with the main army, I think he's just going to kill it off, and it's already maybe too much, but this would be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's not just the 13 probes, which obviously is a lot when you only have 45 to begin with, but it's the fact that not a single probe was mining there for quite some time. Not in the natural, not in the main, not in the third. Spots knows that the macro-wise, economically, this game is a nightmare, so he needs magic with his army right now. Blinks forward, snipes the War Prism, he's gonna chase down a couple of the sentries, but Spots doesn't just need an alright fight here. He needs an amazing big victory, drops a couple sick force fields, all 3 immortals, kind of zoned away from all the stalkers of Christianer. But once more, the longer it goes on, the more it's going to favor the man from Poland, as his economy is vastly superior to the one of Spats. It's now or never for the German.
Yeah, and there was a DT in that army. Of course, we have the 2 observers there now, but for a little while they were not there, which meant that it forced the disengage at a maybe critical moment where Spots, with the charge upgrade, with the trap on those immortals, might have been able to get a good enough fight that he could have pushed across the map and gotten something big done. But that one DT acting as an insurance policy, finding the army without observers. And now Christianer, I don't know if I like this. He doesn't have recall. He recalled the War Prism. I feel like this might be the only way he could lose.
Yeah, we're gonna base trade a little bit, but this is indeed gonna be weird. Zealots and Immortals are very good. You need to take out that battery immediately if you are Spats. That's exactly what he does. Every single Zealot matters here, by the way, so it's important for Spats that the Zealots don't run too far away from the Immortals, because the Stalkers cannot battle these Zealots and Immortals at the same time. We are entering a bit of a base race scenario. I think eventually Christianer will recall and will try to make a hold in his main. But I'm with you. I don't think this was necessary at all. There's still a lot of Stalkers here, though. Spots wants to break into the main because he's already lost his own main base, or at least lost all of the probes, evacuated it. But I don't know, maybe you can just kill the third and then go home in a very weird way. Would that be a play?
Yeah, probably, but he's not going to kill the third. He's going to go home now. And Christianer does have the advantage of the mobility with Blink. But he does blink forward. He grabs the War Prism. That is a pretty irreplaceable unit here. I think every unit for Spots is irreplaceable. There will be a little bit of a trap on these Stalkers, but Christianer, he doesn't... Even if he lost all of them, he still might be able to make it happen, and he doesn't lose everything. He still has the extra base on his opponent. He's still up workers. And I just don't see what can be done. Blink forward, grabs one immortal, second one will go down, and that's going to be all she wrote. Christianer is going to punch his ticket into the playoffs here. Very well done in a super scrappy series.
A convincing win in the end, in indeed a very scrappy series on the side of Christianer. We'll see that man from Poland in the playoffs of the ESL Europe Regionals. I wonder if there is a world where Spots, after killing the natural and realizing that entering the main base is not a play, if he kills the third and then he recalls, maybe you can still make something of it. Like, sure, you're down 14 workers, but if it's 2 bases against 1 base, then it's not that bad to be down, because 25 probes can no longer mine from a main base that late into a game of Legacy of the Void. But maybe he didn't see that Nexus, maybe he didn't have any time. And I think in the end he got a bit greedy, where he basically tried to set up the trap immediately on the Stalkers by splitting up his army. Well, I think maybe running into your main base and trying to at least save the main and the natural would have been a slightly better play there. But obviously he was very far behind after the early game. The mid game just did not work out. That battery overcharge is one that I think Christianer is going to have sweet baby dreams of, because it kept that Immortal alive for so long. Then it keeps the War Prism alive. The War Prism works together with the Immortal. And that entire attack that could have been very hard to deal with, all those Stalkers with Blink, all those force fields, got shut down by a single Immortal and a battery overcharge.
Yeah, that's... you talk about having a read on your opponent. that is having a read on your opponent, knowing that there is the potential for that blink into the main base. Even though he was caught, quote unquote, unprepared with his army positioning, that shield battery was the perfect insurance policy, and you couldn't have put it better. Very well done from Cristiano. He makes his way into the playoffs and does so in very impressive fashion. And I think we're going to head to a little break, and we'll be back with another series after this.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live once again. We had one PvP, do or die, and we got another one coming up between two players that are veterans of the scene, but one a little bit more experienced than the other. Roddy called him a dinosaur in the Twitch chat. We got Mana versus Goblin. What are your thoughts going into this one?
Also, like the previous one, I think it is pretty 50 between these two. They've both had some success already in the PvPs in this tournament. Mana took out Fire on play day 4. Goblin took out a Frenchman. He lost to Shutdown, but I think Goblin also won the PvP, so he's 1-1. What I think is unique about this series so far is what I mentioned earlier, that Mana was 0-2 starting off the Swiss format. Was down 0-1 against Battlebee, who was a really good TvP player. And we all kind of thought like, oh, that's a bit sad for Mana. You know, he's a veteran. We know that he's still good. He peaks in the weeklies every now and then, plays amazing games against some of the finest players in Europe. And we thought it was just going to end 0-3. But we blinked a couple of times, and here we are on the final playday of the group stage. Mana is still here, alive and kicking. He's going to take on one more youngster, perhaps not as young as some of the other kids that he played, but obviously Goblin is still very young, especially compared to Mana. I'm sorry, mate. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who's representing the boys in blue. He's not just a player, he's also the manager. It is Team Liquid's Mana.
And his opponent. Sometimes we call him the son of the man I'm next to. It is Platinum Heroes Goblin. How does it feel when you see him on another roster? I mean, I know that you kind of act as like a little bit of a mentor to a lot of the younger players. I know the ultimate goal is to help and foster them go pro, but when they go to another team, is it a little bit bittersweet for you?
No, I was happy. I mean, Goblin was part of Team Roddy for a very long time, but the idea behind Team Roddy was always not to keep players on the roster forever. Definitely not as long as Goblin has been on the team. It was always just to support them for a little while until they would find a different house. I was very happy to see that Platinum Heroes were interested in him, and Goblin was also excited to make that jump because that means that he's part of a WTL Code-S squad and he can make some appearances in WTL Code-S. No bittersweet, I am just happy, but I don't think any of that really matters right now when they are playing in the 5th playday of the Swiss format. And Mana, I want to say, tiny bit surprising to me, is going for the low ground pylon and the low ground gateway, so a 1-gate fast fence setup. And that probably means that we're going to see a very aggressive Goblin. Because, of course, there are many ways to deal with this. But according to Goblin, I think there are only very few ways to deal with this. And that's 3-gate, 4-gate, whatever you can think of on one base. Goblin is probably going to bring fire and fury here. And if I was Mana, I actually think I would go for the quick robo. Yes. I think this is not a moment where I want to go Stargate. Because you can go Stargate if you don't know what your opponent's response is. But this is Goblin, and if Mana has done his homework and he wanted to go for this build, you gotta know that Goblin is gonna most likely at the bare minimum 3-gate you, if not 4-gate. I think Goblin is gonna build one more gateway at home. And against the 4-gate, I think the 1-gate Robo is better than the 1-gate Stargate.
Oh, I 100% agree. Of course, MaxPax goes for that 1-gate Stargate most of the time because he is a player that is very methodical and covers all his bases. But Mana doesn't go for this 1-gate expand very often, so you're not necessarily guaranteeing that it is going to be a robo response as Goblin, whereas I think you're right. I think Mana's going to know that Goblin is very likely to be going for the aggression. This may have been a bit of a bait, but even if it is a bait out of Mana, it still comes down to a very difficult hold without that ramp at the natural.
Yeah, Mana made his bet, right? And now he has to lay in it. This is probably what he thought was going to happen. If I go for the 1-gate fast expand, my opponent is going to 4-gate me. And because he's going to 4-gate, I am not going to put myself in a situation where I need to survive with Void Rays, maybe cannons before I get Immortals. I'll go straight into Immortals. All right, that's fine. Plan is working out so far. But just because you have this setup, that doesn't mean it's going to be an easy hold.
Yeah.
Because it's still 4 gateway aggression, and it's hard to deal with 4 gates if you're only working with 1 gateway yourself. And Goblin has done a really good job so far in shutting down these batteries. And these batteries are vital in the defense. Now we've got an Immortal, and I'm really curious to see what Goblin's response is going to be once he sees this quick Immortal. Goblin's going to go for it. We need to drop a force field. We drop a force field, but the Immortal dies. Oh no, that's a disaster for Mana, and I'm afraid that is a game-ending unit loss. He's going to buy a little bit of time with extra force fields, but losing an Immortal that quickly against this many Stalkers of your opponent. I mean, Goblin, with no regard for shield batteries as well, is just going to run past them. One-shot a bunch of units. There's one more Immortal, and there is one more battery, so we could maybe get a battery overcharge. Can Probes the Sentry and an Immortal pull off a miracle here for Mana? Maybe with that battery in the main base, there is a chance.
Oh. Yeah, that was a very deep dive from Goblin, and that shield battery really putting in work to try and hold the line. This pylon is a super important one at the natural. That is an Artosis pylon powering 2 batteries for the natural expansion. Even though they don't have battery overcharge available, I do think Goblin should continue to keep pushing. Once the second Immortal pops out, it feels like there is a way forward for Mana, maybe, but this is still so scary. And the addition of a Sentry is going to make it really difficult. That's a great force field. Traps the 1 Immortal in the front, but the shield batteries, they keep it alive for a while, and it does get some good value.
3 adepts in the main, they're hard to deal with since Mana can only warp in 1 unit at a time. But yeah, that Immortal stayed alive a little bit longer than I think Goblin would have liked to see. Now with the Warp Prism, it's going to be a bit easier for Mana to maybe pick up that Immortal, but the biggest problem is that Goblin's going to have an overwhelming amount of units. And yes, Immortals are fantastic against Stalkers, but when there are this many gateway units showing up over and over again, and all that Mana has is a battery here and there and a single Immortal, I'm afraid that at this point it's a numbers game. You need to be super careful with that Warp Prism, by the way. I mean, Mana's doing whatever the hell he can, but I'm afraid that Goblin has already found a lot of damage, and he ain't slowing down anytime soon. I don't think there's a way for the Polish Valorant to stabilize here.
No, not with Adepts being warped in. The supplies, I mean, we always say Luca D supply, but, you know, Immortals do counter Stalkers very well. However, once you add in those Adepts, it becomes so much more complicated to deal with, even if they're not the targets. And now with the War Prism going down, that means no easy saving for the Immortals. Battery overcharge is popped and will be handy here for a little while, but it's going to run out, and Goblin's still going to have 20 more army supply.
Yep, and the Adepts are still active in the main base. They're winning the fight against the Zealot, and I think this is going to be it. These are the closing moments of Game 1 between Goblin and Mana. There is absolutely nothing that Mana can do here. Losing that first Immortal was the beginning of the end, or perhaps even losing the batteries, right? Because that's what it all started with. The first battery getting picked off, the second one getting cancelled. It was just a bit too much. Mana is supposed to already have these batteries, and if he didn't have the ultimate backup battery in the main base, he would have been dead immediately. I think Goblin's heart skipped a beat or two when he could have obviously stayed in the natural with all these talkers, kill the probes, kill the batteries, kill the sentries, and then win the game, because even if Mana would survive on one base, the game is pretty much over. But Goblin's like, nope, I'm just going to run into the main base, I'm going to end it. Even if one Immortal pops, I'll kill it. And then suddenly he couldn't kill it because there was another battery. So that made it a bit scary. But it was just too difficult for Mana in the end to really go somewhere, because the Adepts complicated things. You don't have the unit production that your opponent has. So how can you deal with all these Adepts that are shading all over the place, and you have to defend your natural, worry about force fields? It was just a bit too much.
It was, for a moment, even when I looked at the supplies, until those Adepts got into the main base, I started to believe, like you said, that shield battery in the main base really felt like it could have been the start of a miraculous hold. But defending the one gate expand, there's a reason that we hold max packs in such elite regard for the ability to do it so consistently. You need to do everything so perfectly down to the second. And I think you're right with the fact that the loss of the first shield battery is what started that snowball, that avalanche effect. And it was just too much from there. Even with the great shield battery in the main base, it's so much to try and recover from.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard to do the one gate fast expand and survive if you play Stargate. And the reason why people play Stargate is because you need to make sure that you know what you're up against. And also the build can be vulnerable against Oracle openings of your opponent. But since Goblin is not even really hiding the fact that he's going 4 gate, Mana didn't have to go for the very difficult defense. And technically, I think with the one gate fast expand into Robo, it is a tough hold, as we just saw, right? It's not a guaranteed hold, Mana lost. But that's honestly a whole lot more doable. He does not need to be max specs to stabilize on a couple of sentries and a couple of immortals. It's just that Mana lost the batteries way quicker than he was ever supposed to, and because of that, that first immortal was suddenly vulnerable. It's not supposed to be vulnerable. And Mana was like, okay, do I go out a little bit? Do I try to get a couple of shots off? Drop the Desperation Force Food, but it was just barely not in time. The final Stalker shots traveled across it, and I think that was kind of the beginning of the end. I think it was doable. The man basically got what he was looking for. We are looking at his main base. His Bio is zooming in on that Nexus over and over again. He got the scenario that he wanted. Unfortunately, the execution let him down. He's down 0-1. The manager from Team Liquid, from Poland, it's Mana.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for the Platinum Heroes, it's Goblin. I felt the need just to mix up the tempo there on the intros. That was just fun for me. Yeah, no, I think everything you said is 100% accurate. I think that it's a kind of a soft counter, and it's so weird to say that. I always use air quotes whenever it's something like that, because the execution is so important, and there's so many little decisions and so many micro setups that you have to do pretty much perfectly at every stage. But like you said, it is very possible to defend the one gate expand if you go for that robo and you're going up against any kind of gateway pressure. It's just very difficult. You still have to do everything perfectly, and unfortunately for Mana, he wasn't quite able to do so. But we're returning to normalcy here as they both go 2 gate.
Yep, I think that Mana really just came in with a plan and said, I know Goblin, and I'm going to surprise him with a 1 gate setup in map number 1 of this best of 3, because by the time he sees it, he probably didn't have a plan for it, and then will just 4 gate me, and then I'm going to counter him with the Immortals, and I'll win. Well, almost all of that worked out, except for the fact where he did not win. So now we just have to go back to a somewhat normal game. Mana is not normally a 1 gate fast expand player on maps that don't have a ramp. And honestly, even on site Delta, I would have been a tiny bit surprised if Mana would have gone for the 1 pylon on the low ground, because I just know him as a 2 gate enjoyer. I know Goblin as a 2 gate enjoyer as well. I know they've both experimented a decent amount with the 1 gate setup, but it is just so hard to figure out. There's so many little scenarios to worry about, and early game things can snowball so quickly. Goblin, Stargate, not surprising. Phoenix first that fast? I mean, I know you're gonna think that I told him to do this, but I absolutely didn't. I'm a little bit surprised about that one. To me, it now almost feels that Goblin has done some homework, and now he's trying to blind counter a 2 gate Stargate opening on the side of Mana. And at this point, Goblin is praying, please fly an Oracle in my main, please fly an Oracle into my main, please fly Oracle into my main. Because if that happens, he's in a fantastic spot. That is not happening at all. So now it's just kind of weird, and I really wonder how is he going to play the Stalker Phoenix opening.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Obviously, it would be better, like you said, if it was going up against an Oracle and you just suddenly gun it down. Maybe you catch your opponent, they recall, and there's still Stalkers on top of it. You're able to get the kill completely. The robotics facility first, as the first tech building from Mana, does still make this Phoenix opener pretty good. I still think that it's a scenario where you're able to get away with the Phoenixes, and you're able to just kind of, contribute value over the course of the game. But it is still a funky opener. There's a reason that you said, I'm a little bit surprised to see it. We don't see it often anymore.
Goblin is wondering if there is a dive that he can make here, but I really don't think there is. So the only thing he can do now is just hope that he can find a little bit of value out of these Phoenixes, can continue to build Phoenix and turn this into some sort of a Phoenix Robo build. If you want to play Phoenix Robo, it's really important that the Phoenixes find that moment where they can kill the sentries. And normally you would say that the sentries are very vulnerable until Blink is done. So far, very good job, by the way, on the Stalker positioning on the side of Mana. These are things that we take for granted from high-level players, but it's really hard not to take damage from Phoenix if you don't have Blink yet. And Mana is now going for a quick tree-based setup. Yeah, it's funny because I really don't think, no matter how many times they theory crafted about this game, that this is a scenario that either player expected. You know, Goblin going for the Phoenix and Mana going for the 2-base Robo. I think out of all the scenarios that Goblin theory crafted, I don't think this is really one of them. And I don't think that Mana ever thought that Goblin would open up Phoenix like this. So now we're just in a game where you kind of need to go back to your basic fundamentals of PvP and just understanding what is good, where am I, and where do I want to go.
Yeah, and as a rule of thumb, this is very old wisdom, but we used to say, well, what's a good counter to Phoenix's? Buildings. They don't, you know, you can't lift a building. And so I really like that third Nexus as a caveat to what you're saying of like, okay, this is a little bit of a weird scenario. It's probably not practiced as often on either side in recent history, but it's a good decision. I really like this quick third base. And as you said, Goblin has not really been able to find any openings with those Phoenixes, just a tiny bit of damage. But you got to hand it to Mana. His defense has been pretty impeccable so far. And Goblin, he's going to need to find something, I think, pretty soon because he's made a ton of Phoenixes and the Blink Stalkers are going to outscale them in terms of just the ability to produce units pretty soon. And of course, that's where the Immortals come in. But I don't know. I think I like this position for Mana so far.
I think I'm with you. Goblin, look at the amount of energy on these Phoenixes. And that's not because Goblin is a bad player or he didn't think that he should use some of that Phoenix energy. Obviously, he was looking, he was trying over and over again, but Phoenix is so expensive. You don't want to lose one early. Maybe at one point you should have just been a bit more reckless, right? Fly in there, realize, yes, you'll take some hull damage, but as long as there is no blink, Phoenixes shouldn't die too quickly. Now there is blink, and it's only going to be harder and harder to get value out of all these Phoenix. The only thing that they can still shine in is spinning down the Stalkers of Mana, right? But yeah. Mana is not doing weird stuff of a low economy. He's exactly doing what you said as well. You build buildings, and then you build a lot of probes. And Phoenixes are really good in low eco games, but the bigger the economies become, the worse the Phoenix gets, and the more gateways you go up against, the worse the Phoenix get as well. Overall, I definitely like this a whole lot more from Mana, not just because of all the things we mentioned, but he's going up to 4 bases quicker, he's going into +2 a whole lot quicker. The only thing that I'm kind of missing on his side is maybe a Templar Archives at this point, because, okay, there we go, he drops it immediately, because Archons are absolutely fantastic against Phoenix Immortal, and I think trying to take any sort of a fight without any Archons puts you in danger of these Phoenixes actually shining a whole lot brighter than I think they are supposed to shine in this phase of the game. But he can obviously drop force fields here, and then he can actually keep Goblin out of his own natural. Ooh. Goblin has nothing to break force field, and if I was Mana, I would just force field all day, every day, and that would honestly be very difficult. Goblin needs to recall. I think Goblin needs to recall here.
I think you're right about that, but even if he does, he's kind of recalling it over this round. He snipes the War Prism. That is a good start for Goblin, but Mana is really putting the pressure on. Battery Overcharge is going to keep that Immortal alive for a while, and that will drive Mana out of the natural expansion. Goblin, oh, that's unfortunate. After a really great defense, he loses the Nexus without a cancel. I still think that this is so good for Mana. 19 probes go down. Even though Mana doesn't win the game outright, he can just rebuild the War Prism. If anything, it's actually maybe even better for him because now he's going to be hitting with +2. If Mana just waits for +2 in that War Prism, I don't see a way that Goblin can hold.
Nope, Mana picks off a sentry as well. It looks very, very dire for Goblin. If I was Mana, I would just get a cannon and a battery at home right now. But Mana seems to be full of confidence that he can just end it. I'm not saying he's wrong, but just like that other game, it's not totally necessary for Mana to be the aggressor here. But maybe once he sees all the Phoenixes on the other side of the map, he's like, to hell with it. I've got a bigger army. I'm ahead in upgrades. I do think it's necessary to attack here. I'm going to end it. Something he should have done the previous fight, by the way, is take out that battery immediately. This time around, that is what we start off with. Here we go. It's a lot of Zealots and Archons. Battery Overcharge is a bit scary there, though. That is the one thing that could help out Goblin here a decent amount. But the problem is that his Immortals are fully surrounded by Zealots, and Goblin actually had to kill his own pylon there because he was stuck. He couldn't micro back. Mana just has an overwhelming amount of units, and the Phoenixes show up a day late and a dollar short. GG gets called, and the man who just keeps on surviving survives again in the ESL Europe Regionals and sends us into a game 3.
Yeah, it's that survival buff. You know, he needs the threat of elimination to bring him online fully. It seems like, because well, he's doing pretty damn well on elimination point here, and we're going to our first game 3 of the day. Is that right?
No, we had one. I think we had one.
Did we have one? Okay.
Oh, no, wait.
enough.
There was one game where I really thought we were going into game 3, but then we actually didn't. So I think you might actually be right.
Nice.
Running a little.
Yeah, so both players pulling out all the stops. A lot of tenacity being shown by Mana, and some really great decision-making under the gun. I think building that 4th base specifically was a really calm, methodical move, and even though he wasn't able to end the game with that attack into the natural, he got game-ending damage. And just calmly hold positions his units, doesn't overcommit, backs off when he loses the War Prism. Really methodical play, and very cool as a cucumber stuff from the Polish Protoss.
Yeah, you're spot on, by the way. It is the first time that we are entering game 3 today. I remember thinking of it as well. It's like a bunch of 2-0s, and then we had the ZVZ. And I was like, oh, okay, I think Micah's like kind of dead because he has droned a decent amount. He's dropping a Spire, and he's being all-in of less drones, but way more roaches. I was like, at least we get a game 3. So I had game 3 on my mind. But then we never got to game 3 because Gogo Joey just could not kill me or Micah. So in the end, made it look rather easy. So for the first time today, finally, long have we waited, but it's here. Game 3, final round. Winner goes into the playoffs. Loser is eliminated in the groups.
And here we go, spawning down in the bottom right for Team Liquid. He needs your energy. It is the original Polish Protoss player, Mana.
And he's going to duke it out with this man, a youngster still from Croatia, 21 years of age, I believe. Top left side of Oceanborn. Can he make it into the playoffs of the Euro Regionals for what I believe would be the 2nd time in his career? It is Platinum Heroes Goblin.
And I really hope we see Mana just kind of keeping it cool and staying calm, because he looked damn good in game number 2. And I really am glad that we're not seeing the 1 gate from him. I think you're right in that he was kind of trying to force the response in game number 1. Didn't quite work out for him, but game number 2, he just played super calm, never overcommitted, never attacked in, which is what Goblin clearly wanted, and never left an opening for the Phoenixes. That was just a great game.
Yeah, now you're supposed to struggle a little bit if you go up against a couple of very quick Phoenixes, and especially if you drop any building that is not a Twilight, so your blink is delayed. I'm glad I didn't say it this time, but I would normally say, these Phoenixes will find some damage. That is inevitable. Because if you don't have blink, Phoenixes are really tanky. It's not like, 3 shots of a Stalker and the Phoenix dies. Like, no. Phoenixes can absorb a decent amount of damage. Should Goblin have taken a tiny bit more risk with his Phoenix until blink was online? I would say yes. Like, sometimes, even if yes, you're going to lose more than shields, right? You'll take some hull damage on the Phoenix, that's annoying. But I think it is worth it if you can, in return, kill 4 or 5 probes, or you take out 2 sentries. Like, a lot of those things would have absolutely been worth it. To see 6 or 7 Phoenix almost maxed out on energy in an 8-minute game, yeah, that's when you know the Phoenix opening has not worked out, because they are not supposed to ever sit on that much energy.
Absolutely not. No, they are absolutely looking to dive in. And there was one moment where he dove in with the Phoenixes. He took a bunch of hull damage, but I think he got 1 or 2 probes. But like you said, he only did that once. And if you're only doing that once, and he did it rather late, Not like with the first 3 or 4 Phoenix. I think it was with 5 or 6 of them. It's a little bit of a weird scenario, and we're going to be seeing this again out of Goblin. This time it was Stalker Adept, but wait a minute, he just lost the Adept in the middle of the map.
Yeah, on the top side somewhere.
Oh, top side somewhere, okay.
Yeah,
so it was Stalker Adept out of Gobbo. A little bit of a different setup, but he's going for the Phoenix once again.
Yes, no, it's a slightly different start, but in the end, it's the same scenario where I said last game. I think it's a very unique scenario. I'll say it again, like, I'm just not that familiar with these two builds clashing at a very high level. Obviously, I am a Phoenix enjoyer myself, and once in a while I'll go up against this, but if anything, this scenario would make me happy as Phoenix player, even though it didn't go Goblin's way, because that means you don't have to worry about quick blink. Now, the Robo is not all bad, because what the Robo can do is allow you to build an Observer or two, as Bio is focusing on as well, and rightfully so. Stalkers having Blink is awesome, but what perhaps is even more awesome than Stalkers having Blink is knowing where the Phoenixes are coming in from, and that's where you can position your Stalkers, even without Blink, in the correct spot. But I really hope that Goblin has learned from his mistakes and realized that you need to be a bit more adventurous and just a tiny bit more reckless with the Phoenix. Yes, the Stalkers will probably be in the right spot because of these Observers, but once you are past them, they can't catch up, because Phoenixes are so much quicker than Stalkers without Blink, and Goblin needs to find early damage, and this time around, finds 3 probes. Well, Mana was only on 39, so that's the start stat fast, but I really do think for all of this to be worth it, because Phoenix are great, but are very expensive, you need a bit more, and this is already more. You get another probe, and you delay that 3rd base. Now I feel like Goblin is going somewhere with the Phoenix opening.
Yeah, that's definitely something. Oh, and he's going to get another delay onto this 3rd base. Ooh, good job from Mana, though. Nice target fire. Able to grab that one Phoenix that went for the lift. Is that worth it to lose the Phoenix to delay the 3rd like that? That's expensive, but I don't know.
Like, it is expensive.
You're the Phoenix expert.
It is, yeah, exactly. Now it's hard. It's a 50-50 scenario where it is really good to get another probe. It's really good to get an even bigger delay on the 3rd base. Losing a Phoenix is not good, but I'd rather see this a bit more adventurous, a bit more high. Oh my goodness, by the way, Goblin, his natural, could be in a bit of trouble. We could get a couple of force fields here, and don't forget that the Phoenixes have used all their energy. Goblin is in trouble here because he has played it greedy on his side of the map, and the force fields are causing a lot of issues here. So the Immortal dies, the Battery dies, another Stalker dies. Oh, Goblin is in trouble, just not having a whole lot at home. Forced to pull the probes now, but Mana, don't forget, is about to get Blink. So we're looking at a whole bunch of Stalkers with Blink versus Stalkers without Blink, and that's where the Phoenixes need to show up and to force these units into a fight. But that was a disaster for Goblin. Goblin lost track of the army, didn't know that he was being attacked, was not ready to receive the attack, and Steadfast, this could very well be the end. We do have one Big Daddy Immortal show up, so that is good. Maybe Mana should just go home and be happy, but he's not gonna do that. He's gonna blink forward, snipe the Immortal. Mana just wants to end it. He's up 17 workers, and I think he is ending it.
I think so too. This looks like that is the beginning of the end. We've already got proxy pylons, slow warping Stalkers, and shield batteries. Old man Mana says, "Get off Madame Lawn and get me into the playoffs." And he takes it down in game number 3. Really decisive play from Mana after some very patient play in game number 2. Recognizing there was no shield battery at the natural, Goblin was not prepared for that attack, and then even used the pylon in Goblin's natural against him in tandem with the force fields. Great execution on the attack from Mana, and he keeps doing it season after season after season. It feels like we count him out, and then he comes in and delivers when he needs to most. Very well done from the OG Polish Protoss player.
Yeah, PvP can be so brutal because Goblin obviously knew where the army was. He lost one Phoenix. He takes a different angle. He finds a probe. He's like, cool. He goes back. He's like, I can find another probe. And then on the minimap, it appears. The army is there. The shield battery wasn't online yet. Goblin will be absolutely kicking himself for that one observer that he had just sitting in his natural. Because imagine if that observer would have been traveling to the other side of the map. If that observer would have spotted the move out, there is no need for Goblin to ever die there, right? If he just has a 10-second heads up that this is coming, he could have been fine. You recall the Phoenix, and then it's a different game where it's not great, not terrible. It comes down to who executes better. But that observer at home, maybe paranoid about some quick DTs or something like that. Yeah, that ops obviously betrayed Goblin, but kudos to Mana. What a run. 0-2 to start off the groups, the Swiss format group stage. 0-1 down in his third play day against Battle B. You think, all right, this is the end. The manager, the old man, he's still good. We know he's good, but this is not his season. But he successfully turns things around. And even on the final play day, gets the exact scenario that I think he was hoping for, preparing for in game one. Falls short. You're like, oh, that's got to mentally sting a little bit, right? But that's where all that experience that Mana has more than anyone else out there kicks in, and he turns it around. Congrats to the manager for getting the job done. It's a really impressive run.
Yeah, it certainly is. And he gets himself a little bit of a break. He will move on into the playoffs. Of course, Goblin gave it his all, wasn't able to get it done just quite, but we're going to head to a little break. And then I believe that it will be Gung Fu Banda versus Milky Cow, and Roddy and Bayo on the cast. I'm going to take myself a little bit of break, and we'll be back after this.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We've had a lot of PvP over the last 2 series or so. In fact, 4 or 5 games of it, but we get to move on to another matchup now, Roddy. It's going to be PvT. It's going to be Milky Cow. And it's, of course, going to be Gung Fu Banda. And Gung Fu Banda, as we talk about this series, we get ready for it, Roddy. Gung Fu Banda is a bit of an anathema to me. He has days where he takes down Clem. He did it 2 DreamHack Masters in a row in the group stage. And then he has days where he doesn't make the playoffs and he doesn't do all that well. As we get ready for this one, which Gung Fu Banda are we going to find, do you think?
I think he's the favorite here, but I don't know if he... Well, actually, I wanted to check something because you said that he took down Clem 2 DreamHacks in a row, but I don't think that happened.
Well, he took
he
took him down twice.
Yes, okay. He took him down in a weekly and 1 DreamHack.
No.
He did indeed like that. He surprised us. I think the story was there that Clem lost to a Protoss that we didn't expect 2 seasons in a row. And 1 season it was Gung Fu and 1 season it was Shutdown.
I am fairly confident. It might not have been 2 seasons in a row, but there were 2 seasons in like the span of 18 months where Gung Fu Banda and Clem ended up in the same group, and Gung Fu Banda beat him both seasons. Now, that may not have been 2 in a row, but it happened enough that I'm like, that you really started to notice it.
He did it once in 2021, once in 2022. I don't think it was 2 in a row, but
yeah.
Yes, that is obviously crazy, right? Even if just doing it once is crazy. So the fact that Gung Fu is capable of that shows us that, yeah, his PvT can be magical, and that should make him the favorite here against still an up-and-comer, a youngster of the European scene that is Milky Cow, but that also changes things, because if Gung Fu plays against Clem, you go in with very little expectations, right? You're just going to try to do a build and maybe do something weird and crazy because you know it needs to be weird and crazy to take down Clem. Now he's the favorite, and that does change the entire dynamic of just how you approach a series, how you look at a series, and I think how these games are going to play out as well. So let's go ahead and hop on into it, and let's hope we can get back-to-back game 3, BO, because I feel like so far you and I have not been ultra fortunate yet on this do-or-die Sunday. So let's hope it's another 3-game series. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of a Russian Terran player. It is a Milky Cow.
And his opponent in the upper left, in the red, the German Protoss player. It's Gung Fu Banda.
The Clam Slayer.
Exactly. And it's kind of funny. We talk about Gung Fu Banda, the Clem Slayer, this player that can do that. When I look at Milky Cow, I think we're going to either see him win really hard or lose really hard. He's one of those players that I think more than anything else really relies on momentum. You let him get a lead, he's really not going to give it up. But if he gets behind, I don't see him making comebacks all that often either.
No, that's true. The funny thing is that I think of him a little bit like the other Russian Terran player that we had in this tournament, Nikorakt, where he's like, okay, he's a pretty aggressive boy, but it's not totally fair because Milky Cow can absolutely play the late game. I think he has really good late game Terran army control, but it also comes down to confidence, right? Like doing that against Protosses that he's the favorite against, or guys that are just not quite on the level of Gung Fu, the game is not that important, is one thing. Does Milky have the confidence in his late game ability to play a passive series here? Or is he going to do what we very often see from youngsters when it's for all the marbles? And this best of 3 is one that's for all the marbles. Do we go back to what we think is a bit simpler, and that is YOLO aggression and hope that the stars align and then we can just steamroll our opponent? We're about to find out. It is not an early expand, that's for sure. He's still going to drop a CC 2 minutes 40 seconds into the game, but it is after the starport, so we're going to definitely kick off with a bit of aggression. And I do always wonder when I see an opening like this, BO, are we going to build an armory as well or not? Because I kind of think if we want to go starport before CC and we really want to strike that early, don't we also want to do it with an armory?
Yeah, I would think so. And it's also interesting to see Milky Cow as this aggression starts. He's running a Widow Mine onto the other side of the map. Generally, you might want to do this against a Stargate opener, catch an Oracle in the middle of the map. But first of all, Gung Fu Banda scouted. He's the probe, they passed paths. But also, there's no Stargate, and Milky Cow should be aware of this. He's got the Reaper, I think the Reaper hasn't seen anything in the main base, so he's going to be looking for something, Roddy, that actually doesn't exist.
No, but it doesn't hurt, because what if the Stalker would chase the Reaper out a bit further than you would expect it? Then it runs into a Widowmine, and losing a single Widowmine, like, the start here, that's a little bit reckless as he clicks it a bit too deep. So he's going to end up losing the Reaper very quickly. The medevac can still pick up that Widowmine. The Robo has been warped in, but I think it's safe to say that the Observer will never be out the first time that this Widowmine drop shows up. So now the key to victory for Milky Cow, and obviously this could still be a long game, don't get me wrong, but what you're looking for as a Terran here is to get at least one Widowmine in the main, one Widowmine in the natural, right? That double pro pull, that's what you're looking for. And of course, ideally a dream connection on the Widowmines, but that is something you can't really control. It's a lot of damage on the medevac, but here come the first Widowmine and a couple of probes. Second Widowmine gets burrowed here too. This is going to be annoying for Gongfu because there's one more Widowmine that has not fired yet, and the other mine does not want to fire in a single probe. It's chaos over here, it's hectic. I think Gongfu is doing a good job. Don't lose that Widowmine, Milk. No, why? I don't get it. Why would you do that?
Trying to be too tricky. Try again. This is 2-2, right? This is you talk about it, Roddy. This is do or die Sunday. So players like Milky Cow, players like Gunku Banda, players like Milky Cow, I don't think he's ever made the playoffs in a ESL DreamHack event before. So when you are so close to making that happen, you feel pressure. You feel like you got to do everything you can to make yourself win. And it's common when you talk about regular sports. If you play golf, for example, you go and they're going to teach you how to swing a club, and they're going to say, don't swing as hard as you can. Don't swing at 80%. Keep within yourself, because you're going to be far more consistent. You're going to do far better than if you swing for the fences every time or try to do it absolutely perfect every time. And that's true in video games as well. That's true in StarCraft as well. You try to do every possible thing. Sometimes you over micro a little bit and then lose your medevac and lose a Widowmine that probably shouldn't have gone down that quickly.
That's funny to me because I am not a golf guy, BO, but I did play virtual golf once in Korea, where you stand in a basement and then you just swing a ball to the wall. And I was like, I've never played golf, but it looks kind of easy, and I was swinging for the fences, and I think I hit my own leg, I hit the floor, it was an absolute disaster. Someone made a video and I said, hey, that's the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. Do not share this with the internet. So I am somewhat familiar with that. It's just a bit of a shame. Like, sure, you can say Gongfu's Robo is in the natural. So even if Milky leaves that Widowmine behind, it's gonna fire one time and then the Observer shows up and Gongfu can take it out. But the thing is, that still takes a while, right? Gongfu needs to pull probes. Gongfu needs to wait until he does enough damage to take out that Widowmine. And that time that you're buying with that Widowmine in the natural could allow the Widowmines in the main base to go off cooldown. But by picking it up and then unfortunately even losing it in the medevac, yeah, you make it a lot easier for your opponent to not worry about the natural anymore. Clean up the main base immediately. And I think Gongfu now in the end had a much better start than what he was supposed to have there. Because I was kind of feeling the build order. I was feeling the idea. I didn't even hate the way that he flew in the medevac around the Nexus when Blink isn't done yet. But losing it like that is painful, and that immediately puts a lot of emphasis on this move out right now. Does it have potential for Milky Cow? Absolutely. Does it need to be good? Oh, hell yes. Because if it is not good, I think he's gonna fall way too far behind in this game.
And of course, there's this Raven sitting behind in the mineral line. There's no interference matrix. That upgrade has not been researched. Hey, new change from the patch. So it's going to be good for anti-armor missiles, maybe some auto turrets, which are not nearly as strong as they used to be, but it's not going to have that utility to shut a Colossus down. So I guess for now, actually, Milky looking for damage instead. Only 3 probes will fall. And Roddy, Marines against a Colossus. I mean, you don't want to fight into those stalkers like that, though, Gungfu. That hurts a little bit more. So Milky, he's going to continue to posture here. And as we get our reinforcements in, well, it's not going to join the pressure. Seems like he wants to start to multi-prong. So 2 medevacs on the right side getting ready for a drop. And on the left side, these tanks, they're going to continue to wedge their way in. And Roddy, the key thing here, there's no extended thermal lance. These Colossus really are going to struggle to connect.
Oh, and the Stalkers tried to catch the medevacs, by the way, but they didn't. So now you need to recall, but that's actually not a fight that the Stalkers are going to win. And this game is going to turn on its head, because Gongfu is going to struggle. He's pulling probes into Widowmines. Very good split, at least there. The second Widowmine shot, though, is going to hurt a whole lot more. That's a decent amount of workers falling. A Stalker going down as well. Gongfu did clean up the tanks at the third during this, But now Milky Cow has some of that momentum that I would say that he's almost known for. This is one of these young Terran kids that once they feel that they got the Protoss out of position once, twice, recall is on cooldown, a battery has died, probes have died, this will not stop for a long time. I don't know if you can drop Marines on top of a Colossus, but the Mad Lad is actually gonna go for it. If he kills this Colossus, that would be an absolutely amazing way to wrap up a Colossus kill. He gets it. What do we do now? Do we stim deep into the main base, or do we pick up and get out of here?
I think the army's just a little bit too wounded to really try to get more, but he's doing a good job of separating the Zealots from the rest of that army, which means he actually is able to get a little bit more out of it. Now picks up, runs away. Meanwhile,
Third base.
a drop on the left side as well. This is what we talked about going into the game. You give Milky Cow an inch, he's going to try to take a mile, and in this game, Roddy, he hasn't taken a mile. He's taken a parsec. He's taken a light year. He's going to knock the third base down. 12 probes die, and by the way, into the main base, that drop tries, doesn't really succeed. But this damage from Milky Cow right now is enough to knock Gung Fu Bandit out of the game. Gung Fu, he can handle Clem's aggression, but apparently Milky Cow's, that's a little bit too much.
This was perhaps one of these classic scenarios where sometimes by playing it a bit too safe and trying to be a bit too cautious, it actually really costed Gung Fu. Because that army with the Marines and the 2 tanks, was it scary and annoying? Yes. But could Gung Fu have just walked into that and fight? Oh, absolutely. He had Blink, he had Charge, he has a Colossus, with or without Thermalance. He could have taken that fight. And an even trade is a good trade if you're up a base and you're up 14 workers. But by kind of trying to get the best possible fight ever and waiting and waiting and waiting, he gave enough time for Medevac 3 and 4 to show up. Then he tried to catch that in the center of the map, barely missed it, had to go for the recall. And at that point, it's that good old snowball effect where if one thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. A proper domino case there. And Gung Fu went from 0 to 0 real quick in that game. And yeah, what an amazing feeling that has to be for Milky Cow.
Absolutely. And it's kind of funny. You talk about going from 0 to 0. We're not in North America yet, but my favorite part about casting North American qualifiers in particular is that there is a Terran player who is solid. He's not top Terran, but he's a solid Terran who goes by 0. So then we get to make all of the 0 to hero jokes every single time, especially if he runs into hero sometime. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. And you're right, Gung Fu, again, just getting a little bit discombobulated. It's kind of actually like the Hearthstone series in game 2, or I think it was game 2 against Young Yakov, where everything's going great. You're playing defensively, you're doing fine, and then the multi-prong hits, and you lose in the main, then you lose the natural, you lose the third, and in that previous game was the 4th base, and all of a sudden you just don't know where you need to not even micro, you don't even know where you need to look. Just haymakers coming in from every single side. But the good thing about that is, well, that happens sometimes, but hopefully it's going to be pretty somewhat manageable to recover from, and the dreams of a 3-game series are still available. But to do that, Gung Fu has to win game 2.
Let's go ahead and see if we can make that happen over here on Hecate. In the bottom left side, the experienced German Protoss down 0-1, one map away from being eliminated from the Europe ESL Regionals. This is Gung Fu Banda.
And of course, in the upper right, in the blue, up a game, just turning it on all of a sudden. He's from Russia. It's Milky Cow.
Gonna be such a big confidence booster for this kid, where you go for your opening, and you know, those openings, wouldn't say it's all hell or glory, but either it goes really well or it goes so, or it's a disaster. And this was a bit between, I wouldn't say a disaster, because obviously we got some damage done, there was a bit of lost mining time, but I definitely don't think it was what Milky Cow was hoping for, and especially picking up that Widow Mine in the natural, then losing it in mid-air, so it can't even unload anymore. That's painful. That's where you start shaking your head, and you're like, oh no, that's a bad start, that's a bad start, I don't want this. And to then turn it around so quickly, flip the script on its head, and obviously pick Gung Fu apart the way he did is amazing. He got a bit of help there. Gung Fu, I think, showed too much respect to just a couple of Marines and a tank, because that wasn't the all-out setup that Terran players can go for. And then he saw that double drop with an observer in the center of the map, and he's like, oh, let me just getting the SCV kill here, by the way, is big. So good start for Gung Fu. Another, I think at least a decent beginning of the game, but he knows that he's going to need a whole lot more than that. But yeah, trying to catch the 2 medevacs with the Stalkers, technically a great idea, except for when you're just a little bit too late. So then the drop does make it into your main base, everything can unload, and if you recall Stalkers and they've already blinked, even if it's only 2 Marauders, Bio, 2 Marauders with Stim, couple Widow Mines, couple Marines, 2 Medevac is so hard to deal with if it's Stalker only.
Yeah, no, it really is, and especially with those medevacs on top of it as well. But Milky Cow in this game number 2, game 1, it didn't work out. He went the Widow Mine, he went the drop, added the armory. You mentioned it. It really did not find the value he was looking for. But he's going to try to do the same thing in game number 2 this time. Should lose the Reaper a little bit quicker, so a little bit less presence map control on the map. Tries to... Oh, okay. He actually buys the time. This Reaper should be able to get out right now. Nice use of the KDA charge. And of course, behind this one, Probes scouting as much as he can. Widow Mine on the high ground. But Roddy, I think it's a little interesting to see Milky Cow go for this type of build in game number 2. As we saw previously, I think it was in Asia, just really big evidence of it. Hecate is a big map. Running things across the map, it takes a while. It's hard to pressure. So if Milky Cow is again going for this armory Widow Mine drop, which is kind of building into, it's just going to hit a little bit later this time. It's not going to be quite as theoretically effective. But I guess this is just how Milky Cow wants to play.
Loses the Reaper again, by the way. A bit different this time around, not walking up a ramp, but still a bit earlier, because I think every unit that can keep your opponent busy early on is so important. And yes, you're right, but maybe Milky looks at that previous game and be like, huh, whenever I do this build, most of the time I have better starts. This time around, it didn't go all that well and I still won. So why not do it again, right? And hope for one of these scenarios where you do have a better start. I don't hate the thinking behind it, because there isn't like 110% blind counter against it. In the end of the day, the only real counter on the side of Gongfu is execution. I do feel that his robo is a tiny bit quicker than in the previous game, but just because it's a little bit quicker does still not mean it's going to be quick enough, and he's still going to have to defend incredibly well. Last game we didn't see the devastating Widow Mine shots. Let's see how it goes down this time.
And big deal this time as well. There was no vision. Kung Fu Panda didn't see this happening at all until it arrives. 2 workers go down. Now Marines Widow Mine into the main base here. Lots of mining time lost already. Sarkis are going to warp in, so these 2 Marines aren't going to do all that much, but they're going to get another probe. And now, I mean, the sacrifice is eventually going to happen here. So 5 total probes fall. Marines are going to get a 6th. But again, Milky Cow maybe overcommits a little bit. Loses the medevac. Although, again, Roddy, this is a little bit better. Observer's going to be done very quickly. I think one of these Widow Mines might still trigger. It's going to go try to go off. Retargets, gets 3 more, 9 in total. And in the main base, this should get cleaned up here, but Milky Cow finally gets that second shot he wanted.
Oh man, that was so close with that first Widow Mine, by the way, because imagine if that fires and every single Protoss player has also lost not just probes to the second shot of the Widow Mine, but then also your observer, and that's when you just break your keyboard in half and you're like, oh my god, are you kidding me? Because then obviously all of them will fire again. That did not happen, but yeah, that bit of difference, right? That now this making it go on a little bit longer in the main base made the difference between one Widow Mine firing one more time, a lot more lost mining time. I really think this was a good start. Gongfu knows it was a good start, and that's why he feels he needs to make magic happen on the other side of the map. All the SCVs are on hold position. Milky does not try to rebuild his bunker, so the bunker and the tank died just against a couple of tanks, and if I was going for, I would probably go for that tank as well. Obviously now it looks a lot more promising for Gongfu than it did 30 seconds ago.
Oh, look at that. He's going to try to snipe the observer. I don't know how much that's going to... Actually, it's going to matter a lot, blinking into the main base. But that bunker should have lived, Roddy. Yeah, losing the tank, I don't know how easy... It probably would not have been all that easy to save, but the bunker should have gone up. And remember, the downside of this build coming out of Milky Cow, your stim is very delayed because you commit so much gas to other things early on. The Raven's going to fall for minimal gain. And now Kung Fu Panda is looking for all the damage that he took on the other side. SCVs have to get pulled off the line. Raven falls. And Milky Cow will eventually get on up to 3 tanks, which is generally when you feel a little bit safer. But no medevacs, right? No stim for quite a while here. The army supply's not all that exciting on the Marine count. It's still going to be a while before Milky Cow is any type of happy.
Yep, but if he can just make it up to Steam, he'll be somewhat happy, right? Because he does have 2 tanks now, and I think he's just mostly happy that Gongfu didn't go pedal to the metal and go for an all-out YOLO blink on another tank in the natural, because then this game could have just ended like some of the other games ended earlier today. But Gongfu is going to try to do his best Max Pax impression over here with 4 Stalkers and a Warp Prism in the back of the main, and then still being active with a few Stalkers in the natural, but he is not playing it with the sense of urgency that he really wants to end it. Because we look at the production tab, we see an Immortal, extra gateways, +1 attack and charge, which is completely fine. But honestly, I think Milky Cow is also completely fine with that after losing that first tank and losing that bunker. StarCraft 2 is a game of inches and sometimes 2 seconds between a bunker being done and the ability to repair it, or a bunker not quite being done yet, not finished up and dying, can make the difference between you living and you dying. And at this point, I'd say Milky Cow is absolutely still alive in this game. He is going to have to worry about quick Colossus, but with 4 tanks, BO, I mean, you and I have both seen tanks siege up in really good spots, can make Colossus look like underwhelming units.
And the biggest change that we saw in the pre-Katowice patch, so not the one that we got a month ago, but the one that was back in January of this year, was they nerfed shield battery recharge rate. So when it overcharges, they nerfed the amount of energy that regens. And what that meant specifically for PvT was that 3 tanks now could actually out DPS a shield battery when attacking a Colossus. That is one of the reasons why Protoss players got really sad when we talk about that 7 to 10 minute timing, that early to mid game type of builds that we saw Terrans doing over and over again. There was a lot less leeway to keep your Colossus alive. So 3 tanks, technically all you need to work those Colossus down fairly quickly. You add a 4th in, well, that's just a lot. That goes down even quicker.
Yep, I'm gonna pick up 8 Marines, and somehow Gongfu has a lot of map vision, has not spotted this one yet. A bit unlucky in the side of the German Protoss, but that will also come into play. Now at the same time, he's gonna focus on these Marines and Marauders on the right side of the map, but just 8 Marines do really pack a punch. Gongfu has a couple Zealots in the main, so that will at least buy some time. Here we go with Milky Cow's push, as we have some Zealots also getting on top of SCVs on the other side of the map. All hell's breaking loose over here. These tanks do feel very exposed though, BO.
That they do. You talked about 4 tanks being good. Well, 0 tanks are not nearly as good here. Milky Cow doesn't buffer for them, so the Stalkers, the Zealots, they get right on top of it. On the other side, 5 SCVs go down, and the drop from Milky as well. The Zealots totally prevented it, so Milky Cow, no damage on his side of the map, or on his opponent's side of the map, takes damage on his side of the map. He's actually going to have to give this 3rd base position up. Maybe Stems on top, gets a couple Zealots as they run forward, auto attack forward. But this game is looking so good for Gongfu right now. Ronnie, at this point in the game, the Terran's supposed to be up about 20 army supply. Kung Fu Banda is up double, and Milky Cow's not even going to give him the satisfaction of a final fight. Kung Fu Banda, he ties it up. Game 3 after all.
Yeah, I mean, all of this started with 65 army supplies, 67 army supply against 77. So you can say that that looks good for Gongfu, but a couple of it is in Zealots on the other side of the map, has a few Zealots chilling in the main. I think that Milky just got a bit ahead of himself. He had 5-6 Marines and a Marauder or 2 trailing those tanks. I don't know what he expected, but I guess he just expected a couple of Stalkers and maybe 1 Immortal to be on top of that ramp. But clearly the army that Gongfu was already defending with, was working with, was a whole lot bigger than what Milky Cow expected. And tanks are great, but you need units to protect your tanks. And if the Protoss immediately is on top of them with an Immortal, with a couple Zealots, with a whole bunch of Stalkers, yeah, then tanks can look really crappy against Protoss.
So, Roddy, you're telling me that tanks don't tank?
Every now and then, you know, there are weird moments where if it's like pure Marine tank against a lot of charge slots, that's, I think, the one scenario where tanks do tank, because they tank more than Marines do. But yeah, in a scenario like this, where you need them as the big damage dealer, no, they don't tank. Like, they're just supposed to fire from far away, and if the Protoss ever gets on top of it, at least force them to eat the few shells to the face, and then the Marines and Marauders are supposed to stand either right next to the tanks or slightly behind, so they can take care of the Zealots, and it's only Stalkers and Colossus that are attacking the tanks. But yeah, this was not a scenario where the tanks did the tanking.
No, and the problem as well, we saw that push happening. There was a tank in a Widow, or a tank in a medevac, that Milky Cow was trying to join in the front. And I don't know that 1 tank there actually makes the difference, because there's just so little bio to join it. But he had a tank in a medevac that he actually moved back towards his own base because he was worried about the Zealot run-bys, and I just get boxed whatever he could find. But that was just even less power in that push. And now we're about getting ready to move into game number 3 here. And Roddy, from what you've seen, we've seen Milky Cow look really impressive in game 1, take a game that, and given the way it was going, didn't feel all that easy. And then game 2, we saw Milky Cow get more damage with his initial drop and then lose it afterwards as Gongfu comes back. Who do you favor here moving into game 3?
Really hard to say. I think I favor the the exact same way as I did before the series started, where I thought Gongfu is a minor favorite, but I don't think that's enough to say that I'm really leaning towards him, and I think he's going to bring it home. Milky absolutely had a better start in Game 2 than he did Game 1. The problem is that the follow-up was a whole lot better for Gongfu, where Gongfu was almost overly passive in that first game, where he's like, oh, maybe I'm big Gongfu, I'm the favorite here, you know, I can just play defensive and I'll be fine. He kind of let go of what could have been a really good start. And in Game 2, when he took a bit more damage, he's like, all right, now I need to make something happen. He runs to the other side of the map. If he shows up 2 seconds later, BO, it's a completely different game. That bunker is done. You can repair the bunker. I don't think that amount of Stalkers can blink on top of the first tank. But that's just how brutal of a game StarCraft 2 is. That's why we love it. That's why we watch it. But it's obviously sometimes heartbreaking for these guys, because Milky will also know that all it took for him to be ready for those first few Stalkers was a second or two, and the entire game would have looked very different. But that's in the past. We got to focus on the what is now. Game 3 for the second time today. This time on Heartland. We are looking at the main base of the youngster who's trying to make it into the playoffs of the Europe Regionals at the ESL StarCraft 2 Winter Masters. Milky Cow.
And of course, his opponent in the bottom right in the red, playing a lot better in Game 2 and certainly finding that value. His name is Gongfu Banda.
Just a lot more decisive in Game 2, right? Realizing immediately where he's at in the game, realizing that he needs to make something happen. Because the defense in Game 1 was cleaner than the defense in Game 2. But the follow-up in Game 2 was just so much better than the follow-up of Game 1. Even though I didn't even hate the macro-oriented approach, but he just gave Milky a little too much time in Game 1 with those 2 tanks and the Marines. That obviously kept him occupied, and that opened the doors for the double drop to be as good as it was. Milky is going to switch it up though for us here. We have a Marine opening. So for the first time in the series, we're not going for a Reaper. It's Marine into CC on the high ground with a quick factory of 1 gas.
Yeah, so a little bit greedier coming out of Milky Cow in this game number 2. And you know, Roddy, from a series planning perspective, I think this actually makes a lot of sense. You go aggressive 2 games in a row and you find value, you don't find value, but you train Gongfu Bandit to say, yeah, I got to play defensively. I have to be careful. I have to scout maybe a little bit more. I know that Milky Cow is going to do something aggressive. That's kind of how he likes to play, and that's how he's been playing all tournament. That's what we see him play on ladder as well. And then you do something greedy. You go Marine expand, you get that quicker command center, but you put it on the high ground, so it's not the easiest thing to scout. And ideally, with all of these stories that you've been telling Gongfu Banda over the course of this series, by the time he figures out what's happening, he's played a little safer maybe. He's played not quite as greedy as he could, and then you build yourself an advantage from the story you've told in the series.
Yeah. It's not the greediest opening ever, right? Like, you can obviously say that Marine, no bunker, no scout is pretty greedy, and definitely rightfully so, but he's still building the CC on the high ground at least, right? So that's the one thing where we can say, like, Milky could have been a lot more starborn, could have really rolled the dice. This could still turn into another armory opening, by the way, because it's double Hellion. But double Hellion into Widowmines, it could just be a quad Widowmine drop with a later armory, way later. Could still do it early. The funny thing is that Gongfu had the low ground set up, but he didn't actually rally any units to the other side of the map. But that might just be because of what Gongfu scouted, because he's the one who did actually scout, and maybe once he sees the CC on the high ground, he just looks at it and says, like, it's completely pointless for me to rally any units to the other side of the map, because I'm not going to get a lot done there.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that is the benefit of putting it on the high ground, even if it does slow the Terran down a little bit. But Roddy, you talked about it. It's going to be probably, it's going to be a 4 Widowmine drop onto the other side. And Gongfu, well, he's going to have to defend it. It's not nearly as scary as adding the armory, because again, once the Widowmines go off, they become visible and you can kill them down. There's Adept is not going to complete that shade. So now we talk about this scenario where 4 Widowmines are going to be in the main base. 2 Hellions thinking about diving in the natural. But Milky Cow actually is going to take damage on that, so has to back up. Widowmine drop actually is going to try to find shots in the natural here. Probes are going to get pulled in time. Does Milky Cow get what he wants? Shot for now. 1 probe goes down for 2 Widowmines. Main base, though. Milky, he's not going to find this either. Gongfu Banda, he's quick enough on the pull-in. For 4 Widowmines, he gets 2 probes.
As one of the Widowmines fires at a probe that was traveling to the assimilator, and it actually survived. So yeah, that's painful for Milky Cow. The setup initially, I think, was kind of cute, to be honest. where he pulled units out of position, and the Adept and a Stalker missing means a lot of DPS was missing. So I was like, oh, 4 Widowmines can really cause a world of pain here on the side of Gongfu. Yeah, I think he made a mistake with going for the natural first. That's obviously not stuff that he necessarily knows. He's playing the game in the dark. He just sees a bunch of probes. He doesn't see too many units, so he goes for the unload. But looking back at it, if you could do it all over again, yes, you probably boost it into the main base, drop 1 on the top right side of the Nexus, 1 on the bottom left, and then you drop into the natural. Once Gongfu is moving units into the main to defend with this, yeah, that opportunity has passed for Milky, so that means a somewhat rough start here in Game 3. But the good news is that his medevac is still alive. You don't want to lose the Raven, though. Blink is done, so he needs to be very, very, very careful. Blink is gonna happen. He's gonna blink to the other side. Finally, another turret. Widowmine dropping the natural BO. Okay, 10 probes.
I don't know that justifies losing the Raven, but at least it's something, right? 10 probes is, I guess 12 out of this drop technically. That's still a significant amount, but you don't have the Raven, you don't have that mid-game pushing power, you don't have anti-armor missile, you don't have continuous power over time. So, Milky Cow gets something out of that, Roddy. But again, that Raven going down, it doesn't feel good.
No, I would agree with you that it's actually not worth it, no matter how many great or how great 10 probes looks. If he would have lost the medevac with the Widowmines as well, but since he kept that one alive, I actually do think it was worth it. It's like, okay, we're not going for that Interference Matrix upgrade anyway, because that would obviously also change things, right? Where we're like, oh, but that's painful because he was relying on that Raven. No, he's not investing in that. So the only thing that he really wanted to do was probably be annoying, kill a couple probes. Well, the Raven didn't kill any probes, but because the Raven pulled all the units out of position, the Widowmine did kill probes. And on top of that, the 2 mines and the medevac still alive. I'd say that's a good trade for Milky in the end, even though in a perfect world, obviously, he wouldn't have lost the raid.
Yeah, certainly. And behind this Milky Cow, he's going to have stim, he's going to have combat shields, he's going to have +1 concussive shells, all these beautiful upgrades. But he's also taken his 3rd base pretty quickly. So, yeah, he got damage done. Yeah, he lost the Raven. But regardless of all of that, he's not really leaning into this really heavy Terran aggression that we often see where run across the map and it's just really massive amounts of stuff. He is again taking that 3rd base so much faster into this game. I mean, that being said, Roddy, it's still 2 tanks, it's still a couple Marauders, it's still a Widowmine, and if Gung Fu Bandit doesn't handle this properly, it's gonna not be the easiest thing. And you talked about keeping that medevac alive. If Milky Cow times out things properly, he can find a lot of value. But Stalkers are in position in the main base here. Widowmine's not gonna get shot off on the first one, second one only gets 1. But Milky Cow, the force fields prevent him from doing that 2-prong push. He's not gonna find what he wants now.
Whoa.
I mean, that's heavy damage on the Colossus though.
Yeah, I would have loved to maybe see the Marauders go for it immediately, right? You don't get too many opportunities at a high level, and I kind of think with that much damage on the Colossus immediately, no shield battery nearby, I think that was a moment for these 4 Marauders to lead the charge. But Milky decided to save them, wanted to make sure that the scenario of the previous game wouldn't repeat itself. Double drop in the 3rd base. And yes, there is a shield battery there, but that's pretty far away. There's a couple Widowmines in the mix as well. These Widowmines are going to hurt for these Zealots. Feeling the execution so far from Milky Cow, but I gotta give kudos to Gongfu as well, who's doing his best D-Mauer impression, because he has stayed very calm under a lot of pressure and now feels that he's got the army to break out. And I don't think he's wrong. Let's just see if he takes any more damage elsewhere. Nope. So really great defense by Gongfu, just excellent across the board.
Yeah, no, really, that is not an easy situation when you have a bio army, when you have big army outside of the front, when you have a drop going into your main base and a drop in the 3rd at the same time. You have to be so fast and so accurate to make sure that your eyes are where they need to be, that you're responding to what the Terran's doing appropriately. Now this bio's going to try to stim in, but I mean, there are 3 Colossus there. That's not going to find out that much. Marauder will fall, and Milky, there is no second punch. This drop on the left side is too small, it's too low, and I guess
main base.
Yeah, nope, there's your second drop after all, so shield battery will fall. This army is going to be able to rotate in time. It's going to be pylons, it's going to be shield batteries. Widowmine actually get some solid shots off, but it's not going to get the heavy economic damage that Milky Cow's looking for.
Milky should try to take out an observer that's keeping track of that army, because that army has allowed Gongfu to get his units in the right position over and over again, or that army revealing it. The Zealot run by is not just decent. I was looking at it, I was like, okay, we're gonna get a response any moment now, right? Nope, that ain't happening. So it's 8 SCVs dying, and at the same time the medevacs are getting picked off in the center of the map. a game that looked somewhat promising for Milky Cow, where he was finding some success with his multi-prong, now kind of falling apart a little bit. That was way more damage than he was supposed to take against just a couple Zealots, and he has lost all his momentum on the other side of the map.
That he has, and if we look at this, his Viking count is not all that incredible, but Colossus actually very far forward here. Stalkers, I think that, yeah, they got a drop, I think, on the left side, trying to find his way back home. But man, if you could have gotten a Colossus down, it was so exposed. That makes this pressure, this defense from Milky Cow so much easier. Even still, going down the ramp like this into Ghosts, into Vikings as they pop into this defender's advantage, not the easiest thing for Gung Fu Banda. So he's going to sit on the edges for now, start to siege away with this Colossus, looking for Milky Cow to pull the trigger like right now, moving on top. SCVs are going to get pulled here. Can Milky Cow do what he wants? Colossus gets saved. He's going to keep it alive. Second one as well. And now the SCVs, they're falling down. Warp Fins for Gung Fu are going to do more than enough, and keeping those Colossus alive, Roddy. The biggest of deals. Gung Fu Banda moves on to the playoffs. Milky Cow cannot make it happen. But not that last fight. Well done, Gung Fu.
Absolute MVP War Prism there, by the way. Because if that War Prism does not show up, I like the crazy pool. Yes, your units are going to clump up, but there is going to be that moment where the Zealots are gone, and then Marauders and Vikings can just go on top of all these Stalkers and Colossus, and an entire Protoss army would have melted. But that Prism showing up, picking up a Colossus, picking up a second Colossus, the Vikings were not in overwhelming numbers to just really do their thing. And then the fight goes on long enough for that last Colossus that was firing all the time, and those two Immortals to do their thing. And because you're chasing a Protoss army up a ramp, everything clumps up. Yeah, and then the Colossus shots are just cash money. Really well done by Gung Fu. Excellent comeback in the series.
And well played indeed. And now that means that Gung Fu, he's going to move on to the playoffs. He's going to join the likes of Serral and Rainer and Clem. Now, Roddy, see, I don't remember. Are Gung Fu and Clem in different groups?
Take a look at it.
Let me briefly take a look, because if that is the case, is there a chance that we get a Gung Fu Band and Clem rematch once again?
They were in the same group. But does that matter if they haven't played against each other?
I actually don't know.
I feel like with the Swiss format, like the A and B thing, it shouldn't matter that much. Maybe it does, but I think they'll probably just put them in a category of players with certain records. And obviously you cannot play the same guy that you just played. But I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, then Gung Fu just has to win the round of 16 to meet Clem in the quarterfinals.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll see.
Give me that rematch. But for now, the one rematch that we're going to have to do is you all versus the break, because we have more series on the way, but we got to go to a break before then. When we're back, Steadfast is going to join me as we take a look at Shadone and Bly and just strap in for all the insanity. 6 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Do y'all want craziness? Do you want more proxy hatcheries than we have games? Well, I can't promise that one, but it's going to be Bly, it's going to be Shadone coming up next here, and Steadfast joining me. Again, I said, do you want more proxy hatcheries? But I'm actually going to ask you, for the good of everyone at home, how many bases get proxied in this series?
Oh, that's a toughie. We have something very interesting that I did not expect to see even a single map of this one make it through. We've got Red Huset.
Oh.
In the map pool. I figured we would not see that a single time. With that in the pool, with Hecate, I think we're going to see... I think we'll see it... Ooh. It's 2 or 3 is what I'm hemming and hawing between, but I think we'll see 3.
So Steadfast, you say you didn't think we were going to see Red Huset through at all. I'm not sure whether the spreadsheet stats I have are up to date with this series right here, but I have a spreadsheet that ESL has that has like stats, and it says Red Huset has been played 3 times. And I'm not sure whether that's inclusive of this series or not, but it has been played technically. We have had it very occasionally. Something like that. Yeah,
you know what's funny? I just clicked on a random match, and I found one of them between Acheron and Showtime, just on Liquipedia. Just clicked a random one. But either way, we're getting right into it, and we got to get into it fast because the action could heat up very quickly with one of these men at the helm.
Yeah, so in the upper right, though, not the crazy one. Not as much, I don't think. In the red for the Platinum Heroes, it's Shadone.
And his opponent coming in with something a little bit funky already. It is Bly. And he has gone for a 14 pool double extractor trick. This is already something that is wild. And we got a drone crossing the map. Shadone has this probe on the other side of the map. I think this is maybe... I don't know that I've ever seen this.
I think this is to block. Yeah, he's going to proxy hatch the wall to make sure that there is no wall. And then behind that, this means several things. First of all, you can't wall off as the Protoss. That's the obvious. On the other hand, on the other part of this is that the first zealot you make, it has to be rallied on your side of the wall. Otherwise, you're just going to lose it. It doesn't feel all that great. So not a lot of surface area on the proxy hatch for a while. It also means that until you get the cyber out, the Lings are going to have free reign on killing the gateway. If this was a normal 12 pool or early pool, well, the zealot can pop out, you can micro around. That just shuts that potential down. So Bly, by getting this off, this is, okay. No, you know what? There's actually a bit of a choke here. I like the popping the zealot on the other side. Yes, it's vulnerable, but there is not a lot of surface area here the zealot or the Lings are going to be able to find on the zealot.
No, but they will be able to, if he cancels that hatchery, he can potentially surround the zealot. Now, can Bly actually block the zealot from coming out on the left side? Looks like Shadone he is going to be able to get it out there. All right. And now we see the cancel coming on in. Oh, he's going to go for the hatchery block at the natural. Shadone could have prevented it, but the probe doesn't move there. Bly gets it up. And now we are going to see a surround on one of these zealots. That is a big deal. No shield battery done. The adept is going to be out shortly, but it's not done yet. And Bly is already creating a ton of chaos. He's killed 1 probe on his opponent's side of the map, 1 probe on his side of the map. He's got his own expansion coming up here, and this is going to be very disruptive.
That it is. And he gets another probe in the mineral line as well. And realistically, he's not going to get much more than that. It's only 2 Lings. 1 is low. But Shadone should not have lost that probe on the probe pull. That is something where, especially because there's a little spot right there that you're forming a wall with, you can pull back. You really should not lose a probe. So Shadone losing a 3rd one just shows how disrupted he is, how discombobulated he is. And again, you're right, Bly behind this. He's got that expansion. I keep looking at this as if there's a 3rd base. Technically, he's got a 3rd base on the way, but this one's Steadfast. This one, if it completes, it's not going to last all that long. It's going to provide some creep maybe. And, well, Shadone, he's going to have to find some solutions, and 3 adepts running across the map at the very least. They force extra Lings coming out of Bly. And I love that.
So good for Bly. Okay, so the big result of this is how long he delayed his opponent's expansion. Part of the reason why this is so good for Bly is that by killing one of the Zealots, that is your high DPS unit, against killing unfinished buildings, the +1 armor doesn't kick in until that building is completed. So the Zealot is getting its full damage. Now we're going to see the counterattack coming in from Shutdown. Will it be enough to equalize? Yes, Bly has not yet caught up in the worker count, but his opponent's Nexus just started. And these Adepts, they are going to be zoned out. A lot of lanes are built. Oh, we do see the shade into the natural. Bly was not prepared for that, so he does lose 2 drones. That is very good for Shutdown.
That it is. Oh, he's going to get another one as well. The Ling's actually preventing the cancel. So no Spore right there. 3 drones will fall. And Bly, again, there's no third base here coming in behind this. His speed is pretty far off. It's going to be like a 5-minute speed, which is, for those of you paying attention at home, is like 90 seconds slower than it normally would be. And this glaive idea coming behind from Shadone, well, it could be really interesting. But Bly, he's got a Baneling nest on the way. And Banelings, if you get the connections properly, they annihilate Adepts.
Yes, they certainly can. This is weird that he's going defensive Banelings because he's still droning up. If this had been an all-in, he would have been able to potentially shut down both gateways at the front. That could have been very deadly for Shutdown to deal with. And Bly might still think about going aggressive with this. It feels like he wants to. He's going to try and jump on top of these Adepts. We'll get one of them very quickly. This is not a ton of production from Shutdown. It is only 3 gateways. Another Adept gets taken out. Will Bly be able to chase down these Adepts? That is the big question for me. It looks like Bly does in fact want to go all in with this. He's doing this off of a higher drone count than we'd normally see, but this is still going to be very aggressive, I believe.
And you have to be so careful because, again, Glaive's done in 10 seconds without the Banes. Lings do not fight this all that well, but getting on top of the Zealot's nice. Getting on top of the Probe, well, that's going to be even nicer. And Shadone commits onto the other side. He sees all the Lings right there, but knows he's got a wall, so he feels pretty safe. And now the Adepts, they're going to see the Banelings, and that is going to allow Shadone to play this pretty differently. In fact, shading into the main base, I wouldn't hate it because, again, the Banelings are decently far away. And once the Banelings go off creep, I mean...
Oh, my God.
This
is
the
supply block.
Oh, no, but look at the Serral, though, coming in.
Oh. He's going to get some decent connections. The Adepts will manage to shade out Bly. Was supply blocked at 60 of 60, built 7 Overlords. Absolutely punishing, brutal supply block from Bly at a very critical moment when he really wanted to be droning up. He got the cancel on the third base. He put himself in a really good position, but unfortunately, that massive supply block, look at it, he's almost double the supply of, like, the max supply of his actual supply right now. We do see the aggressive shade forward into a couple Banelings. Is that going to be enough for the Lings to take the fight? Yes, it will. Even though it was only 2 Banelings, they hit almost every Adept. Those were the most effective Banelings they could have been in that scenario. And that's going to make it much more difficult now for Shutdown to try and secure a third.
He's just not allowed to at this point. Bly is doing such a good job of curtailing, denying, delaying the economy of Shadone. And behind this, well, there's a layer just about done, a Roach Warren going on the way. And perish the thought, Steadfast. Bly looks to be going into, well, as I say that, more Banelings are morphing in. I was going to say, he seems like he's moving into like somewhat of a standard Zerg mid game. Weird way to get there. But no, more Banelings on the way. Roach is on the way here as well. Bly sensing some opportunity. Oh, he might try to bust this thing down. For now, Adepts on the other side, but 2 Adepts are worth a lot, Steadfast. But again, it is still only 2.
I mean, they do have resonating glaives. They can machine gun down drones very quickly if given the opportunity. But on the other side of the map, that is the wall I was talking about. Very exposed. Banelings get a couple of probes in the natural expansion. Battery overcharge gets popped. Instantly dies. And Bly has been doing Bly things all game long, and he is going to continue to do Bly things. Gets into the main middle line, finds another bunch of probes. Shutdown is really on the back foot, and that's what I was looking for before when I saw the layer complete. It is the Spire, the Bly Spire, the Blyer, if I may. And it is difficult to deal with a Spire in this matchup in the best of scenarios. When it's this chaotic and you've taken this much damage, I have no idea how you're possibly going to deal with it, especially when he's gone for Colossus Tech.
Yeah, Colossus, unfortunately, while they do bonus damage to light units, Steadfast, they don't shoot up. So it is going to be a struggle here right now. Roach speed on the way as well, because having roaches against this heavy adept pressure is always going to be kind of nice, but it is that haymaker of the Spire that really is what we're looking for. These adepts, they're going to shade in, but Lings find them immediately. So even this, no more counter damage. Adept is going to try, or Prism keeps it alive, actually. So that's decent. But I love what Bly's doing here, and not only in going to the Spire, right? That's really nice, but by showing the roaches and showing the Lings running onto the other side of the map, it's even less for Shadone to go on. If I'm Shadone right now, I'm looking at this as saying, oh, wow, I'm really far behind. This is Bly. He's going to get even more aggressive. I have to be ready for a Roach Ravager Ling type of follow-up. And Steadfast, the defenses for Roach Ravager Ling are very different from 12 mutas in your mineral line.
Yeah, no, there is nothing that deals with the mutas right now. There are 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. That is it for anti-air. If he didn't see those roaches, it would have been better. This is one of those scenarios where scouting is actually worse for him. Not to say that he was in a good spot in this game at all. He was absolutely in a terrible position, but now we're going to have these 8 mutas most likely just roar across the map and be a big problem. We do have the 1 observer for Shadowne. It's in the middle of the map, clearing up a little bit of creep, which means that it is not going to see these mutas crossing the map.
And I mean, not just that. Shadone is in the middle of the map as well, Steadfast. So yeah, the mutas are a little bit slow, but Shadone, does he attack? Does he defend? He's just going across here. Lings in his third base are a problem. Mutas in the main base even more so. And Bly behind this, after he got all those mutas, he's just been pumping roaches time after time after time. So Shadone, he shouldn't be able to break through this, not easily. There are a couple of force fields, but already there are Ravagers as well. And this concave that Bly has, Steadfast, is just so nice. It's such a hard fight to take. Files even land a little bit. And behind this again, Shadone, his economy absolutely shattered. Roaches get on top of the Colossus as well. One will fall. This has got to do it here at this point. There's nothing happening on either side of the map that Shadone's happy about. And there we go. Bly doing just Bly things. Takes game 1.
Hashtag just Bly things. That was so I've cast a fair number of Bly games. That was probably the most Bly game you will see. That is the quintessential Bly game. He comes out with a weird pool timing into a hatch block at the natural, into a hatch block at the actual natural location, into some weird Ling Bane mid-game aggression versus aggressive Glaives, into eventual Spire. Like, that is as Bly as it gets.
It really is. And Steadfast, I asked you before this series started how many proxy hatches we were going to see, and I think you said 2.
I said 3. I was hemming
okay.
and hawing between 2 and 3. We've already seen 2.
I was gonna say, does that count as 2? You know?
That counts as 2, 100%.
All right. So we're going to move on to Radusat for game 2 here. And for those of you that may not be familiar, there are 9 maps in the pool. It may feel like 8. That may be what you're all are used to here, but we do have another one. It is very large. It is very wide open in the middle. It's got an awkward kind of, I guess we can call that a third, fourth base setup that has rocks on the other side and minerals. And it's just a really weird map. And in general, I don't know that anyone's really happy about it. And in terms of happy about playing it, unless, of course, you're Bly. And then, well, Bly gets to do Bly things again.
Yeah, he sure does. He is definitely looking forward to, well, I'm looking forward to what he can do on this map, and I'm sure he salivates at the idea of this map. There's swarm host options. There is, super greedy options, but I'm just excited to see what he's got planned, as we have spawning down in the bottom left. It is the wild card, Bly.
And in the upper right, in the red, down a game, not quite able to hold on to the multiple proxy hatcheries we saw against him in that first game. His name is Shadone.
And Bly has got something crossing the map now. Is it going for the gold? Yes, it is. Oh, yes, no?
Maybe.
No? Okay. Interesting. It darted towards the gold, and then I guess he had that drone in the natural anyways. Maybe he was trying to bait the probe to that gold base location and fake it, but it is almost certainly going to be some kind of hatch block play. We'll see. But this is very interesting already.
I think this is just a 3 hatch before pool hatch block, where you get your natural down at a decent time, and then you try to block the Protoss third. But Shadone, he saw the drone going into the other side, so this shouldn't... well, he tries, but even this is annoying, but it's not getting a hatch down and really causing all of those issues.
Oh, nice job right there from Shadone. Yeah, he saw this coming with the probe, so a little bit of a miscalculation from Bly, because I think that was a pretty standard route that Shadone took with his probe. So Bly maybe miscalculating. He could have gone up along the top left side and would have been able to skirt around that probe. But for now, he's going to settle for an extractor. Obviously, he definitely wanted to get the actual hatchery up at the natural. And Shadone, for his part, he's going to be happy with how this has played out so far, I think.
That he is, and Steadfast, before this game really ticks off too much, but we talked about this with Haas as well, where if there is ever a season where where a player like Bly, a player like Haas goes deep, it is this one. We have extra maps in the pool, so it's harder to practice all of them. We have a balance patch that dropped about, what is it, like 3 weeks ago right now, 4 weeks ago right now, that it maybe didn't change up PvZ a ton, although in that Young Yakov Hearthstone series, we saw some significant deviations. If there's a timing when you can start to take advantage of maps being weird and the meta not being totally settled, that is where Bly thrives. So the fact that we get to see Ryder sit here as well, I mean, I know we talked about it between games. That's going to be pretty fun. And actually, the surprising thing here is Bly let the gas finish. There's been no damage on it whatsoever. Shadone is very happy to just take his gas at the natural instead. So tiny little bit of scouting for Bly, but as we can see in the radius, doesn't really see a ton. But it's just there, you know, it's something.
Yeah, no, it doesn't get any additional residual scouting. I'm actually surprised he didn't cancel that and kind of try and run it around, maybe keep the Adept from crossing the map just so he could be a bit of a nuisance with it. We do see on the other side, the Adept did shade forward from Shadone, and I think it sniped the drone. Yeah, it did. It sniped the drone, mining out the minerals, and he gets away after killing an additional Ling. Nice job right here from Shadone. Very well done. Behind this, very quick layer from Bly, and we are going to be seeing a fast Void Ray and most likely a very quick third base from Shadone, but I think Bly might just go for a big 2-base all-in. Oh, well, can he get the pick off? No, Ling Speed's not going to complete. The shade should complete.
Well, yeah, it's not going to get it. Now, Steadfast, here's the question, though. You're talking about Bly maybe doing a 2-base all-in, and again, there's no third, so that seems likely. The question is what variant? I do think a Queen... You know what? Queen Ling Nidus actually could be really solid in this game, especially because, guess what, Steadfast? There's vision in the main base. It is... And actually, I think... No, okay, there's a pylon going to go down. I was going to say that there is actually spots where the extractor gives vision that the Nexus and the other assimilator doesn't. So maybe that would be solid, again, if you're going Void Rays and Oracles and things like that. But okay, there we go. Nidus on the way, and no Roach War, nothing else. Ling Queen Nidus on the docket.
I don't think so, because he's on 4 gases. He's going up to 4 gases. This makes me think, if anything, it's going to be Swarm Host right now. My initial thought was maybe Aspire, but with the Nidus Worm, I don't like 4 gas is way too much to be going Nidus. He doesn't have a Roach Warren yet.
I wonder if this is...
He still doesn't have a Spire. Did he forget the Infestation Pit?
I wonder if this is almost fake. I mean, he's banking a lot of gas to me, but... Okay, so he's got the Nidus going up. This might be fake.
Okay, he forgot the Infestation Pit. He just started it now.
Never mind. I was going to... The argument is, right, okay, I'm going to go Nidus play. I'm going to put some queens in lane. Oh, he just loses 3
that's
queens.
The worst he could have done. Oh,
this is...
That's not what you want to be doing. He does get the Oracle, and he might actually kill the Queen.
I mean, or he's going to get the Void Ray. Wait, he just needs a little more time. He's got creep down. The Queen can transfuse. He can transfuse the Nidus as another one goes down.
What?
How did that get out? I mean, it's still not great, and the Nidus still gets targeted down here, but at least the Queens are here, and there is... I mean, Steadfast, there's not a lot of damage in this army right now, and with transfuses, at least they're getting something. It's not quite as much of a disaster as it could have been. Well, we don't have any Storm Hosts on the way. This timing that Shadone's buying time over and over again and finding some value, you ideally want to get Storm Hosts on the way behind that. You want to pump to the next round of play. And he's spending so much time trying to make this happen that Storm Hosts are only just now starting to hit the field, or at least not even the field, only just now starting to hit the production tab.
Yeah, this is Bly just now starting his third hatchery. Like, this is a very dedicated setup. Oh man, Bly had so much money in the bank. If he even had like 3 swarm hosts with that, and they pop their locusts, that might actually just be game over right then and there, because there was almost no gateway units. The Queens won the fight against the air units. Shutdown is going double Stargate. Like, this was, oh man, this gives me shades of when Galzi did a cannon rush at an MLG and forgot to build the forge. This is a very unfortunate scenario. We're going to see the swarm host starting to be a nuisance, and the Stalkers are not going to be able to fight this too well. I mean, Radhusit, there's a reason I was surprised we saw it get through. Swarm hosts are a bit of a nightmare to deal with on this map.
Yeah, you do not want to pop the swarm host out of this Nidus, though, but it is kind of nice here that, I mean, this is going Phoenix. It's double Stargate Phoenix. There is no detection on this third base, and actually you can't put cannons in range of this creep tumor, so you need a Robo, you need an Oracle, something to knock that down. And actually Lings, they find their way into the main base, so now Bly, confirmation that this is 2 Stargate play. If he didn't know that earlier, tries to find some damage to the shield battery. Here's the big deal though, Queens will start to fall, and when you are going to double Stargate Phoenix like this, there's a critical point where there are just so many Phoenix that without Queens, without other things to defend, they can just start to lift up everything and just annihilate everything on the field. That being said, that's a lot of Locusts on this natural steadfast. I don't know Shadone keeps this thing alive.
Battery overcharge is going to get popped, but that's a lot of DPS. I was going to say we need to lift on the Locust. Battery overcharge. Oh, it just barely goes down. That was so close. The Locusts were instants from expiring, and he gets the natural expansion. That's a huge pickoff. And Bly, after being defended for quite a while, finally gets the value he's looking for. Even with that, he's still down 12 workers, but now Shutdown's economy has been really hampered.
Yeah, I mean, he feels in a rough spot right now. We have a Nidus number going down to the third base, and probes are getting pulled to make sure this thing doesn't go up, but I mean, it's gonna pop up for a second. Nothing pops out of it. But realistically, Steadfast, as we're seeing here, you don't have to pop the Nidus in the third. It's a tax on Shadow's attention, although at this point, Nidus heads are expensive. Bly's only on 3 bases. We don't have the 4th base on the way just yet. Oh, this is a problem? No, never mind. The Locusts are going to get out in time. Swarm Host, I thought the Nidus might die before the Swarm Hosts are able to get back in, but no, they're going to be okay. That being said, though, Phoenix showing just how nice they can be against Locusts in the air. Light units, Phoenix, actually going to minimize the damage.
Yeah, only a couple more probes going down. Not, like you said, the Nidus Swarm heads are starting to get real expensive here. The Spire behind this has finished, and 5 Corruptors do pop on out. And Shutdown is, well, I mean, he's built quite a few air units. If you look at the units tab, I mean, it's not as funny as it was before, but for a moment, it was 14 Swarm Hosts, 2 Lings, and just a handful of Queens for Bly. Now we actually have some additional units hitting the field in the form of those Corruptors, those Roaches, and Stalkers as well for Shutdown, but it was a very funny units tab just a little bit ago. Locust Waves being launched in the middle of the map, not going to be able to achieve much. I don't even know why he's going further into the natural. I think, yeah, you just drop them on the Stalkers and do the best you can. Yeah. This has gone so off the rails.
It really has. And I mean, the Void Ray kills 2 of those Swarm Hosts as well, so less value for Bly. And when you play a Swarm Host style like this, Steadfast, you're not going to have a crazy economy. You're going to be on 60, maybe maximum 70 drones, really. Because Swarm Hosts are very supply expensive, and you want to make sure that you get as much as you can. Losing a Swarm Host is 2 more are going to go down right here on the Phoenix lift. They are meant to just gain infinite value. When you lose one of them, it hurts quite a bit. So another Nidus head goes down, another couple Swarm Hosts fall, and despite getting the base, it doesn't really feel like Bly's getting what he wants. Although this time, finally a Nidus pops, and now there's a little bit more damage from Bly. Shield batteries overcharge will go down with Corruptors as well. Well, it's not even going to need it. The third base falls. Shadone, though, on the other side, Phoenix, Stalkers, finally feels empowered in some way to look for some damage on his opponent's side of the map.
I don't know if that's the right call, though, because Bly, well, there's no blink, there's no charge. The Stalkers don't have any +1 weapons. Bly has so much more mobility with this Nidus Worm. than his opponent. He's hesitating a little bit as to whether to commit on the other side of the map, but he does decide to come back home, which I actually do like because Shutdown is the one who's very committed forward now. And I feel like if Shutdown doesn't recall almost right this instant, he is going to just get run over.
And this is wild as well. Looking at this, I mean, there are far too many corruptors on the map right now. +1 air is done as well. So Bly, he's committed really hard to this anti-Phoenix play when, I mean, realistically, there's not a lot in the air from Shadone right now. And he's going to win the fight in the middle of the map. And the Locust pop out again on the other side. So this base it's going to take a long time to get that third base up again with all the creep and everything else. And now Shadone here, he's really stuck between a rock and a hard place. The corruptors dominate the air. Locusts are starting to find even more value. Now, you don't want to fight under Stalkers. That is the one period of time, that is the one position where Bly is going to be a bit upset. But this game you talked about, Steadfast, going kind of off the rails. Well, Bly, he's right at his train. He's back on the rails again. He's getting the damage he wants. He's forcing his opponent back. And Shadone, at this point, it's feeling pretty hard to find an opening.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow's done a great job of expanding to the bottom right side. He's got another base set up there now, but Bly just has Nidus heads everywhere. He's popping Locusts out here, there, and everywhere. This is becoming too much for the Protoss player to deal with. It's a 70 army supply lead. Yes, a lot of it's in Swarm Hosts, but we even see the Caustic Spray. I was wondering when we were going to see that come down. It does come in and kills off the Natural again. Bly is the Nexus sniper in this game. He is closing in on top of this base. Finally, Blink completes for Shutdown, which is going to enable him to take a good fight around this base against the Roaches, but he is losing a lot of workers. He is dropping very low in supply. Bly still has a good amount of money in the bank. Bly should probably just kind of back away from this position. Wait till he has more units.
Yeah, he did not need to take that fight.
Yeah, he really stayed way longer than he needed to right there. But even with that, this just feels so difficult for Shutdown.
It does, but when we consider things, we say, okay, Bly, you got 11 Swarm Hosts, 33 of your supply is stuck in units that only fight once every 45 seconds, give or take. Okay, now you're at 60 supply. Maybe your army can fight 1-to-1 with the Protoss units on the ground. Well, Protoss units have +1. They have +2. Soon they're going to have Blink. And then, on top of that, you got 4 Corruptors. Actually, he had more, but you got 8 more supply there as well that don't do a lot either. So we look at this supply and you say, wow, it feels really good for Bly. The actual army that fights these Stalkers on the ground is not all that impressive. It's actually, I think it's technically just good down supply compared to what Shadone has. So if Shadone can bring his army together and for once actually find some way to get on the map, stabilize for a second, his army can actually do what he wants to do. But it's hard when you're pinned back like this, Steadfast.
Yeah, the army value is even, but it is the economy right now that is just roaring for Bly, and is so much worse for Shutdown. Shutdown is trying desperately to find the space, not even to take another base, to find the space to take a third base and get himself back up to a decent economy. But I mean, he's built himself up a really nice little army, but Bly is continuing to pester him from every angle. The Nidus Worm now coming up in the natural again, thanks to that creep tumor that's been there forever. This is just really, really painful. Shutdown will once again take a good fight against the Roaches in the middle of the map, but that is not all that Bly has. Bly has so much more than this, and now he's going to finish up the +1 missile, the +1 melee. That's going to make his basic units just a little bit more effective. Shutdown, this is pretty much do or die with the army he's got.
Oh, he's incredibly all in this game, Steadfast. But again, +2 Blink Stalkers. We've seen them find miracles before, and I think he's going to have to do it in 2 ways. 12 Ravagers on the way at the time. He's going to want to take one fight. And assuming that Locusts play defensively, which I'm not even sure they're going to, assuming that happens, he's going to want to bait the Locusts out, back up, let them finish, and then go take another fight. But actually, Corruptors in the main base, they're going to force a recall of about half of the Stalkers. And even that all-in timing from Shadone, he's not allowed to make that happen. More Nidus go up here, more Nidus heads go down. And yeah, the Corruptors, some of them will fall. They got everything they needed. They forced the army back home. Shadone could not make that death push happen. And now, well, you're right. 1-1's done. Everything's out of production here for Bly. He's got his Ravagers ready. He's got his 5th base on the way. Well, actually, 5th base done. Everything that Bly wants in this game, he's now found it.
He certainly has. And this has just been chaos incarnate. Bly has been, oh man, hashtag Bly things has got to be the name of the game for this one, because He has just been all over Shadown from the get-go. And the Stalkers in the middle of the map, they're going to get surrounded here. They might be able to blink away, but even if they do, Shadown just cannot replenish. Bly is so far ahead in economy. He's so far ahead in supply, and he is going to almost certainly punch his ticket into the next round. Shadown is still staying in this one. He's got this third base reestablished on the right side, but even 4 Swarm hosts pop out, they can just click down the Nexus. No, okay, there's enough Stalkers there to prevent this from actually going down. But even just 8 Locusts is so much DPS, and I think Bly just has enough stuff to bulldoze through this army on the bottom side.
Yes, you know, Steadfast, I had some Copium math about 2 minutes ago. It's like, well, you know, the actual ground supply is pretty equivalent, but I don't have that Copium math anymore. It's 63 to 120. All the upgrades there are done for Bly. He's got a Hive just about done. He's maxed out, well, give or take. And the Stalkers, the moment they're forced to blink, dude, the Lings are going to surround, the Biles are going to land, and Shadone is, there we go. There's the blink back, actually. Biles, actually, they just kill the shield battery because that's all that matters, and now you're trapped into a corner. Nowhere to blink to anymore. Shadone, he's staying in this game because this is his tournament life. If he loses this, he's out of the tournament, but Bly forces him out of it. And Shadone, it does not happen. He gets blied, absolutely blied, in both games of this series.
He really did. That was vicious. That was violent. Very well done from Bly. And you see one of the reasons that I'm so surprised that Radhusit made it through. Usually you think of, hey, this is a free 3 bases for Protoss and Terran, free 4 bases even. But Bly says, nah, it ain't. I'm going to show you what free bases cost you. And the answer was the Thanos meme, everything, as Bly completes the 2-0. Very well done from him.
And Steadfast, here's the question. All right, as we are now done, Bly's advanced on into the playoffs first playoffs appearance in quite a while now. Which game was more Bly? Was game 1 with the double proxy hatch and all the shenanigans and the weird mid-game timings and all of that? Is that Bly? Or is building... I didn't take a look at before the end, but we were about 12 minutes, and I think about 15 Nidus heads had died, and he lost even more after that. Which game is more Bly?
Oh, man. That is a toughie. They are combining. They're 2 halves. They're the yin and yang of Bly, you know? You put them together, and it spells out the Bly. It's his symbol. That's across his chest is the Nidus Wormhead proxy hatch. They're both just quintessential Bly games, and I'm just so glad we got a chance to cast them.
And not only that, Steadfast, we get more of them because Bly is into the playoffs, which is just... When was the last... I'm going to have to take a look in the break, but it's been a long time since Bly made the playoffs. But Steadfast, good news. We have more games on the way. It's going to be Wayne and Gerald, and you know what? That's a bit of a different series than what we just saw in Bly of Shadone. But Wayne is... I would still say he's one of those Zergs out of the Eastern European school of young Yakov and Bly and Wayne that actually can do some craziness. So we're going to find out whether Wayne does have craziness or whether he's going to play something a bit more straight up. Because Wayne Gerald, our last European series after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live once again with the final match of the EU portion of today. We only have one more match after that. We are just going to do a quick pit stop in North America. Unfortunately, 2 of the matches had to be postponed. They will be played the following day, but not on the mainstream. But for now, we've got Wayne Gerald to wrap it up in EU, and then we will have Future versus Cham being played for the NA region. Once again, this is Do or Die Sunday, and I am joining Beowulf. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I very much enjoyed that last series. I know some people might complain about swarm hosts and free units, and you know what? If every single game is 3CC versus 4 hatch play, macro, nothing happening in the first 5 minutes, heavy meta, whatever, honestly, that's a life of StarCraft that I find less interesting. But when we have players like Vlad doing well and doing crazy stuff and weird Nidus play all over the place and abusing maps that maybe not everyone has played, I have more fun like that. And it also means I get to appreciate the more standard plays a little bit more because you get a little bit of both. And this game, this series might also give us some of those shenanigans because Wayne, given the opportunity against a Protoss player, he absolutely steadfast can be aggressive. We're going to have to find out how aggressive he can be because game 1 loaded in. And in the upper left, in the red, he's playing for just about my favorite team, for Starlight Twinkle. It's Wayne.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for Storm Gaming. It is the blue Protoss player, Gerald.
So Steadfast, I think we asked this 2 series ago, but I'm going to ask this again here. What version of Gerald do we get? Because you and I cast Gerald when he took down Serral 2-0 a couple seasons ago. And we've also cast Gerald when he's lost to players that he really had, if he can beat Serral, that he really has no business losing to. He's in the final game. He's in our final series. It's 2-2. Which version of Gerald are we going to get today?
That is a good question. It remains to be seen. Wayne is one of those players that he is a scary opponent these days. He is, solidly the 5th best Zerg in Europe. It is, we have a very clear top 2 with Serral and Raynor. And then a Laser and Lambo. I think you could make an argument between which of them is 3rd, 4th. I think I'd give Lambo the edge, but I think a lot of people would say, it kind of depends on the day and who their opponents are and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But I think just about everyone would put Wayne as that number 5 Zerg player. And he is just scary. He's got lots of different timings. You mentioned it earlier. He challenged Clem. He had himself an opportunity to win that series maybe 2-0 and put himself through, but now he finds himself in a desperate situation. This is going to be fireworks.
Yeah, and Steadfast, you put him as number 5. Honestly, in terms of peak, maybe not in terms of stability because he's not there yet, but in terms of peak, I'd put him higher than that. We saw him. He should have 3-0 Serral last season. He should have 2-0 Serral last season and to go 3-0 in his group. He had a real strong opportunity to beat Clem in round 2 here today. When Wayne is on top of his business, when Wayne is playing like we know Wayne can play, I'd put him number 3, actually. I'd put him he's not Raynor or Serral, obviously, but I'd put him ahead of a Laser. I'd put him ahead of Lambo. But again, it's that consistency. He doesn't hit that every single game and every single series. And honestly, he doesn't even hit that every single game. But he's got, he has that promise.
He's certainly got the potential. I see what you're saying. I think he's still got a little bit of a ways to go before I put him up in that upper echelon. Nice micro right there from Gerald. Does manage to save that probe. Barely able to save it. And will counterattack on the other side of the map with the Adept. I think, yeah, you do shade forward with your opponent having committed like that. And Gerald's is going to start off with a solid little setup here with the drone pull from Wayne. Very preemptive. I don't hate it, but Gerald sees it coming, gets out of there. And Wayne ends up doing a little bit of additional damage to himself by pulling those workers. And this is a great start for the Polish Protoss player.
And not only that, the Queens, they pulled themselves off creep to try to deal with the Adepts. So there was a world maybe where Gerald was going to be able to shade in and get a couple drones. But with the Lynx there, he's going to pull back for now. Behind this though, Gerald, he's got his third base on the way. He's got his first Oracle out. Second one's going to get started. He's moving into that mid game that you like to see. And on top of that, with these two Adepts, you're still on the other side. You can do some dirty play where you dive two Adepts into one mineral line, an Oracle into another, and really start to stress a Zerg that does not want to build that many units early game, because again, every unit, every Ling that you make, that's a drone that you don't have. In fact, he's going to kill, that's really nice. He's going to go and kill Larva. So it's not a drone necessarily, but it's almost a drone. And that's just, oh, man, a couple sequences of events there. There's a Spore Cancel. If the Spore Cancel dies, the drone dies anyway. So that's an even more expensive drone death. Gerald doesn't get a lot of drones, but he gets a lot more damage than the number of drones he got would really indicate.
Yeah, and he hasn't lost anything yet. He finds a couple more drones, meanwhile, with the second Oracle on the third base. We are going to see Lings counterattacking on the other side of the map. At the third base, will be able to pick off the pylon. And they will be able to find maybe, no, okay. Well, he doesn't get any of those probes. He is able to kill off that one pylon, but now there's quite a few Adepts on the other side. Wayne might not realize there's actually a counterattack coming. He's only on 11 Lings. That is not really enough to deal with 5 Adepts. If Gerald commits a little bit, he could find himself getting a lot of damage. Wayne actually supply blocked at 66. This is looking great for the Protoss.
That it is. Oracle's now going to dive into the third base as well. Steadfast, there's not a Spore. He's trying to cut corners to make sure he can come back into it. That just means more damage by that Oracle on the third base. 10 drones have gone down. And by the way, these Adepts, they don't have glaives. Their job is just to get as much damage as they can, and realistically, just to die afterwards. It's Blink on the way from Gerald. He's on his third base. This was not as committed as, well, Adepts shading in at this timing generally are. 13 dead drones, Lings falling down as well. Wayne's got to find some value here. And the Stalker's on the map. That's a really good start. If he gets them, and he's not even going to.
I was going to say they're in too good of a spot, and there's too many units here. Gerald is going to continue to pressure forward. He's kept these Oracles alive. He only did a 2 Oracle play, so his tech behind this is rather quick. This is looking so good. You asked us what version of Gerald we were going to get today, and it looks like we have found the Shark version of Gerald, because he has got that killer instinct. He is playing so brilliantly. And if he just goes for a big push with this 8-gate +1 Blink Stalker, it is going to be so difficult for Wayne to deal with. Wayne has to drone up. He does not have a choice in the matter, which means that Gerald, there is a really scary timing right about now.
You know, Steadfast, this actually makes a lot of sense. As we look at this, we're hyping up how good Wayne can be, how he's a top 5 Zerg in Europe, probably maybe even higher, I don't know. But his name is Wayne. And Gerald, with his massive apartment that he has, unfortunately we don't have player webcams, with this massive apartment that he has, he's known as Batman. And I think we know, given the choice between Wayne and Batman, or Bruce Wayne and Batman, I think a lot of people would choose Batman.
I mean, most people would. I think even Bruce Wayne would choose Batman, to be honest. I think that's the whole point, is the mask becomes the man. Gerald does kind of back off a little bit, but I think it's more of a rotation than anything. The Ling counterattack on the other side of the map, I mean, what hope does it really have to get anything done? We got Wayne trying to cut corners and go into a Spire, but he really doesn't have what he needs to deal with this push. Gerald playing such a phenomenal game. Started off, got so much damage done. Wayne, like you said, cut some corners, cut the Spore on the third base. It led to even more damage. And Gerald, I mean, the supplies, they really do tell the tale at this point.
They really, I mean, +1 melee can find some value if Lings find a spot or find a good surround, but at this point, I mean, we're at the point now where there are just about as many Stalkers as there are Zerglings on the map. And Steadfast, you get 2 Lings for 50 minerals. Stalkers are a whole lot more expensive.
Yes, it's they're a lot more valuable is the way I would put that. Now Wayne was saving up money for the Mutas, but they're not going to be able to make any significant impact in this game. Stalkers blink forward. They take down the hatch, they take down everything, and Gerald takes down game number 1.
That was good from Gerald. That was, I don't know that it's necessarily the form that took Serral down, not yet, because again, Wayne is not Serral, but finding the value, right? Getting in early, having the presence of mind to snipe what was likely going to be a drone out of the egg, just keeping your on the spore cancel, or not actually cancel, but keeping your Oracle on the spore, so you punish it. It's 75 minerals. And actually, I think it died. I don't even think it was canceled. So drone dies, you lose the spore. That's worth about 3 or 4 drones, actually. And with all that happening, Gerald, he just finds early value. He finds early value, forces Wayne to feel like he has to find some comeback, has to be greedy in some way. And that's pretty simple to punish sometimes. Adepts, 5 adepts, get 13 drones without glaives. And honestly, at that point, as a Zerg player, really, what are you supposed to do?
I mean, I think the big problem where things really went wrong is that Wayne didn't realize that Gerald was actually counterattacking with the Adepts. And if he builds even 6 or 8 more Lings, he's probably able to deal with those Adepts just fine. But like you said, he took a little bit of damage early on, a little bit more than he wanted to. It was just very difficult for him to come back from a situation like that. And he cut a couple of crucial corners. The Oracle's got, I think, 6 drones. The Adepts got a bunch of Lings and a bunch of drones. And from that point on, Gerald just played a calm, methodical game. He took his 4th base, continued to build Blink Stalkers, didn't really feel the need to tech up, just kept building units, kept pressuring. And Wayne was not able to deal with it from that point.
No, he really wasn't. And now in the upper right, in the blue, he's playing for Psystorm. Looking to move on to the playoffs, knock his opponent out right now. It's Gerald.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left. Started off so promising in this group, but now finds himself 1 map away from being eliminated. It is Wayne.
And Steadfast, I know you're a WTL aficionado. And it's important to note that both of these players played in WTL today. Wayne lost to Oliveira 2-0. Okay, fine. Gerald 2-0'd Scarlet. And Scarlet has been, even when her individual performances don't work out all that well, her WTL performances, her team league performances are always top of the pack. She's got actually some of the best results in the Rebellion right now. So I'm not saying that means that Gerald is going to 2-0 Wayne. But what I am saying is that might be indicative of how these 2 players are feeling today, of the form that they're looking at. And based on game 1, I mean, that just corroborates that.
Yeah, I mean, Gerald that's feeling himself, we talked about it already. He was able to take down Serral. He's been one of the better players against Serral across all of StarCraft 2's history. In like the last 5 years, he has one of the better records against the Finnish Phenom, which is very telling about how good of a player Gerald can be. And he feels like one of those players who rises to the occasion. And in this particular case, he is really rising to the occasion. Amazing early game and a clean mid game led to a 1-0 lead. And let's see if he can build on that.
Although Steadfast, you talk about what that says about Gerald. I think that record actually says something about Serral, because that's like 1 or 2 series victories over Serral in the last 5 years. And if that puts you as one of the best Protoss players across the world to deal with Serral, well, I think that says just about as much as about Serral as it says about anything else.
Yeah, I think it's more than that, though. I think it's okay. Yeah, it's actually only. Yeah, it is actually only 5-1 in series, plus an even split in a WTL match.
Hey, 16%,
so that is very telling.
16% against Serral. That's actually a really good win rate, especially in PvZ.
Yeah, that's actually well above the mean. Serral has like a 90% win rate in PvZ or something. We are going to see this is the Gerald spot. He goes to the high ground, starts fishing around with the Adept. Sees if he can get any drones. Wayne was not snoozing. Good job. He's able to save everything. Behind this, we got to talk about the builds a little bit. Gerald He is going for a Twilight Council and a Robo. He is a player that loves to go DT drop more than like any other Protoss. But for now, we are going to see the Adepts. Oh, they shade forward. They grab a couple of drones and just recalls out. Well done from Geralt.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. And now, well, I don't think this is going to be DT drop Steadfast because already there's a War Prism on the way. It's not going to be Storm drops either. This is just going to be very quick Archon drops coming out of Geralt.
Yeah, this is some weird stuff. Geralt has been a player that sticks to his guns and plays old builds more than just about anyone. Now, this is not even really an old build. This is a build that, wow, we just don't see it very often at all. But it's a very interesting build. It is not, yeah, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Wayne does have a Roach Warren ready to go, but we'll see if this can find any value.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? So what this does is you spend more gas, right? High Templars, they're more gas expensive than Dark Templars are. Which is not great when you're on 2 bases. You don't have a ton of gas to work with. But it means that if you're going to deal with, say, a Zerg playing as a Zerg does, Hydraling Bane, and we know Wayne loves Hydraling Bane, you're going to get really easy access into that storm much faster than the Zerg might expect. And then you have an army that deals with very low HP, very high damage units a little bit earlier, a little bit faster, and maybe a little bit more powerfully than Wayne might expect. But for now, Archon drops, it's going to be revealed. Oh, I guess Archon drops, singular Archon. At least Wayne knows that, yeah, there are Archons on the field. But is he going to know it's Dark Shrine or not Dark Shrine?
That is a good question. He already built the 2 spores because Geralt goes for Dark Shrine so often. This is actually really interesting because initially I thought this was the 4-gate version of this build, but I actually, now that I look at it a little closer, he's only done this off 2 gateways, which means he warps in 1 Archon. Oh, pardon me. 1 Archon right away. Second one, he's got the 2 High Templar at the natural. He hasn't morphed them into an Archon, which is a little bit strange. The Archon drop in the natural will get deflected, but the main thing that I'm building towards is that, like you said, this is a much quicker storm. It is a much quicker 3rd base, and this is just a very economically focused setup. Nice warping right there to save that 1 probe. Unfortunately, he's not able to save the other one, but this is a really interesting setup. But if this is what I think it is from Wayne, which would be swarm hosts, then I think this is an amazing way to deal with this setup. Yeah. Oh, no, don't lose the Archon. Oh, my God. Oh, he stressed me out so much right there. I thought he was going to lose that Archon.
And this is pretty cool from Wayne, right? So this is not Rider Set. This is not a map that is quite as good for swarm hosts as Rider Set is, but you have these mineral walls on the right side. You can either burrow through debris and make that happen, or you can go and just mine some minerals and walk across. And if that's where he's trying to abuse, which I think he is going to, it's really hard for the Protoss to get on top of. Here's the problem, though. Geralt's army right now is Storm is done. Charge is just about done. He's got 2 Immortals with this army. He's about to hit right as the Swarm hosts are hitting the field. And Steadfast, there are 2 kill timings against Swarm host players. One is when you survive and you max out, and that's hard to do. The other one is as the Swarm hosts are popping, as you just pressure in before they're really able to find their value and pin you back. Geralt is trying to hit this one right now. He's got 4 Storms, I think, in the Warp Prism. He's got an Archon, a couple Immortals. This is not the easiest hold for Wayne right now. Even as his supply says, okay, he should be fine.
Yeah, this is a funky little scenario. Of course, Wayne is going to try and hold without having to use his Locust if he can. But this is weird because the Zealots are going to do very poorly against the Locusts, except that there's very small numbers of Locusts. The Storms are going to be the big thing to deal with this. We do see the Zealots getting right on top of the Roaches. They're going to do well in that scenario. Wayne kind of trying to dance around Storms. Oh, the War Prism barely staying alive. Gonna get sniped. No, the Storms are not going to do too much against the Roaches themselves. And there's that Zealot Warpin in the back. That War Prism surviving.
It's not
well, actually, it's not going to even matter because the power units will all go down before the Zealots can actually re-engage.
Not at all. And by the way, the Locust found their way to the other side. It's not going to get the Nexus. But those Storms, Steadfast, were just about the worst Storms I've ever seen. They didn't do a lot of damage to the Roaches, but what they did do is they stripped all the shields. They stripped some of the HP from the Zealots. And these units that are supposed to be tanky and get on top of your units and kill the Roaches, by the time they connected, they already had 50% HP. They are already not doing all that well. And then Geralt continues to fight and continues to try to find that value. And of course, Wayne is so confident in his defense that on the other side, Locusts are going to pop. And they're going to find value. And the Nexus in the natural already takes a lot of damage. Roaches show up on the other side as well. Archon gets low, forces the shield battery overcharge even before this attack from Wayne hits. Geralt had a timing. He absolutely had a timing. But he wasn't able to pin things in properly. The Storms did more damage to him than his opponent. And now it's a hard hold for Geralt.
Yeah, no, I don't see how he can possibly make this defense happen. He does have a shield battery and a War Prism and Immortals available, but there's just way too much Zerg. Shield battery's already depleted. And I think this is just going to be us going to game number 3. It was a neat timing from Geralt, but it just did not work out. The execution was not... it was not what it needed to be, and even if it was, I don't know how well it would have worked out. He needed a better angle, but he didn't find it, and Wayne will force game number 3.
And Steadfast, I think the thing we have to point out here as well, and I'm curious to see whether they're showing that Archon triggered the Swarm Host play, whether that was a reactive play or whether it was proactive. But the other thing I think we have to point out here is that Wayne played counter to his style. He's played actually one of the PvZs he lost. We didn't expect him to lose early on, was because he played High Drilling Bane and he got stormed to death over and over and over again. That was against Gung Fu Banda. So this build that Geralt's going for is counter to the Wayne that we've seen for the first 4 series. I guess he hasn't played a Protoss every time, but all the ZVPs that we've seen him play in this tournament. And now he goes Roach Ravager, Swarm Host, something that actually deals very well with a style that deals very well with how he likes to play. I don't know whether that's planned. I don't know whether that's just a build of opportunity, but it does work out really nicely for how Wayne decided to play.
That is a really good question. We'd have to ask him directly to see, like, hey, what was your thought process here? Was this reactive upon seeing the Archons, or was this something you were going to do anyways? Like you said, kind of trying to rail against what might be expected, because he does play Hydras quite a bit more than your average Zerg. But either way, it was a very effective setup, and we are going to game 3 on Oceanborn.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. Also, the other thing we have to point out about that game from Geralt is that he's tried this a couple times. He tried this against Lambo yesterday. Very similar idea. It didn't work. He's been trying it all over the place. And we haven't really seen it play with immediate effect yet. So maybe. But I don't think we're going to see it in game 3 because, Steadfast, you pointed out, we're ready for it. And in the upper left, in the red, looking to reverse sweep the series. It's a best of 3, but reverse sweep it anyways. Find his way into the playoffs after a rough middle section of this group. It's Wayne.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for Psystorm Gaming, looking to punch his tickets into the playoffs. It is Geralt. Yeah, sometimes you have yourself a game plan, and on paper, it can be a cool game plan. But when it doesn't work, you gotta be able to let it go. And I'm not willing to say that it won't work, this quick storm, this Archon play. But game 1 went so well for Geralt. It went so well for him. Very good standard play, and I think I'd just like to see him return to standard play. Now, we do see a nice little hatch block coming down at the natural. Wayne had pulled an extra drone, it looks like, to try and get that down. But I suppose he forces a pylon. That's something.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't think Wayne was going 3 hatch before pool. And he pulled the first drone out to go take his third base very quickly. So he actually got his third base on time, or his natural on time regardless at third base. I guess you send both out, and if you can get one, then you pull the extended one back, and then you're happy because you would always...
Oh, he snaps the probe's neck.
Do probes have necks?
Not anymore.
Very true. But I guess, yeah, you send both, and then you take whichever one's not blocked. And, hey, forcing a pylon and killing the probe that early is always going to be really nice. But I'm with you, Steadfast. Geralt, play standard. Do what you can. That weird build, we saw him try it against Lambo. We saw him try it here. Doesn't really seem to be the way to play.
The thing is, I'm okay with doing it if you confirm that it's Hydras. But, and the thing is, if it was defensive in nature against the Swarm host, having Quick Storm against Swarm host is not a bad thing. Like, you can mow down Locust Waves with Storms very effectively. It's not easy. You got to micro the High Templar, the War Prism, the Archons very effectively. But it's doable. It's very doable. Hitting the timing, though, aggressively with it, I don't know. I have to assume he's had a great deal of success with it in a lot of his practice games and a lot of his preparation. But once again, I'm happy to see him return to a standard Stargate opener here in game number 3.
Yeah, certainly. And for now, well, I mean, this is how it started. Early on with the Adept, it showed up, it got a little damage done, it forced some reactions that maybe Wayne wasn't too happy with. And then we followed up, right, with more Oracles and killed a Spore morphing and did all of these fantastic things. But for now, the Adept, well, it's going to shade forward somewhere. And actually, yeah, it's gonna find the Geralt spot. But unfortunately, there's a Ling to soak a shot. So Wayne, he's not going to get found out by it. And well, actually, this Adept should go down now. Yeah, the shade's not going to be in time already. A little bit better for Wayne in game 3.
Oh, drastically better. He's already killed the probe. He, with the drone pull at the beginning, he kills off this Adept here. The pylon was built, and that didn't really achieve too much. And now we're going to see... Oh, no. Okay, he's not going to be able to get anything, but he forces the first Oracle to stay home. This is already a significant difference between games number 1 and game number 3. And now we've got ourselves a Void Ray as the second unit. Ooh, okay, that's a very quick Twilight Council. We'll see. This could still be Blink. He does build the gases, but there's no, it's probably still going to be Blink. We'll see.
I mean, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, Steadfast. There was a build in the 2 Stargate meta where you would go 2 Void Rays, you'd go charge lots behind it, and it was pretty powerful. But I don't think that's what we're going to see this game. I do question getting a Void Ray after the Oracle like that, because again, you really want 2 Oracles to get your damage done. I understand why you'd get a Void Ray, right? You shut down scouting.
Oh, never mind. It is going to be Glaives. Okay.
And look at... Okay, so go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yeah, this is a little bit weird from Geralt here. Wayne, I think he saw those gases at the natural. He saw one of them at least. And if he doesn't find a way to find the extra Adepts, this could be very scary for him. Once again, it feels like Geralt is trying to catch his opponent off guard with this Starglaives build, this 4-gate Glaives after Stargate. But Wayne, once again, prepared with a Roach Warren in a situation where it seems like Geralt might have had an anti-Hydra build on the mind.
I mean, just because you're ready with a Roach Warren with having that Steadfast doesn't mean you're going to build it. Doesn't mean that you're going to have the units ready for defense. And in fact, was that Roach Warren just... No, what was just canceled?
I think it was just... I think he built an extra spine, but he's got a spine coming up in every mineral line right now. The Adepts are coming forward on the other side of the map. This is going to be difficult to deal with right here, especially once they start shading around the bases and really causing havoc. Wayne got a very quick 4th base during all this, and that is going to make it more difficult to defend. But so far he's doing a pretty decent job. Oh, Stasis Ward number 2 in the natural, very effective. Funnily enough, maybe actually protecting the drones a little bit, but still, it will be forced mining time lost, and that's pretty good. This is a heavy commitment to the defense, considering the fact that he loses 12 drones, actually, and he built this many spines. This... I mean, I don't know.
I feel really good about the damage that Wayne got, especially considering I think a couple of the Adepts might have gotten out. But, actually, no, they're not going to get out. They're going to recommit. But I'm worried about the next minute or so. One of the reasons one of the counters to the Glaive build was, well, if you, the Glaives don't kill army. They kill units. They kill workers. They shatter the economy of a Zerg sometimes. But first of all, Wayne's back up at 68 drones because this hit so late. And second of all, he has that roach timing. You talked about roach speed is just about done. It is always possible for the Zerg player to try to run across the map and hit that timing. There's no chart, there's no blink, there's no +1. But instead, Wayne, he's going straight up to Hive. He's got an infestation pit on the way, adding in Hydras, and it seems like he's going to try to take a page out of Young Yakov's book. We're going to see, I think, Lurker play here. And I think he maybe could have had to make something happen, but if he gets up that quickly when it's only Blink Stalker play, that's a powerful composition for Wayne.
He might have been able to get something done, but I feel like he doesn't feel like he needs to. Even though that was a decent bit of damage and there was a commitment to the spines, I mean, like you said, that did slow down Gerald's tech. The fourth base from Wayne was very quick, and he didn't seem to miss any injects, so he was able to keep rolling with his or rebuild his drones very quickly. We do see Gerald skirmishing in the middle of the map, getting a couple of pickoffs here, but it's, yeah, I feel like Wayne's position right now in this game is solid. I like it a lot.
Yeah, the one thing I'm looking for, Steadfast, is we do have this hive about halfway done. We don't have a Lurker Den on the way just yet, and this might just be that Wayne wants to get Vipers very quickly. He thinks Gerald is going to transition into Colossus play or Disruptors, which, by the way, RoboBay on the way, that would be a correct read from Wayne. And then you want 3 Vipers, and just Roach Hydra Viper against low numbers of Robo units can actually do a really nice job. But okay, there we go. Lurker Den's on the way. I guess he just didn't want them at all before he could start to get the upgrades up. And now at this point, Gerald is on the map. He's trying to get aggressive, but the creep spread is really nice. He's going to have to deal with the Ling run by into his natural, and on the front as well. He doesn't have enough Stalkers to deal with this Roach Hydra stuff. In fact, he needed to blink back immediately, losing more Stalkers than he should have. It's about to get really... Oh, maybe, Gerald's going to back up for the moment. It felt really scary for Gerald, but I guess he's going to stabilize.
It still feels kind of scary for Gerald right now. He does have a great economy. He's on 4 bases, 79 probes, but Wayne himself is on a fantastic economy as well, and it will be Vipers coming on in. If it just ends up being a big Roach Hydra Viper attack, I mean, if those abducts land on the first few Disruptors, this is going to be really difficult to deal with. Looks like Wayne will, in fact, add on a singular Lurker, as he's pretty much maxed out. But I don't know, man. This feels scary for Gerald until he can get out High Templar tech.
Yeah, certainly. For now, he's going to try to snipe as many Roaches as he can. Oh, you cannot lose these Oracles. Both will go down, and now detecting any sort of Lurker play is going to be hard, but from around the... Okay, Disruptor's not going to find what it wants. Gerald... If he's right now, he's got to play counterattack. He's got to go and have... Oh, he doesn't even have charge. These Zealots are just so useless.
Oh, and he instantly recalls. I mean, he forces the army back, and he buys himself a little bit more time. But...
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't blink forward. Those are so many Lurkers sieged up. That is going to be a ton of dead Stalkers right there for Gerald. Gerald loses a lot. I thought he was checking with the Stalker to see if there was an ambush, but no, he was blinking for vision, and he ends up blinking everything into a trap. Now, this could be a trap on the other side, as there is a Disruptor here ready to go. It's a big shot. And Gerald finds himself a very good skirmish on the right side. Counterattack on the bottom side from Wayne. Runs into a stasis ward. Ooh, but the abducts on the Disruptor is going to be very effective against them.
Well, he's going to blink forward on top. Only 3 Lurkers right here. The blinding cloud as well. And, okay, there is vision somewhere, but these Lurkers... The stasis trap actually is working against them, because look at what's happening. It's a bit of a SimCity. It's a bit of a choke. Even still, though, Gerald is going to clean this up. We are severely hurting in our tech right now. Gerald tried to get the 5th base. That's going to get denied. I think was denied. And now, what's our Disruptor count at? We're looking at 3 Disruptors, a singular Oracle, Blink Stalkers, Charge Lots. Hearthstone showed us how to beat this army. Disruptors, Charge Lots, Stalkers. Ooh, that's not what you need. You need Colossus. You need Storm. You need to move to that next round of tech, on top of, again, having these Disruptors, because they're nice. But you need enough Robo units that 3 Vipers will not just kill everything.
Yeah, he does have 3 High Templar right now. Disruptor shots are going to be pretty decent. Stasis Ward not able to keep that 1 Disruptor alive. There's still Vipers ready to go. Feedbacks. Oh, they will come through, but not in time to save these units. There is one of the robotics facilities at this base. Gerald needs to hold here, but this is going to be so scary. There's a ton of Lurkers in the back. They're not even really being brought to bear just yet. Wayne, okay, blink forward does grab the Viper, and Disruptor shot, it will connect on 2 of the Lurkers. Not going to be able to kill them. We'll soften them up a little bit. Finding the other Viper would be very nice there. Wayne Oh, he's on the top of ramp. I don't know if Gerald wants to push up here.
I understand, I guess. Maybe Gerald just didn't see the Viper. I don't know. But I understand why you might want to go and try to press the ramp right now and try to cancel a lot of these lurkers as they morph, because this army becomes so much... nice lurker going down. Becomes so much scarier as the lurkers are done, as you move into that. But I mean, even still, neglecting killing that Viper is such a big deal. Disruptor, the wrong one gets abducted for a second. Stalker's now blinking. All the shots are going to go up, but they're all targeted down. Wayne on top of things here. 70, 80, 90 supply up above where his opponent is at this point. A disruptor from the high ground is going to have to be absolutely miraculous, and Wayne just splits against it steadfast. Game one, Gerald was on top of his business, but after that, Wayne has absolutely had his number here. At this point, this base is going to go down. He's recalling the probes and the disruptor to try to stay alive. But 94 supply to 198. Continuous production out of Wayne, +2 attack done. Lurkers continue to burrow. Armor on the way. Gerald, he needs more than he has.
He certainly does. What he needed to do more so than anything was deal with the Vipers. And he did not have the High Templar out initially. They were able to get some good abducts. They reset the disruptor count. Even after that, Gerald almost was able to stabilize enough. He fought a good delaying action, but it wasn't quite enough. Wayne was able to execute just a little bit better. Split against the disruptors a couple of times very nicely. This time, we'll be able to snipe down another disruptor, and Wayne is going to be able to take down the game and will advance in the final spot of the EU playoffs. Very well done from Wayne.
And man, I understand why Gerald may have wanted to go high ground right side and prevent all those lurkers from morphing, maybe, if you can get that done. But that last fight we saw on his, I think, yeah, technically his fourth base, where the Viper got the abducts and that the first disruptor shots didn't go off and the rest of them got targeted down because there was too much value, too much damage in the Zerg army. Imagine if Gerald actually snipes that third Viper. That fight is no longer possible. Like, Gerald, I think, actually might be able to take a good one if Wayne decides to commit. And honestly, I don't even know that Wayne decides to commit without Vipers there, with that heavy disruptor count that we had. And then maybe Gerald gets to 180 supply or so. Maybe he is able to stabilize a little bit longer, can continue to develop his tech. But because he didn't get that Viper, because that got the 2 abducts, that prevented the first disruptor shots from going off, that bot wait the time that he needed to dive on top of the disruptors, and well, we saw what happened. It absolutely snowballed from there. So, a horse, or a Viper, my kingdom for a Viper, Steadfast.
Yeah, it's if you have those high-tech units and they're getting abducted and you don't prevent it, it's going to be a rough time for the Protoss. And that's exactly what we saw there. Now, for now, are we going to go to a quick little break before we head on over to NA?
We have a brief break because
a brief break.
NA is scheduled to start in about 2 minutes. So we're going to go for about 6 minutes of break. And when we're back, we have one NA matchup. It's going to be Future. It's going to be Cham and Steadfast. As we get ready for that one, I think either Cham or Future falling out of this tournament before the playoffs, that's going to be a big surprise. So we're going to have to see what happens after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to our final series of the day, but also a new region. Steadfast, we've had a lot of games in North America, or excuse me, a lot of games in Europe, some games in Asia, but only one game is getting played in North America today. The other two, they're going to get played tomorrow. I think you might actually be covering those. But for now, we have an absolute banger of a matchup here. It's going to be Future. It's going to be Cham. And in this matchup, this is not an expected setup here. The fact that Future and one of Future or Cham might not be in the playoffs, that is already, it's already pretty insane. Let's be real here.
Yeah. I mean, it is a bit of a surprising setup in NA, but I think if you look at NA across the board, there's already a few surprising results. I think Disc finishing in the position he has, taking care of Kelazur, was very impressive. I think that's the biggest one, actually, for me. I was maybe expecting Masa to maybe make it out earlier, just because I hold him in super high regard, even though he doesn't play barely at all. But I think Future and Cham being on the cusp of, well, one of them going to be eliminated, I think is surprising.
Yeah, well, you know what, Steadfast, that may be surprising, but there is one thing that's not surprising, and that is that we have some awesome sponsors. So Monster Energy, U.S. Air Force, ESL Shop, thank you so much for allowing us to make this happen, last week happen, the next 2 weeks of playoffs, whether it's Future, whether it's Cham, whoever qualifies, making those happen. And of course, if you want to see where these players are qualifying to, because this is an event, but if you do well enough, you get invited on to ESL Masters Atlanta at DreamHack Atlanta. And by the way, tickets are already on sale. And if you want to go, they're 20% off if you use promo code StarCraft and Steadfast. You and we can speak to this. I know Future can speak to this as he's about to play this game. That was an incredible tournament we had last year. Awesome finals with Hero and Bunny and that crazy run that Bunny had, but also just how loud and how large and how active that crowd was. Really an awesome situation just to exist within this StarCraft family.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing, and I, for one, am very excited about the tournament. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait to see it. But for now, I think we're going to be getting into the first map of the final series of the day. It is, I think, our first ZVT of the day, because there was only the two Zergs in Asia. They played each other. There were a few ZVPs in Europe, but it was mostly PvP and TvP. Yeah, this is surprising. Very surprising.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Zerg players, there are a couple Zergs at the highest level that realistically they win a lot. Raynor and Serral in Europe, and Dark and Solar now, GSL finalist, or GSL champion, excuse me, in Korea. But below that, there's a significant drop off. Maybe we have Lambo and Laser probably are still kind of up there-ish, maybe on like the Solar-ish level in Europe. But there is below those couple, there is a significant drop off, and we really don't see a ton of Zerg players. I mean, yes, there's young Yakov and Wayne, but for the most part, Europe is a Protoss dominated region. North America has been or Americas has at times been as well. So it shouldn't be too surprising, I guess, that we're in the situation where we had lots of PVZs and PvPs, but maybe less TVZs, because again, Terran is a little bit less common, but the ones we have, Steadfast, the ones we have are pretty good. So we're going to see just how good Future is as we get into game one. But his opponent in the bottom right, in the blue, he's playing for Starlight Twinkle. He's the last LATAM champion. It's Cham.
And his opponent spawning up in the top left for Team Maturino. It is Future. The future of Terran. And he is going to start things off with a command center first. You know, when we started into this map, my first instinct was, I think he's going to proxy 2 racks, but this is the other end of the spectrum. This is the way Spirit loves to play a ton of his matches, and obviously it boosts your economy very nicely. Yeah, I like the way to start up a series with this.
Yeah, and so we saw Future play Scarlet fairly early on to this tournament. He actually took down game 1 off of a really heavy committed 8 racks type of timing, if I remember right. No, excuse me. It was 2 racks Reaper, heavy pressure there, turned it into bio play, and Scarlet wasn't quite ready for it. And then we saw him play some other stuff. We saw him play a mid game, just a standard game, didn't work out particularly well. And then he tried to play Cyclone Mech, and that really didn't work. So it's going to be interesting to see what we have him playing into. But for now, CC first on a big map, on a player like Cham, who is maybe a little bit less likely to go pool first. That being said, though, in this game, Cham, he's going to have that pull up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost never going to see a 12 pool, and that's the only way you can punish a command center first. Like 12 pool in this matchup, it just does not happen. You just don't do it because you lose so hard to standard play. Even then, it's if you actually want to win the game, it's going to have to be 12 pool Roach Ravager. And then on top of that, if you want to just kind of get yourself ahead, you could go for a proxy hatch. Like if you were certain your opponent was command center first, but you didn't think you could kill them, you can build a hatchery at your opponent's natural and be a real nuisance. But as for Cham, right now, he doesn't have any inkling of what's happened. And Cham, okay, did he forget his second Overlord? Or his third Overlord? Oh my goodness, yes he did.
Well, that's not how you want to start a game of StarCraft. Although I guess if I'm going to find myself supply blocked for getting an Overlord, I'd rather be a Zerg player than, well, I guess a Terran can supply drop, but I'd certainly rather than a Protoss, right? Because at least you can build a couple things and hide the drones and then cancel it. And it's expensive, but there is some recovery.
Oh, look at this! Look at the production tab. Look at the main base of Future right now.
Oh, I love this. This is so, especially considering the fact that Cham was supply blocked, and that means his queens are going to be slower. His second round of queens are going to be slower, and his third and his fourth, etc. Going double starport here, it's just, you're making my day, Future. We knew we were not going to get a standard build out of the man. Not when he went crazy Cyclone Mech against Scarlet. So this doesn't surprise me, but it does spark joy.
This is pretty awesome right here. Now, we're not seeing a fusion core coming down right here. Is this going to be double port Banshee? He does build a Viking. With the setup that Cham has seen, this could look like early Hellbats with the lack of a reactor on the factory. Could have looked like, maybe 3 Hellions into Hellbats, like 7 Marines in a drop, and then Hellbats as a follow-up. But okay, this is going to be Hyper Flight Rotors Banshees, and this is not a fast third command center. This is a committed 2-base build. And we talked about supply blocks. Future got himself a little bit supply blocked while wanting to build an early Viking. It has popped out, but I mean, this build is already a little bit off kilter, but it is so wild that I'm really curious if Cham's going to be even able to figure it out.
Yeah, and let's talk about what Cham has seen to figure things out, right? So he knows that there's no third base on location just yet. Not that weird. It's 4:55 in. You generally drop it a little bit later. But what he has seen is that there was a very quick third gas on the natural. That doesn't tell him that this is 2-port Banshee, but it does tell him that Future is probably committing to a little bit more tech than he might otherwise do. Probably maybe even just says, maybe this isn't Hellbat play, because again, Hellbats cost minerals. You need gas, of course, for the medevac, and you need gas for the armory. But in general, that third gas may tell enough. Of course, the Viking's going to deny any scout of the fourth gas. And that's kind of it. Realistically, the fact, I mean, he knows there's a starport on the field. There's a little bit of an inkling that something crazy is going on. But it's a smidgen of information, Steadfast.
And the main problem with that as well is that off of a command center first, it is not uncommon to get a low ground gas at the natural. Stay on one gas for a little while. But, I mean, he did see the relatively quick factory, so he might know it's a third gas. No, you should know it's a third gas. You should know. Either way, he is getting set up for 1-1 Roaches, Cham that is, and it looks like he might even be thinking about going aggressive himself. We do see Future behind this is going to be playing mech. And as we set this whole thing up, this is so much commitment off of just 2 bases right now. He's added on additional factories, 2 armories, and he still hasn't landed the 3rd commander, just now taking it. But it is going to be up to these Cloaked Banshees to find themselves a lot of value.
I mean, they're cloaked and they're hyperflight as well. They are so fast. They're going to be so hard for Jam to deal with. And you talk about getting aggressive with Roach as well. Let me tell you how good a Roach pressure does against a bunch of Banshees. But here's the thing as well. This 3-shot Queens. So not a lot of defense in the main base. Queens, as they're found out, it's really hard for them to stay alive. Pulling Roaches in the main base for, I guess, a panic F2 or something, but they're not going to do much of anything. And now 5 Banshees here. 2 shots, like, well, I guess it's still 3 shots, but they're getting Queens, they're getting Spores, they're getting damage. And Cham's counterattack on the other side, not getting much of anything whatsoever. He's going to send a bunch of Roaches over because he feels like he has to. But Future, these are Hyperflight Banshees. If he realizes that this is happening and that maybe he needs them to defend, they're going to find their way back home very quickly. And the Spore's not even going to, I mean, it pops for a second. This is damage for Future right now. This is really nice.
Yeah, the 3rd base is rather exposed right now. There's not a whole lot of defenses, just that 1 tank that hasn't even sieged yet. And this is an opportunity for Cham to get some big value. Hellbot's going to morph on in, and it looks like the corrosive vials were already used. So this siege tank in the back line will get a lot of damage done, but it's going to be the Banshees that are the big cleanup tool. And even with just a couple Banshees, they're going to do just fine. The siege tanks on the high ground. Oh, it looks like Cham is trying to force friendly fire from those siege tanks on the SCVs, but he wasn't able to do so effectively. And Future, he pulls ahead in supply. Cham is, he was pretty dedicated on a relatively low worker count. This is looking amazing for Future right now.
And of the units that matter, it was 1 tank going down. It was a couple SCVs. Hellbats, you can reproduce them very quickly, very cheaply. Marines died. I mean, who cares? It really is that tank and the SCVs that have fallen. And now, well, Spore is going to get canceled. But Steadfast, as you can see, we are rapidly getting to the point where there are enough Banshees on the field that they 1-shot Queen. It's 2-shot. I don't know if Future's going to get any more at this point. But if you can get to that point where you swoop in, you volley down a Queen, do it again and again and again, that could be a very powerful position for Future to find his way into. But look at this. There's a Banshee on the way. Or, excuse me, a Raven on the way. That's pretty cool. More importantly, it's going to be a Swarm Host response. And against a lot of mech, I love Swarm Host play Steadfast. Against Banshees, though, maybe a little less.
Yeah, I'm not so fond of them against Banshees. Now, it's really good when you have a ton of creep spread, but Future does clear out a fair bit of that creep. Scan in the main base sees that there is no hive just yet, and will see the Swarm Hosts pop out, and he's even going to be able to find his Hydra Den, cancels that Grooved Spines upgrade. Honestly, these Banshees are just the MVPs of this game so far, and behind this, we do see Future, he's finishing up his 1-1, but he's also adding on the Battle Mech upgrades. He's getting that Hurricane Thrusters, the most hilariously ridiculous name we've ever come up with. And the Infernal Pre-Igniter, of course, as well. So going to be able to be a little bit more mobile with his mech composition, his ground mech, because obviously the Banshees are very mobile on their own.
I mean, I love the utility of this Raven as well. Just clearing out creep, getting an Overlord. Now, the one thing I do wish, what are these? 4 Banshees are so very, very low. There are Hydras in the game right now. I wish Future had gone back and repaired them, but these Hellbats, there are, well, these Locusts, there should be enough Hellbats on top of this army to make this happen. But actually, they're all Hellions right now, so damage being done, but it's just not enough at this point. Now the Roaches, or the tanks, they're going to siege up. Roaches will die. Hydras will die. Cham has to back up here. And when you're a Swarm Host player and the Mech Terran is already above 150 supply, that does not feel good. You want to keep them below that number. You want to keep them as pinned back as possible. And Future's just about to max out. That does, man, when you're trying to get aggressive like this, that is really hard.
Yeah, especially with Cham now starting up a hive just now, forced into starting up that hive. This is not a comfy position for him. Once again, there's not a ton of Hellbats here, but they do have their Blue Flame. They are going to be able to deal with this, I believe. Sieging up the tanks to deal with the ground army. Actually going to be so many Locusts flooding this army. It gets deleted as the tanks sieged up Future just lost everything on the ground, and it started out so well for him, but everything suddenly falls apart as the Locusts destroy the army.
Hey, look, if you're a Zerg player and you're watching this right now and you hate mech, this has got to be making you feel so good. Future had his entire army on one hotkey selected in one way. So as he hit the button to siege up his tanks, he hit the button also to transform his Hellions or his Hellbats back into Hellions. Every single Hellion Hellbat unit was in Hellion form at the time of that fight. In fact, actually, as the Locusts went down, they were transforming. There was no splash damage, nothing to lock those Locusts down. And now Future, he's got to give the third base up. The fourth base, maybe that's a little bit more defensive, but actually, it's not a planetary. There's a double orbital play there. Future was so confident in his position in this game, and that is going to go back to bite him so hard. And at this point, it becomes very hard for Future to hold on. Tanks on the high ground, sure, fine. Hellbats are fighting as well as they can, but there's just not enough. Future, in the blink of an eye, makes the worst mistake you can make as a mech player, and he goes down one game.
I am in disbelief
That was
at what just happened there. That was
Steadfast.
that should not have happened.
We're gonna take a
That
look.
should never have happened like that.
We're gonna take a look at the post game screen for a second because I think it's important as we look at the army value graph
Oh,
right there.
just falls off a freaking cliff.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It does. Wow.
How do
I was looking at that and I'm like, okay, that's not so bad. This is fine for Future. He's ready for this fight. And then he sieged the tanks and I was like, I don't know if I agree with him sieging the tanks, but I guess he needs to fight the other army. But unsieging the Hellbats while he did all that, oh man. And the Swarm hosts, they were just spread over the entire army. The Corrosive Biles wrecked everything. That was one of the most one-sided engagements. Yeah, I don't know. That was
the Banshees weren't
something
microed
else.
either, so they took damage from the Biles as well. Now we ask a question, Steadfast, as we get to game 2 on Alcyone. How do you come back? How, like, mentally here? Future's a good player. He has a lot of experience. He played very well. He took a game off Scarlet. He looked fantastic. When you are in such a winning position, because Future was absolutely primed to win that game, when you do that much damage, when you're in such a good spot, and you make a mistake of that caliber, mentally, how do you reset? How do you prevent this from being a 2-0?
I wish I had an answer for you. That I honestly, I would not want to be in Future's shoes right now. That is like one of the worst feelings you can have. Because like you said, he was in such a good position in that game and everything just fell apart. I don't know. We'll see. He's got to find a way to do it though, because this man spawning up the top right for Starlight Twinkle. He is up 1-0 from a terrible position. It's Cham.
Out on the bottom left side in the red, down a game. He's going to have to find some way to come back after that. Just about the worst engagement I've seen in a long time. For Maturino, it's Future. I mean, I guess, Steadfast, one of the things you can tell yourself is that Future is... if I'm Future, I can tell myself I was ahead 97% of that game. I was in such a good spot. I was primed to win the game. And then I made one mistake. Shake it off. I made one mistake. If I play the same game, I'm not gonna make that mistake again. And then I should win that game. That's what you have to be telling yourself as you move into game 2, because otherwise, I mean, that is shattering.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. It is not a good feeling at all. Damn. I hope he's able to recover mentally and rally back, because that was a colossal collapse. I don't want to harp on it too much, but at this level of play, with this on the line, this is the do or die match. They're both at 2-2. Winner advances to the playoffs. Loser goes home. It is a big moment for both of them. Yeah. Well, we are going to be seeing something that is very interesting because Cham is a player that doesn't like to send his overlords across the map. Future goes for the 1 Rax expand on the low ground and will keep the... I mean, this kind of cuts both ways, right? He was looking for an overlord that might have crossed the map, but we didn't see it at all. And as a result, this is going to go kind of unscouted to this 1 Rax expand. And now we're going to see a 3 Rax follow-up. So this is really interesting from Future. I was wondering if maybe he might have gone for a 4th barracks and potentially a very big commitment with like an SCV pull, similar to what Maru's done a little bit recently. But no, it looks like it is going to be that 3 Rax play.
And we know this is a good build for him, by the way. He did a very similar build. I forget whether it was CC first in that series against Serral as well, or Scarlet as well. But he went for a very similar build. He went for this 3 Rax. He went heavy pressure. He actually went and he killed Scarlet with it. And given that Scarlet had just beaten Maru like several days prior with a similar kind of 3 Rax pressure build, shows you just how good that is. That being said, we're on the left side of the map. That does mean add-ons are exposed. That is something. But it can still be very powerful. Cham, though, he is going to scout it. Yes, this is 2 Rax opener. He's going to see the Marines. It means it's not Reapers. It means it might even be able to read that this is a CC first out of that one. Although you did say, Steadfast, that Cham doesn't like to send his overlords onto the other side of the map. In a game like this, I actually kind of like that, because what he was doing instead was making sure he wasn't getting 2 Rax. He wasn't getting 3 Rax on the map. That's where those overlords were going. And that might be another way that you try to recover from a game. Wow, game 1 was rough. I made this big mistake. Let me just reset my mental. I'm going to 2 Rax him. I'm going to win the game. We're going to go to game 3. Keeping himself safe from that, I think, was a smart decision, even if it delays the scout of this 2 Rax follow-up. Or 3 Rax follow-up, excuse me.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, that's Cham's MO across the board, is he prefers to make sure that he won't die to something like a 2 Rax. Oh my god, did the Ling see this? Well, I mean, the Watchtower will see it anyway, so it's kind of fine. How many units does he have on the field? This is a lot of Marines, but it is not that 4 Rax. Cham did drone heavily, but I think he's going to be okay to deal with this. This is a pressure for now. It's still going to try and get a lot done if it can find an opening. Stim is not yet done, though, and oh, these Marines, they're stepping very far forward onto creep. This is going to allow the Queens to get some good value. Stim is still not done. It's just now going to complete, but a lot of the Marines went down. That was extremely good for Cham. He picks off 5 Marines for 6 Lings. Future stepping forward about 10 seconds too early. Man.
I mean, it was
a series of errors here.
It was almost so much worse as well. We saw him considering stepping forward around the corner.
Yeah.
And we saw a game earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday, I forget, where Terran units, they dive on forward and they get caught against the mineral wall, and that would have been the death of Future. Losing that many Marines in this setup as you're going for, yes, you do have a 3 Rax production, and you can build more Marines afterwards and go forward. But with all those Marines going down, Future would have had no pressure on the map. Cham could have droned for days. All the queens he needs, all the creep he needs, all the tech that he needs. And the next time Future wanted to move out, he would have been swallowed alive. Now, this build from Future is solid on Alkaine because you have the Zelnaga Tower in the middle of the map. You have that line of sight blocker that you can rally through. But once the Zerg is big enough, and once there's bailing speed and enough Lings pushing into this high ground that Future wants to go for, nigh impossible. You've already made surround as the Zerg. So Future, he's going to try to find some value before that's ready. But this army, Steadfast, this army from Future does not inspire me yet. At least not yet.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 medevacs are going to be crossing the field right now. There is the 1 siege tank. Does he have the second one? He has the second one crossing the map with those medevacs. Can theoretically just put everything in and boost it across. This is a pretty heavily committed 2-base play out of Future. The design is going to be with that +1 weapons. Do we have no, we do have double Evo for Cham. Okay, I was just going to say he's forgotten the +1 Carapace, but might be prioritizing the other upgrades here. Part of what makes this scary is, like you mentioned, on Alcyone. This is a really difficult position to deal with. Ooh, Stim coming on in. Will be able to force out a lot of transfuses. Here comes the Lings from Cham. He's going to try and wrap around on these units. Bane speed not quite done, but a decent little spread from Cham will be enough to ensure that he cleans up this army and drives it back. Cham stopping at about the perfect worker count. Good job from Cham on the cleanup. Future still gets some good trades, but could have been so much worse for Cham. Still, the creep has been pushed back, and the rally is scary to deal with.
That it is, especially, again, because of this line of sight blocker, this Zilnaga tower in the middle of the map, that makes it a little harder to punish the run by. That being, or punish the reinforcements. That being said, though, Steadfast, there's one tank in this army right now. Cham is still going to have to take a fight before his upgrades. He's actually going to flood down the ramp right now. Only one tank is siege. Bailings, they're going to get on top. This is going to force a liftoff. The tank gets sieged at the end. But the big deal about this push, again, Steadfast, it's all about those tanks, and 2 more going down. Yeah, Marines are solid, but this heavy amount of Ling Bane means that the Marines, even with the Baneling speed nerf, even with it not giving 5 HP anymore, this army from Future, it can get surrounded, it can get killed off really nicely, so he's going to try to pick up in the main base, find value there. Cham, though, is already on top of it. This doesn't seem like it's going to get much done.
It does not. Oh, we do see some target fire on the Banelings, able to get a couple of them, but not able to prevent the rest from getting on top of this. And now it is +1, 1-0 versus 1-0. They're both going to finish up their armor at the same time. But Cham, he's been able to drone behind this after he held the initial pressure. He's on 5 bases. While the creep around the watchtower is not amazing, he's still got decent creep spread elsewhere. This is going to be a nice little cleanup of this bit of creep from Future, but Cham is definitely the one who is fully in the driver's seat in this game. And I mean, this is one of the matchups, Ling Bane versus Bio, where the supplies are very often honest for a lot of the game and really do tell you who is ahead. But Future, he's going to continue to try and keep pushing. I don't know. This is looking tough.
It really is. I'd like to see Cham get Carapace, but right now he's got those good upgrades, getting on top of the Bio once again. These tanks, you know, they're going to get better shots against the Banelings this time, but they will still fall down at the end, although that's a lot of very wounded Lings. Even still, though, Steadfast, the point of this, in part, was to find room, was to make this drop on the right side, maybe get drone damage on the 4th base. And it's just not allowed to happen. Again, Cham slashes this back. Now Carapace is on the way. Now there's an infestation pit. He's getting ready to hive. The one thing he's lacking is the thing he's trying to reestablish right now, and that, hey, his creep in the middle of the map. It's not great. It is easier for the Terran to push, but Cham's ready for this drop as well. It really is all down to this full frontal push from Future. And Cham got a big counterattack ready as well.
Yes, he does, and he's going to be able to bust through the wall at the natural. Now, has he committed too many resources, too many units on the other side of the map? We will see. He's going to be able to force the units to pick up while he gets into his opponent's natural. Future will lose quite a few SCVs. There is a drop in the main base. Oh, but the Banelings get on top of it. Will take all the Marines down. Future is losing so many SCVs. Cham crushing through in game number 2 and is looking like in a matter of seconds he will be able to punch his ticket, but Future does find quite a few drones on the 4th base. Still, Future is down to teen numbers of SCVs, and that is just not going to cut it against a Zerg that is still on 60 drones.
I mean, teen's not even right. He's at 6'5 SCVs. Is he going to have a single worker left by the time this run by is cleaned up? I guess he's going to have 4, maybe, but this drop in the main base is not going to get anything. 60 dead SCVs is a significant amount, and this drop is not going to find any more value. Not anymore. The Medivacs F2'd back home as they were idling around. And Future, off of honestly one big mistake in game number 1, loses this series, will not make the playoffs, and Cham, he's got a chance to show us just how that, just show us that Latin American Championship, that last one, it wasn't a fluke. He's on in.
That he is. Cham playing very nicely, always getting some good flanks, some good surrounds, even with Future tucking his tanks into good positions and making it expensive for Cham to clean up those units. It was never enough. It was never enough to get anything done. Obviously, game number 1 had that just brutal moment where he unsieged the Hellbats while sieging the tanks. The Locust just rained fire. It wasn't as drastic in game number 2 in terms of how disastrous the engagement was, but that first little bit of pressure, he moved on to creep before stim completed. Yeah. It was a situation where he should be killing, 20, 30 Lings for no more than like 5-6 Marine losses. Instead, he only kills 6 Lings and loses 5 Marines and is then forced to back off, loses all of the momentum. It just got out of hand.
And again, I hate to harp on that single moment, but you look at this and it's like, zoom in.
It's tempo-based play. You cannot lose the tempo.
No, I'm talking about like game one. It's like you can watch where the mental broke. I don't think Future goes. I don't think he steps on creep there in game 2 before Stim's done, before everything's ready. If he doesn't have that whole the pressure on him, it's like, wow, I should have won that game. I need to make sure that I really make it happen this time. I really need to make sure that I'm good. And then maybe you overstep yourself. You overcommit a little bit more. You let Cham get in your head. And then, as we saw, the first pressure didn't happen. And then the entire point of that 3-Rex build is to A, move on the map, get a ton of damage, start to make momentum happen. Or B, don't commit to them. Don't lose the Marines. Hit with a follow-up. We saw it. That's how he killed Scarlet. But you cannot lose your early prep. You cannot lose those units on the map. You cannot be forced back home as he was. And you have 2 options. Future chose neither. It's a 2-0 for Cham. He's moving on to the playoffs.
Yeah, and just very well done. Very well done by Cham, because that game number 1, it would have been really easy to kind of throw in the towel mentally and just be like, like, I got caught by the Banshees. Like, this is just a messy game. I don't have great tech. But he's like, nope, keep going. Finds an opportunity, gets a huge opportunity. Just really impressive. Really impressive.
Yeah, no, I'm impressive play overall. And it's good. Honestly, it's good to see Cham in the playoffs. I would hate to see our final Latin American champion from last year fail to make it, as much as I am a fan of Future. And I think he's been playing pretty dang well. But in general, Steadfast, we've had some good games. We've actually had some pretty awesome games here over our tournament today on the last day here of the, or I guess I was going to say regular season, last day of the group stage, as we take a look at what happened. I think for me, we got a couple games that really stand out. That Young Yakov Harstem series was really cool. The mothership to end the game is not something we see all that often. But if I had to pick one game to take a look back at, well, it had to be Spat's Cristiano game 1. I was just sitting there as you and Roddy were talking about it, just grinning ear to ear. It was so wild, but it was so much fun.
Yeah, that was a nutty game. We had some really enjoyable games. For me, one of the highlights of today is the youngster Chiaki Nanami.
Oh, yeah.
Making it through into the playoffs. That's a really cool storyline for me, because I really think he's got what it takes to become a top tier player. I know it's early to say that, but I think he's got the chops. Seeing Bly making a return to the playoffs in total Bly fashion is very cool. Just overall a fun day of StarCraft.
Yeah, and I think the thing to point out as well, you talk about Nanami, he didn't do it off of cheesy play. He didn't do it by catching his opponent off guard and winning a couple games. No, he played very strong, very clean, standard macro play. And as we talk, I know we talked about this a couple hours ago when we started. When you talk about that, when you talk about just these new players, they come in and they tend to do crazy things and then they stabilize. The fact that Nanami's macro play is this good 2 seasons into ESL, I mean, dude, it's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, no, he has got the potential to be an extremely good player. The Zealot run-bys, I noticed, like, he just has so many good instincts for StarCraft 2, and I'm really excited to see him moving forward. And we're going to get to see that later this week, because the playoffs start, I believe, this Thursday.
I believe Wednesday. I got to take a look at the schedule, but they do start later this week. And fun part about it is that, yeah, we've had a couple weeks of the regular season, but we also have more weeks of the playoffs as well. 2 more weeks of best of 5s popping up all over the place. And yes, Steadfast, it is going to be it's going to start on Thursday with Asia and Europe and Americas as well. All 3 regions. I think it's 8 best of 5s, and that just gets even more fun. Asia round of 8, Europe round of 16, Americas round of 8. And the key thing we talk about what's going to happen is the fact that this is a double elimination format across all regions now. Players have 2 shots, 2 opportunities, which gives us more best of 5s, more chances to play with the weird maps. The vetoes get crazier, right? Because you actually can force maps through that are maybe Radusset. Maybe we see more of that one. I don't know. But in general, it just gets better from here.
That it does. That it does. And we've already seen an extremely wild game on Red Husid. If you haven't already seen it, worth it to go back and check that one out. Just absolutely bonkers, if you ask me. Yeah. Before we, I guess, sign off for the night, is there anything you want to say?
I'm just looking forward to next week. So, Steadfast, when are you? Are you next weekend? Is the next time you're up, or when are you up?
I am up on Thursday and Saturday.
All right. So, Steadfast, Thursday and Saturday at playoffs. You'll see me next Saturday. And, well, it's just going to be even more fun than that. I'm excited for the playoffs, man. It's going to be a good time. But for now, that means we're done. It's been 10 best of threes, not 12. If you're missing, by the way, the last 2 series that were going to be played in North America, which is, of course, what is that? Nina versus Kellizer and Eggs. Do I have that backwards? It's Masa versus Eggs and Nina versus Kellizer. Those will be played tomorrow. I believe, actually, Steadfast, you said you might be covering them on your channel. They had to be postponed for today, but they will get played tomorrow. So we're going to find out our last 2 North American playoff qualifiers, whether it's Masa, which would be an awesome story for him, whether it's Eggs making his first playoffs in a while, or actually I think ever, whether Nina makes that return to form, whether Kellizer, I think him getting knocked out would be a massive surprise considering his results in the past year or so. And yeah, that's going to do it, folks. We'll see you we'll see you on Thursday, or at least Steadfast will. Catch you next time.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.